We are live at Coletco for tonight's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. I gotta go up front. The other phone is on the charger. And as you can tell, my table is exactly the way I left it Saturday night. Even after I told everybody I was gonna come up here and post all these CD pictures, I, in fact, did not post CD pictures, but I will eventually. So let me step back here and grab this phone. I got some bread. Speaking of bread, baby, I'ma want you. Baby, I'ma need you. Well, come on, chat. Okay, new week, new invoice, new Kiss night. I think we got a delivery or two over here of new vinyl. We did. Jimi Hendrix, great. We don't have all of them in because I sold more than I thought we would, but they're on the way. And there's Jesus and Mary Chain. Okay, we got a few crates over here. We got a crate Seth brought me. All right, we're good to go. Did my Mingus. Great. There's a lot of chicks under the same roof. Let's have a big week. We need one. I'm ready to have a gigantic week this week. And I was ready to start about 5:30, but I hadn't got to see John, hadn't got to see Paul, hadn't got to see Ed, and we've been talking about music and records the last half hour, but it's okay. We're right on time at 6 o'clock. I'm going to work all these CDs off and probably go ahead and take some of these stacks up front so I can photograph them better. Or actually, let me take them. Let's see. I need to take them in here where I can see them better. Yeah, let me take them right in here. I won't have as far to take them. John's rolling up his loot and his lunchbox. Here, before you go any further, let me slide this underneath this table here. That way we have more room. No Otis tonight. They're at home, so I don't get to babysit tonight. All right. Rocktober Bad Companies, I don't. That's probably something I need to order, especially since they just got into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Seems like that should have happened a long time ago. So Paul Rogers may go in there as a member of, 3 groups? He might go in as a solo artist, a Bad Company, and free. Maybe. Bum bum ba da dum dum. Dee 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 dee. All right, Kiss and other stuff. I forgot I got all these crates that Seth has brought back here too. So, note to Laura and Paul, there's like 3 crates up here of auction records that are ready from Seth already. And I think he took home probably another crate full of even more Kiss stuff. So, there's a lot. We have a lot all of a sudden. All right, these are great CDs too. These are incredible titles. We'll do more later tonight too. But these are some of the best batch we've had in a while. A ton didn't get bought, and we might show them again. That's the ones you're seeing me take off the table. I mean, I'm seeing Roger Waters, Pink Floyd, stuff like that didn't sell, so pretty surprising. And there we are. All right. Put those right there. Okay, got the table cleared. All right. I looked at my invoice and I pooped myself. Well, that's not good. That's what somebody just said. John, that means they bought too many of your records. Yeah, John said, good luck with that. You're going to have to go to the bathroom immediately. Yeah. See ya. We did not do a Sunday show, but I have an announcement. Paul is doing a Sock Sunday this Sunday. Sock Sunday this Sunday with Paul. So he's working on a video and on that. And we'll have that rolling before long. Let me close out all my apps. And you wanted the best, you got it. The best underwear in the land. Kiss underwear. Get up and get your grandma out of here. Get up. All right, Facebook Live. And then we got YouTube to pull up. Okay. Silver. Okay. I'll be on the lookout, James. So we have a special place all incoming mail comes. All incoming mail gets put up front and nothing really happens to it until I sort through it. Tone Poets. I'm going to order some more tonight. I'm going to go through the distributor I get those from. I'll try to order any that I never had. Just keep on cranking them in here. Okay, and then we're going to click on this. And then get up and get. All right, and I'm sharing the last link right now. Live now. Okay, click, 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 share. All right. Kentucky woman, she's. All right. Let's go get that. Hope everybody's hit the like button on Facebook, the like button on YouTube, the like button everywhere you can get your hands on one. Like. Okay, and then somebody asked what Megadeth was. Megadeth is Killing Is My Business. It's the 40th anniversary edition on silver vinyl. Megadeth is $29.99. 4 crates of new vinyl. I'm about to change back the wall. That's been the same 3 records for about the last 3 shows. Those have went unclaimed. Unless somebody right now wants to get Charles Mingus or ZZ Top or Outkast, we're about to refresh the wall in just a second, okay? But the first thing I'm going to do is fix my camera a little bit better. Maybe like that. I think that cuts off. You can still see the records. Yeah, that's good. And let me go get the first crate from the 6 a.m. video this morning. So get up and get your grandma out of here. I can't sing, but I like to anyway. Looks like I got some bread from Addison. We probably can distribute it out to everybody if they want some. That's all I need is to eat a whole loaf of bread tonight. Doesn't sound too good for me, right? Hey. Down and deuced. All right. So it is Kiss night, and we're about to partake in Kiss records right now and other stuff. Okay? As always, we got plenty of other stuff for sure. Whoa, don't fall. Please don't fall to Depeche Mode. It is spitting snow here in Tennessee, like lightly, just like little tiny flurries. But I literally got a weather alert. It said, snow flurries beginning in your area, blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh my gosh, snow flurries. I remember just the other night I was back here complaining about how hot it was outside. All right, let's get started with Monster by Kiss. I love Monster. We have a 2012 USOG in Shrink and Hype EX edition. Kiss is how much? A $15 start. First auction of the night and first auction of the week. 4 crates of new vinyl, and if I've missed anything, right now would be the time to tell me. And of course, if you are here for an invoice problem, you're at the wrong place. Make sure you go to Messenger or email and contact Mr. Ed. He just left for the day. So if you hadn't got a reply, he won't be replying until tomorrow. He has sent invoices and he's done for the day. Let's also go ahead and put up the Scorpions Worldwide Live. The Scorpions is an 86 South Korean press. How unusual. An 86 South Korean press on this, whoa, there we go. An 86 South Korean press on this Scorpions. This is a 2 LP gatefold. It has the insert and the inner sleeves. It's VG Plus, and also disc 2 has a couple of fillable marks. Let's see what those look like before we put this up here. This is going to go up for a $15 start, okay? So VG Plus and VG Minus on the disc. Scorpions is a $15 start. Good luck on all those, all right? I'm going to go ahead and prop up some cleaning cloths back here so we can get some more of those sold this week. I'm going to set the inventory box right here, and we're good to go. All right, and then let's open this up. Kiss already has bids for 15 and 20. And then let me open up Coletco here. All right. And then let's open up this. Okay. And we need to find the video from this morning. There's Chad. Have I sold him Black Crow's box yet? So I've sold 1. 6 of those. Mother Love Bone. I gotta really explain Mother Love Bone here later. Maybe we can sell some. And here's this morning's video. Okay. All right. So Kiss. 2 people have said, what are the details on Kiss? This is a 2012 US OG pressing, EX edition, in Hype sticker, with Hype sticker. $28 is the new high bid. What is Kiss? And then we have Scorpions Worldwide Live, an 86 South Korean OG, 2 LP, VG Plus, disc 2 is VG Minus. The Scorpions is a $15 start. Scorpions is a $15 start. I'm looking for ZZ Top DeGuelo. I'm looking for the Ramones, REM Deicide, Octavarion, Zevon, ZZ Top, Ramones, Cool in the Gang, Black Sabbath, Ramones, REM, Taylor Swift, Pearl Jam, Pink Floyd, and Dead Meadow. All right, first thing we have is Pink Floyd Metal. Pink Floyd Metal is remastered, $33.99. This is a gatefold jacket that is remastered, $33.99. Kiss is at $30. The high bid on Kiss right now is at $30, okay? It's already been up for about 5 minutes. So when I just gave the details again, because some people are just now joining the chat, and they're like, holy crap, Chad's already selling Kiss auctions, battle stations, everybody. Zone in, holy moly, everybody get into their positions. Chad's already putting up Kiss auctions. This is going to be pretty insane. I better go outside right now and walk my dog, otherwise I'm going to miss something. Holy moly, everybody, battle stations. We have I Was Made for Loving You, Kiss. If you want to bid on this, put 45. Put K45 or 45 for the 45. That is going to go up for a $7 start. That was from Hatchet Ed stuff last week. The last time we had it, it sold for $15. That's now a $7 start. I've got 2 copies of Pink Floyd. Now, Michelle Clements put Pink Floyd. Michelle, are you watching? Because if you are, you didn't let me know if you wanted Pink Floyd Metal or Pink Floyd Greatest Hits. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and reply to her. Metal or Greatest Hits, and there was 2 different ones. Okay, so always when you're claiming, give me the name of the album if you think there's 2. Okay, so I'll have to figure out which one she wants. Here's the newest album from Taylor Swift, and this is claimed by Kelly Vlodarchek. Yep, thank you, Kelly Vlodarchek. $38.99. I've got 2 copies left. 2 copies left of The Life of a Showgirl. This is Sympathy X, Underworld. Sympathy X is a 2 LP, $39.99. Right now, we have Kiss Monster at $40. Everybody else is out except J.D. Conklin. The Scorpions is at $35 with Matt Nichols, and the Kiss 45 is at $15 with Kathy. So that's the high bids on all of our auctions right now. Electronic, Raise the Pressure, Bernard Summer and Johnny Marr. This is $39.99. That's Bernard Summer and Johnny Marr's Electronic. Also, Black Sabbath, We Sold Our Soul for Rock and Roll. That's a 2 LP. It's on black vinyl, and it's a greatest hits, essentially, and that is $38.99, okay? Tony Freeman wants Pink Floyd's Greatest Hits. So over here, what I'll do, I got to hear back from Michelle. Tony, I know I can get more of these, so I'll go ahead and give you this one, Tony Freeman, Pink Floyd's Greatest Hits. We'll set, and then when I hear back from Michelle, I'll figure out which one she wanted, okay? But right now, I'll sell that to Tony Freeman. Brian Berry wants a Black Sabbath, and then we have 3 copies of Deicide. One was sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather. Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather, that is sold to him. Deicide. I have 2 copies left, and you may ask yourself, Chad, what is the Deicide? That is Serpents of the Light. It's on deathly blue colored vinyl with a 12 by 24 poster. First time that's been available in North America. Matt Nichols gets the Scorpions for $35, and he is out on Kiss, and that is a final call to J.D. Conklin for $40. The Kiss 45 just got a new bid for $16. Edward Boosie wants Megadeth on the Wall. That's so Edward Boosie. Scott Dwallow wants the Guelo. That's so to Scott Dwallow. I have more DeGuelos if anybody wants one. And then we have Wings. This is that new 3 LP box set, $114.99. 32 tracks curated by Paul McCartney. You may have heard of him, especially if you watch this show every night. $114.99. And then over here we have 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. This is Dream Theater, and Dream Theater is a 2 LP, $39.99. So Kathy, let me know if you want back in on Kiss for more than $16. Over here, J.D. Conklin, you're going to get this Kiss for $40, and Kathy's back in on I Was Made for Loving You for $20. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That is Kiss Rocks Vegas. That's the 2016 OG, no DVD, VG Plus, Kiss Rocks Vegas, $15 start on that. Deicide is $44.99. We have 2 left. I also have Dream Theater Octavarium. One is sold to Scott Dwallow. There's 1 extra copy of Octavarium left. And then nope, wait a minute. This last REM 10-inch here. This is, well, Paul scared me. This is the last REM here is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Kelly Vlodarchek, that last REM was sold to you. And then here's another Soundgarden box set, live from the Artist Inn. 4 LP splatter vinyl, $59.99 on that, and then Warren Zevons. And we have more than just 2 of these. There's literally 5 more right here behind me. This first one here is sold to Scott Dwallow. And then the second one here is sold to somebody. It is sold, no, this is still available. Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, $36.99. Sean Lee Hooker, you are right. You were first on REM. I messed up on that one. So this one goes to Sean Lee Hooker. Kelly, I'll have to put you on a wait list. I'll see if I can get more of these. My bad. He was, in fact, first on this. I messed up on that one. He put Ramon's REMD aside. So that goes to Sean Lee Hooker. And then we'll put Kelly Vlodarchik on a wait list for REM, okay? Kiss has a bid for 20. She's good with waiting list. My bad on that one. And then Ramones, Cool in the Game, Black Sabbath, Ramones. I could have swore there was another Warren Zevon claim. But this is his classic album, of course, with Werewolves of London and Lawyers, Guns, and Money. And it happens to be cut from the original analog master by Chris Bellman. So that is available, and he just got inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Kiss 45 is at $25. That means that David Pitts, you're out, and Kiss Rocks Vegas is at $22 with Tyson Morgan. Let's go ahead and put up another auction then. And you may ask yourself, Chad, my goodness, at this point, you've already blown my mind in the first 10 minutes. What else could you possibly be putting up for auction? Don't worry, I got Bad Company. This is a 1974 OG pressing of Bad Company. It's an original Presswell press and VG condition, and we're going to start it for just $10, okay? And there's that. Joe Salamo wants a Warren Zevon. I've got more of those if anybody else wants one. So here's what's left in this first little warm-up crate here. First thing I have is Pink Floyd Metal for $33.99, and that's a gatefold remaster, Echoes. We've got Taylor Swift, The Life of a Showgirl, orange vinyl, $38.99. Sympathy X is $39.99. A 2LP purple vinyl, Bernard Sommer and Johnny Marr, that's electronic, Raise the Pressure, $39.99. Deicide, Serpents of the Light, $44.99. Two left. The Wings box sets, $114.99. Dream Theater, 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence, 2LP clear vinyl, $39.99. Dream Theater Octavarium, $39.99. And Soundgarden, live from the Artist Den, 4LP splatter vinyl, $59.99. Okay, I'm going to make sure David Pitts is done on this 45. If I come back and there's no other bid, it's sold to Kathy for $25. Kiss Rocks Vegas is at $40, and Bad Company's at $16 with John Durden. There's another sweet crate just like this one to pull over here. So tonight, it looks like we've got 4 crates of new vinyl. Looks like we've got 4 crates of vintage pre-owned. And then we've got Paul and Laura here too. So whatever they scrounger up. Is that a word? Scrounger? Scrounger? Scrounder? Scounder? Scoundrels? Scandals? Whatever kind of scandals we get into tonight. I love a good scandal. The great vinyl scandal of 2025. The great vinyl scandal of 2025. Scandals. Animals. Scandals and animals. That was on Kramer, Scandals and Animals. Okay. Kiss 45, and here we go. All right, so this is sold to David Pitts did say out. Kathy got that for $25. Thank you, Kathy. So Bad Company, the last bid over here was John Durden at 16, Final Call, OGVG, and then Kiss Rocks Vegas. Jamie Diaz, you're actually tied. Jamie, you're tied with JD. So JD's bid of 45 came in first. So Jamie Diaz, you're out. And then Susie Breedlove wants a Taylor Swift. You got it. How much does it cost? I'll buy it. The time is all we've got. I'll try it. Okay. That's sold. Thank you on that. All right. First thing in here is All I Want for Christmas Is You. Folks, if you don't have one by now, if you don't have this in your collection, do you really have a collection? Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas Is You. Mariah Carey, Merry Christmas on red vinyl, $29.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. I had another Hatchet Ed single here. So here's what it last sold for, $25. It didn't get a buy now the other night, so let's re-auction it. Cinderella, a beautiful copy. It is pristine. In the picture sleeve, the last mile. Cinderella's a $10 start. Bad Company has a new bid for $22. Next in here is Alcatraz. Alcatraz is the very best of Alcatraz. That is $33.99, 180-gram colored vinyl. Pearl Jam 10. This is Pearl Jam's 10, sold to Michelle Clements. Thank you, Michelle Clements. That's so to you. I've got 2 copies of Pearl Jam Live in Atlanta. Pearl Jam Live in Atlanta is $29.99. Vegas is at $50. Bad Company's at $22. So John Durden, you're out on Bad Company. Cinderella's at $15, and Rocks Vegas has a new bid for $50. J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid on Rocks Vegas. How about Leonard Skinner? $36.99 to be a simple kind of man. And then over here we have STP Live in Massachusetts, $29.99, 180-gram colored vinyl, live unofficial STP. Black Sabbath Syracuse did sell to Gary Wellman. Thank you, Gary Wellman. That is so to you. And then Kool and the Gang's Greatest Hits. Kool and the Gang Greatest Hits. We have a couple of these actually sold. At least one here. We have one sold to Ken Helpland. H-E-L-P-H-A-N-D. Help Hand. That is sold to Ken Helpland. Thank you, Ken. That's sold to you. This last copy of Dead Meadow did sell. Dead Meadow was $29.99. That's sold to Darren Wortman. If anybody wants on a waiting list, just let me know. And then over here we have Cinderella 20, Cinderella 25. Mark Weiss on Leonard Skinner. That's sold to Mark Weiss. And then Bad Company, John Durden went out. This is sold to Kathy Hodges for $22. And then I just lost the chat. Holy crap, how did that happen? I just got like booted out of my chat. All right, so let me look up here right quick on my monitor. So Cinderella 27. Cinderella 27. I have lost the bid on Kiss. I got booted out of my chat over here, Paul. Oh, boy. Oh, gosh. You know, what a buzzkill this was. Oh, my gosh. Oh, brother. Okay, I think I'm logged in. Okay. All right, so what? Okay, Mariah, did I pull that for Rebecca Barber? While that's still on my screen, hold on, I can still catch a few things. Mariah Carey sold to Rebecca Barber. Cinderella 27. Skip. Retro Class Entertainment wants Kool and the Gang. And then over here, we have Jamie Diaz has Kiss at $50. This is up to J.D. Conklin, okay? J.D. Conklin, it's up to you if you want to bid again, all right? It's all up to you. And then Cinderella, I think, is up to Gregory Roberts. Sarah Waberdink, $27, right? We have Scorpions, and this is Love Drive on colored vinyl, $44.99 on Scorpions. And then we have the Velvet Underground Loaded. That's on clear vinyl. I recommend $29.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And the next auction we have is going to go up right now. And you may ask yourself, my gosh, what else are you going to put up for auction already, Chad? How about the Scorpions, Love at First Sting? The Scorpions is an 84 USO PRC Richmond. Unfortunately, it's a pretty beat cover, and the vinyl's VG minus. So just a beginning copy here, $5 start on Scorpions, okay? $5 start on Scorpions. It's VG minus. I think Cinderella's at 27, but I've lost my chat. I hope we're done. Final call to Sarah Waberdink. And then over here, Kiss is at 55 with Brad Waits. J.D. Conklin says he's out. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you had said it before or not because I lost my chat. And then that means that Jamie Diaz, you've been outbid, okay? Moving right along, Clutch. This is called Slow Hold to China. Clutch is on orange vinyl, $29.99. Miles Davis, Kinda Blue, mono, $29.99 for Miles Davis. Also, Dr. Dre, The Chronic. Dr. Dre's a 2LP, $44.99 for Dr. Dre. John Lennon, Power to the People. John and Yoko, Plastic Ono Band, 2LP, live in New York City, $79.99 on that. And then we have here Godzilla, $33.99 for Godzilla. Brian Berry wants Miles Davis, so to Brian Berry. Sarah Waberdink, you get Cinderella for $27. Kiss is now at $60, and the Scorpions has one bid for $15. Going once, going twice. We have a waiting list for Kiss lights. No guarantee when they're coming in. They're $59.99. They are probably more going to be in this week. I've got about 12, 24. I've got about 50 on back order. I'm waiting for them to come in. So I've always said no guarantee. So if you're kind of curious when you're going to be billed, probably shouldn't buy one until you know for sure they're on stock. But if you don't care when you're getting billed, you can go ahead and reserve one right now. Next auction is going to be Talking Heads. This is Burning Down the House. and this is going to go up for a $7 start. This is Talking Heads Burning Down the House. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Looks like Laura just posted a pre-order that I had on my list. She got to it before me. Dangerous Toys Demolition. That's now up for pre-order. If you want to go pre-order that, now's the time. I saw somebody message the page today, and I had it on my list, so I know how dangerous toy stuff is. Looks like they're coming out with a demo record of Dangerous Toys. So about the only thing they can put out is live and demos because they don't have access to their original catalog. So Dangerous Toys is now up for pre-order. Thank you, Laura. Rebecca Barber on Dr. Dre. There's that. And then over here is Faith No More, $59.99. Faith No More, $59.99. So at some point or another, we're going to offer every band lot. Van Halen, Kiss, Def Leppard, Outkast, Charles Mingus, Scorpions, David Lee Roth, Faith No More, Chevy Chase, Seinfeld, anything you could imagine. We're just going to have to do a couple at a time. Otherwise, the pre-orders and the delivery dates for these are going to get too chaotic. So I'm doing them in the order of which I think I can sell the most. We've done Black Sabbath, we've done Kiss, we've done Metallica, Iron Maiden, Led Zeppelin's next, and after that, we're going to get into all these other bands. I've got about 20 more. We should be able to knock out 20, 30 more lots before the end of the year. It's going to be busy. We have David Gilmour, the Luck and Strange concerts. David Gilmour is $139.99. David Gilmour, $139.99. And then the Ramones, Pet Cemetery. The Ramones is sold to Sean Lee Hooker. That completes his comment, all three of those. And then over here, Amanda Darby got the Ramones, $19.99. And then the next thing over here should have been one more Ramones, Ken Helpland, okay? Ken Helpland on that. There's that. So we're now on Pet Cemetery Red Vinyl. We're down to 2, 4, 5 copies of Pet Cemetery on Red Vinyl, $19.99 on that. So Scorpions is sold to Matt Nichols for $15. Thank you on that. Talking Heads is a final call for $7. And of course, we're going to go ahead and sell this to Jamie Diaz, Kiss Rocks Vegas for $65. Final call on that. The Wings is on black vinyl, Chuck Haley. It is black vinyl on Wings. Next auction is going to go up right now. And let's go ahead and put up Ace Frehley's second sighting. This is OG with gold stamp promo and hop sticker. It's got a saw mark, probably because it was a promo copy. It's not marked a promo. It has a hop sticker. It just has that gold stamp promo, so no promo on the label. It is near mint, original inner sleeve, a specialty press, Ace Frehley, a $35 start. And then the last few things in here, Jeff Buckley Grace, $33.99, and then the ZZ Top collection. We have El Loco for $39, Afterburner for $39, ZZ Top Deguelo for $39, and Eliminator for $39. And let's make a note, so waiting list, everybody on the video got everything they wanted except Richard Bradshaw. He wants a copy of Recycler whenever they come back in. So ZZ Top Recycler, I'm going to make a note to order more of those. And then there's the other 4. Now, the first batch of Rhino should still be in stock too. That's their first album, Tres Hombres, all the other ZZ Top discography. So they have almost everything in print, and I'm sure eventually they'll have all of them in print on vinyl. That will be big when they put out even more of those later albums. So Recycler, and of course Kelly Vlodarchek on that REM 10-inch. Hopefully those are still available. All right. So that's the 2 waiting lists from the video. Everybody else got everything they wanted. Austin Latham, you get Talking Heads for $7. Ace Frehley has bids for $35 and $40. And this crate had ZZ Top. Joe Salamo wants Afterburner. Thank you on that. And like I said, that's what's still left. I'm going to go ahead and put back the classic cover of Eliminator right back there. Maybe somebody go ahead and grab that. $39.99. That's almost like a greatest hits album. It's fully loaded. And then we still got Jeff Buckley Grace for $33. We're down to 5 copies of red vinyl on Pet Cemetery. First time that's ever been reissued, and they did it on colored vinyl. The David Gilmour box is $139. Faith No More, Godzilla, John Lennon Clutch, a Velvet Revolver, Scorpions, Cool and the Gang, Stone Temple Pilots, Pearl Jam, Alcatraz, and Mariah Carey. The Black Sabbath Rhinos are typically out of stock, so about any time I go to order those, they're not available. They're not out of print, so that's good. They're just right now not in rotation. They make stuff, it just depends on when they have it scheduled to be pressed. Unfortunately, I don't have access to that information. That's the stuff they keep really quiet and private. So it's just whenever they pop up back in stock. So they're not out of print. It's just whenever they decide to make more. Here's our next auction. This is a 68 US repress of Blue Cheer, Venturus eruptum. Blue Cheer is a 68 US repress, a mercury pressing, VG Plus, Blue Cheer, a $20 start on that. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. So this one's called Ace. The next one's going to be Kiss, and that's Kiss Killers. And Kiss Killers is a 1982 Netherlands OG. Unfortunately, though, this is in low-grade condition. It's rough. It is in G condition, less than VG minus. So this is a pretty beat copy. That's why we're going to start it for just $1. All invoices have been sent. So if you bought something last week and you haven't got an invoice, one or two things have happened. It's went to your junk or spam folder, or there's been some kind of error in the keying in of your email address, which if you're a regular, there shouldn't be an error because it should be going to the same email. A lot of times they get sent to spam. I checked my spam last night. I had a couple things that I've been looking out for, and I'm like, as much as I tell people to check their spam, here I am looking for a couple important emails from StubHub, and guess where they were? My spam folder. So always check your spam. You probably need to do that like about every day to see what's gone in there, because some of these email servers, they send a lot of stuff in there, even if it's somebody you talk to regularly. It's weird. Okay, next Kiss 45, Crazy Nights, and no. Crazy Nights, if you want to bet on this, put 45 for 45 and put $10 start. $10 start on that. Okay, Kiss has one bid for 10. And then Blue Cheer over here, Ace is at 48. Your refund, no, I hadn't got a refund yet. StubHub hadn't sent my Paul McCartney money back yet, but I'm talking to somebody because they're needing like screenshots, and I had to get an email from Pinnacle, and we had to go through this whole process to let StubHub know they were letting people sell fake Paul McCartney tickets. So after all that mess, I think I'm to the point where I've almost got, will be getting my money back, but it's not in my account yet, so it's not over till it's over. All right. Oh, great neck adjustment. Oh. Okay, missed the first crate. That was actually the second crate, but here's the first crate of new stuff. Those are recaps from the 6 a.m. video. So we usually start our shows with a 6 a.m. recap. So if you missed the first 20 minutes of the show, it's actually something that was posted 12 hours ago, and you can go watch and buy that at any time. Even if you think that something's been bought, there's a good chance either A, I still have it in stock somewhere else, and you just don't see it in the crate, or 2, I can order you one, especially on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Good chance it will be here by Friday. Of course, tomorrow's Veterans Day, and we won't be getting a delivery, so a lot of vinyl's held up until Wednesday. So you can probably go ahead and plan right now. There probably won't be any new vinyl here tomorrow. We'll just probably go through a recap of some old stuff in stock and refresh it. Hopefully somebody can find something that they hadn't seen before. And then Wednesday we should be loaded with new stuff. Oh my gosh, all the new releases that will be delivered, stuff I ordered last night, etc., etc. Okay, here's a big pre-order that I ran out of last week, and I was very fortunate to grab more of these. Let's update all 3 auctions, though. So first, Ace Frehley. Brad Waits has this for $55. An 88 U.S. Specialty OG. A gold stamp promo. No white label promo is available for this record. So there is no second sighting Ace Frehley that will be marked a promo. This is the closest you can get with the gold stamp promo and hop sticker. And over here, this is at 55 with Brad Waits, okay? And then Blue Cheer, I don't think has a bid. And Blue Cheer is a 68 US repress, a mercury press in VG Plus condition, and this is Blue Cheer. And Blue Cheer is a $20 start, no bid yet on Blue Cheer. And then over here, Kiss Killers, Tyson Morgan has this for $7. Tyson Morgan has this for $7. It's in G plus condition, so it's a pretty low grade copy. And then if you want to bid on the 45, no one's bid yet. You can put 4 or 5 for Kiss Crazy Nights picture sleeve. That's a $10 start, no bid yet, okay? All right, and then over here we have a request for Kiss My ASS. We'll get that on deck, okay? Here is the rest of the Grand Ole Opry blue vinyl pre-order. Exclusive Cobalt Blue, Opry 100, country's greatest songs recorded live on the Opry stage. And this was, oh man, I forgot how hard this was to find. Hold on a second. Y'all remember last time, this is like impossible to find in our group. Yeah, I'm going to have to scroll. Oh my gosh, that was nearly impossible the last time. I should have knew that before I clicked on it here. All right, let me click on my name. I don't know what's up with this, but it won't let you search Grand Ole Opry on Facebook. They got some kind of, can y'all believe it? They got some kind of like filter or something. You can't search Opry on it's like invisible. No wonder. I mean, I sold a lot on the pre-order, but if it's this hard for me to find, no telling how hard it is for everybody else to find. Let me just go on a whole lot of records. I may go ahead and skip it. I'll skip it and come back to it in just a second. Where are you, Opry? Hold on. It wasn't. I commented on the post last time to bump it up, but now it's been so long. There's been a lot of activity since 7 days ago in the group. There it is. Whew. Okay, there we go. Man, this is like impossible to find in the group. All right, so this is $39.99, Opry 100. It's a 2 LP colored vinyl. We have a pre-order still fulfill. We got Leslie Holt, and then we got Fred Cardinale. Okay, then we had Danny Thomason, and then we had Kathy Hodges, and then we had Jerry Stone, and then we had Alex Roman. Okay, and then I have another list on my, maybe on my laptop for a waiting list, and I have 4 copies on hand right now. So, man, what a bizarre thing on Facebook. It's like they've got it hidden. It's like you can't search the word Opry, which is bizarre. I don't know if that's like some kind of glitch or something, or maybe that's some kind of word that means something else we don't know about. All right. I don't think there's a waiting list, but because I just knew I had to get more pre-orders, but I feel like I took some people's names down live, but I honestly don't remember keying those in when I was working on spreadsheets last night. Yep. Pre-order, and then Leslie Holt, Fred Cardinale. Maybe one more for Fred Cardinale. Yep. That was the last 2 I put in last night when I was ordering stuff. So Fred Cardinale, let me make sure he didn't already get one. Amy, John, Ryan, Paul, Cynthia. Fred's already got one. Okay, so what you see in the crate, those 4 copies are still available. These 4 copies are still available. $39.99. We have one for Jeff Church and one for Dan Moran. There's 2 extra copies left, okay? 2 extra copies left if anybody wants one. So, first thing, Ace. I hadn't seen a bid in a while, right? And this is 58 with Brad Waits. Brian Tassin, you were outbid. I haven't seen you say out yet, but it's at 58 with Brad Waits. Nobody bid. Matt Nichols bid on Blue Cheer. Blue Cheer's at 20 with Matt Nichols. That's a final call. And then Rebecca Barber said, I requested a copy of the Opry. Okay, was you not on the pre-order? No. So let's go ahead and give one to Rebecca Barber and then one for Jackie Reynolds. Now we're sold out. If anybody wants on the wait list, let me know. Matt Nichols gets Blue Cheer for $20. And then over here, this 45 has a bid for 10. James Chilcott, that's sold to James Chilcott for 10, and now Killers is at 15. So Brian Tassin, it's up to you on Ace. The high bid is Brad Waits at $58, and Killers is a G plus copy. Christina Curtis has it for 15. This is Jesus and Mary Chain, Psycho Candy. All right, let's look this up. This was a new release also for this week. Jesus and Mary Chain, and this is right here. And this is on Go Vinyl, and this is $29.99. Okay, Rebecca says I should have been on the pre-order. Well, let me go back and now these have already, you might have already been billed one for today then. So that was just a partial wait list. Okay, and that means you might have already been, you might have already got one last week. Let me see if I can find you on the pre-order here, okay? So you probably got one on an invoice that went out today. Amy Hutchings, John Miller, Ryan Eaton, Kevin Scott, Stephen A. Young, Stacey Medger, Jamie McCord, Sheridan, Peter, Robert Tomick, Paulette, Brian Thompson, 10, John Smith, Tony, Paul Brother, Jimmy McCord, Cynthia. Rebecca, you was not on this pre-order, but you got one now. Your name was not on the post over here, but you got one now, okay? So you'll be billed for one a week from today. So Jesus and Mary Chains on Gold Vinyl, and this is $29.99, okay? This is limited edition, third man pressing, $29.99. First thing is, holy crap. Okay, so Danny, your bid on Blue Cheer came in late. Killers has a bid for 15. Ace has a bid for 60. And now let's knock this off on this. And I see a lot of questions, and I'm going to be honest, I've probably skipped over about 10 questions. I'm probably either going to have to, you're going to have to ask me later or ask me again later, okay? This was Psycho Candy. This is sold to Kelly Gabney, and then we have one for Autumn Betts, and then Laura, I've got you down for one. I'll lay yours right over here. Laura Bryant, and then Alan Smith and Caesar Thomas, and then Travis Wade and George Ellis, and then Scott Beebe and Fred Cardinale, and then Jeff Brindley and Daryl Johnson, and then Derek Cesaro and Stephen Parton. Okay, and that leaves me with 2 extra copies here to sell live. And the 2 extra copies to sell live are gone. One to Master Ma and one to Scott Dwallow. If anybody else wants a Psycho Candy, Jesus and Mary Chain, it will have to be a waiting list. They'll be back in later this week if they're in stock. Danny, your bid on Blue Cheer came in late. He had it for 20. It actually didn't have a bid for a long time. As soon as I saw his bid for 20, I went ahead and sold it. And your bid was in late because I didn't think anybody wanted it. And then Ace Frehley's at 65. Brian Tassin, you've been outbid again. This is at $65. And now Killers is sold to Christina Curtis for $15. Okay, that's sold. Let's get a new crate over here of new pre-orders. So first person on Jesus and Mary Chain pre-order is probably going to be, it is going to be Scott Dwallow. So Scott, you're first on the wait list for that. We filled up our first crate. If you're one of about the 20th people that I've seen a question from about an upcoming auction, an invoice, a pre-order, a favorite ice cream kind of question, I probably have skipped over it. Maybe a little bit later tonight when things settle down, I'll be able to answer it, or you can always send the page a message because I'm trying to knock out these pre-orders and read out names and make sure everybody's gotten one and I don't make a mistake so nobody has a problem on their invoice. And if I don't really focus on this right here, then something's going to get messed up. And then Scott Dwallow says, no, you already grabbed me one. Okay, so that means you must have been on the pre-order, right? No. Scott Dwallow. Okay, so you commented candy and then you put Jesus and Mary Chain Candy. All right, so he already got one. Never mind. So there's no waiting list right now. And then Ace Frehley is sold to Brad Waits for $65. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Psycho Circus. Milano sold out. Limited edition 300 copies, 3 LPs on colored vinyl, DVD, poster, tickets. This is a Kiss box set. And this is a 2021 red, blue, black, yellow, red, black, yellow. Book posters and extras. Kiss Live in 1999 Italy. A $75 star. That's up for bid. And then another Ace Frehley album. This one is Frehley's Comet, and this is an original 87 USOG Club copy with the original on our sleeve, EX edition. So there's Kiss, there's Ace, and that's a 75. Ace is a $25 start. And now our next auction is going to go up right now, King Cobra. King Cobra is an 88 USOG, and this is VG plus Clip Corner, $20 start on King Cobra, okay? Next thing over here is Chess Records. Let's do this. Chess Records, CHESS. This is new for this week, and there is 24 pre-orders, or at least 24 comments. It's called Let's Play Chess, a Chess Records anthology. 75 years of Chess Records, 25 classic recordings. That's pretty dang cool. And this is $39.99. I have a whole crate of them, and I think they're almost all sold. Kiss has bid for 75, 75, 85, 85, 90. And then Ace Frehley is a $35 start, I think is what I said. King Cobra is a $20 start. First person on this is RJ Myers. If you know for sure you wasn't on the pre-order and you want one, let me know. Also, Dustin Whitaker, George Jones, and Danny Thomason. George Jones and Danny Thomason, Matt Lawson and Daryl Johnson. Matt Lawson and Daryl Johnson, Jerry Stone and Von Stom. Jerry Stone and Von Stom. Richard Yeager says cancel his pre-order. That's highly unfortunate. Jen Cast and Clifford Umstead. Jen Cast and Clifford Umstead. Heath Norman and Scott Beebe. Heath Norman and Scott Beebe. Also Brent Robley and Fred Cardinale. Brent Robley and Fred Cardinale. Mike Vandergits and Phil Ott. Mike Vandergits and Phil Ott. Also, we have Matt Algram and Alex Roman. And then we have Brandon Lack and Mark Barbosa. Awesome chess compilation here. That's how many extras I have. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 extra copies of Let's Play Chess, a chess records anthology. It's a 2 LP, Muddy Waters, Little Walter, Howlin' Wolf, Chuck Berry, Lau Filson, Etta James doing At Last, The Moon Glows, John Lee Hooker, Bo Diddley, Billy Stewart, The Dales, Etta James, Ramsey Lewis, Fontella Bass, Tommy Tucker, Buddy Guy, Jackie Brinston, Chuck Berry, Little Walter, Muddy Waters, Otis Russ, Sonny Boy Williams, Jimmy Rogers, Howlin' Wolf, Gene Ammons, and his sextet. Wow, $39.99. So I got 10 extra copies there if anybody wants one. The last bid on Kiss was $130 with Bill Samus. As of right now, Ace Frehley does not have a bid. Final call for a $25 start. That's telling me nobody wants to bid on it. So if you do want to bid on it, I would bid right now. And then King Cobra 3. King Cobra 3 has one bid for $20 with Matt Nichols, okay? The Kiss box is unofficial. 3 LP colored vinyl with inserts, and it is at $130. Scott Dwallow wants chess. Mega Blast wants chess. Jay Neutral wants chess. And now I think there's 7 chess anthology compilations left if anybody wants one, okay? Let's Play Chess. That is $39.99. 2, 4, 6, and then 7 right over there next to me. If anybody wants one, you can be my guest, okay? Awesome compilation there. Craig just officially shared the track listing. Thank you, Craig. Maybe after some people read through that, they're like, you know what, Chad? I do need a little bit of blues in my life. I do need a little bit of blues in my life. Go ahead and give me 3 of those. One for me, my brother, and my uncle. I'm going to hand those out on Christmas morning and be like, here's some blues, sir. Here's some blues for you. Santa Claus brought us the blues today. There's the blues. Here's you some blues. There's some blues. And we have a whole crate here. Is this the one with a lot of special requests? I think it is. Slaughter check, and then a pre-order. I think that Laura posted, and then a random rush box. Okay, so we got more pre-orders to knock out, and special request crate. Okay, over here. First thing is this: Ace 25, Ace 26, Kiss 145, Ace 130, Rebecca Barber on chess. That's so to Rebecca Barber. Kiss 150, Ace 31, Ace 35. We have the albums 2002 2012 Rush. I don't think there's a wait list for this. This is the Rush box set from Rocktober, $159.99. I don't think there is because I just purged my waiting list last night. I didn't see anything Rush, no. So this is available. This is Rush, the albums, 2002 to 2012. This was new from that Rocktober series last week. And, of course, you get Clockwork Angel, Snakes and Arrows, Feedback, and Vapor Trails remixed. $159.99. Of course, 2 of those have been long out of print. I'd grab that while you can. Then I think Sean Miller, you was on a special request for Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy. And I haven't been ordering these like I normally do. I used to order one about every week, and we'd sell one about every week. And Sean Miller, your name is down on the invoice here, so I'm assuming that was a special order for you. So this is so to Sean Miller, unless that's not correct, $114.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Ace is now at 35. Sarah Weiberdink bid 35 first. James Hicks, you're out, and then Sarah, you're out. Brian Tassin came back in at 36. The last bid on the Kiss box set, Bill Samus, you've been outbid. It's at $150. Okay, and now Ace is at 38, and then King Cobra still just had that one bid, right? King Cobra 3, just that one bid, and sold to Matt Nichols for $20, okay? Please, Kiss, rock and roll over as soon as one of these other ones sell. About the most I can handle is 2 Kiss auctions, usually a solo album and an actual Kiss auction, okay? Empty Matt says he'll take this, and this is sold to him. He says, I got it, just got it today. Okay, so you've already got an invoice for one, so this is available for sale is what you're telling me. You don't need one, okay? I just got in the mail. Got it from you. Okay, so there must have been one. He must have pulled one from somewhere else. So that's available. That's good. I won't have to order another one this week. Smashing Pumpkins is $114.99. Master Ma on chest. Did I miss that earlier? Or, okay, so yeah, one sold to Master Ma, Sean Lee Hooker. We're down to 6 copies now. And then this is a new release. This is the Avett Brothers. The Avett Brothers and Mike Patton, AVTTPTTN. Interesting. So evidently a pre-order that I missed, and thanks to Laura for posting this in the group. And this is Avett Brothers and Mike Patton, $36.99. And this was a pre-order. And let's go ahead and knock these out and see who all gets one and see how many we need and see how many more we need to order, okay? And then Von Stom wants a chest. Now we're down to 4 copies. Count the one I've got over here on display. What is the Kiss box? This is Kiss Cycle Circus, Milan, Italy. This is a final call. It's 3 LP colored vinyl, numbered to 300. I was making sure Bill Samus is out. He is. If nobody else wants to bid, I'm about to sell it to Scott Wynn for $150. That's a final call. And then Freely's Comic over here. The last bid on this, Brian went out. Sarah Wyberdink, $38. That is another final call, okay? Before I read that first pre-order out, let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. And that one is Black Sabbath Volume 4. Now, this is a low-grade copy. The cover has noticeable wear. The vinyl's been graded VG-, has a feelable mark and a slight warp. So it's probably going to have a little noise and may pop occasionally. That's going to be a $15 start on that. All right, first thing on Avett Brothers and Mike Patton, Chris Kirkley and Cameron Porter. Chris Kirkley and Cameron Porter, Patrick Lear and Alan Smith, Patrick Lear and Alan Smith, and then 2 more, Autumn Betts and Kelly Vlodarchek. I am not done with the pre-order, but I have another full crate over here, so let me swap out right quick. And let's go ahead and end this Kiss box unless there was a bid on my screen. I'm going to end Ace Freely unless there was a bid on my screen, and then I'm going to put up some more Kiss auctions, okay? First thing, there's a new bid. Victor Guerra bid $155. We're not done on the Kiss box. Scott Wynn, you're out. Ace Freely, though, is done. Ace is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $38. Black Sabbath 15. Kiss has a new bid for $160. And then over here, let's go ahead and put up another auction then. And let's do another Ace Freely right quick. Or how about this one? You can put solo. Solo would help a lot on this one instead of putting Kiss. Best of solo albums, a 1980 German reissue, original under sleeve EX, about a VG cover. Solo, best of solo with the German S's, a $30 start on that one. Kiss Symphony has not sold. Kiss box $155, Kiss box $160, Kiss box $165, and then Stan McNessie on the Avett Brothers and Mike Patton. Andrew Schoen gets 2 copies of it. And then over here, we got one for John Oliver. And then we have one for Tim Holloway and Scott Dwallow. There's 2 more sold. And then the last 2 go to Scott Smith and David Johnson. So if anybody wants one here live, it will be a waiting list. We sold out on the button for that one. So all those are gone. And then I think we have already a waiting list with Danny Thomason. There is. So if anybody else wants one of these, it will be a waiting list. Since it's Monday, good chance we get them back in. The Avett Brothers and Mike Patton, Half-Speed Master, Go Vinyl, Gatefold Jacket. And I will make a note to order more right now, okay? And Danny, you're first on the waiting list. Anybody else wants one, let me know. Next is Kiss is at 170, still selling that. No one else has been on Black Sabbath, final call for 15, and no one's been on Solo. Here's some other requests. So here's how requests work. Requests work like this. You see something coming out, maybe you hadn't seen a pre-order posted, or regardless, you just know you want it. Could have been something that came out 5 years ago. You message Ed, Laura, maybe here during the live if she isn't too busy. It's the best to go ahead and message Ed. He'll order it for you, okay? If you want a price, be sure to ask for the price first. This is Christopher Cross, All Right. The worldwide singles. It's on pink and green vinyl, $49.99. So Christopher Cross, I didn't even know this was coming out. Evidently Troy did, and he wants one. Pink and green vinyl, $49.99. I also have Troy Robinson getting this here, Floetic, first time on vinyl, that's $39.99. Thank you, Troy Robinson. That was also sold to him. And then Justin Deckelman on Soulfly, Chama or Chama. Soulfly, never seen that before. That is sold to Justin Deckelman. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We have Justin Deckelman. Now, I ordered some of these. This is new for this week. This is Mayhem Live in Lispig and 35th anniversary. Now, that I ordered some more of those. I just caught that coming out. Justin went ahead and told Ed to get him one. There should be more of those on the way. Mayhem, $34.99. There you go, Sean Lee Hooker. And then Vladarchek on the Emperor's New Groove. This is sold to the Vladarcheks, $46.99. Special 2 LP, Potion Purple and Llama Lemon Yellow Vinyl. Pretty cool Disney record there. The Emperor's New Groove, $46.99, okay? Soulfly is a new release too. Like I said, I'm about to have to dedicate literally just figuring out how to get all these pre-orders available. There's probably about 10 huge releases, as much stuff as I see coming out every week, stuff I still miss. Or some of these imports, like Christopher Cross, that's $50. I'm like, that's a little expensive. I'm not going to post it right now. There's other stuff I can get to. And then I'll skip it and I'll come back to it because I think it's kind of a pricey record and there's a lot of other stuff I can get to first. And then I'll find out that 100 people would have bought one at $50. And I'm sometimes amazed because I'm like, wow, because you can get a lot of Christopher Cross's OG discography relatively cheap. But a lot of people watching want brand new records. They do not want anything OG. So a lot of these new reissues I'll skip. I'm like, oh, Christopher Cross, not that big of a deal. And then I'll find out, oh, a lot of people wanted Christopher Cross's greatest hits. Because I always compare it to like OG releases. That's why I always put out pre-orders for first time on vinyl, never been reissued. But a lot of stuff, I know the people watching, they don't want OG. There's a lot of people watching right now that doesn't want new vinyl. There's a lot of people watching right now that doesn't want OG vinyl. They just want brand new stuff. So I skip a lot of new stuff thinking nobody's going to want it because I'm just so comparing it to OG value. And then I find out, oh, somebody does want a brand new pressing of a Christopher Cross. So it's kind of a toss-up for me sometimes. And I skip stuff and then I'll miss it. And then I'm like, holy crap, I could have sold a bunch of those. So, because like we're only given so much time and good algorithm on Facebook every day. So we have to be careful how much we post in a single day. So I usually can get 3 or 4 good posts in that they'll show it to a lot of people. Otherwise, Facebook starts kind of throttling stuff, okay? So right over here, this has been up for about 10 minutes and it's still getting bids. Scott Wynn has it for $170. And we've had 2 questions. Chad, what is Kiss? And then over here, what's the Kiss box and is it an original? This is an unofficial pressing. This is a 2021. This is Kiss live in Italy, which was March 15th, 1999. It's 3 LPs on red, black, and yellow vinyl. It has book, posters, and extras. Book, posters, and extras. Books, posters, and extras. 3 LP. It's live in Italy. And the high bid on this is a final call. The high bid on Kiss is Scott Wynn at $170. Now, Black Sabbath has a problem. The first problem is Randy Seibert, you bid $15, but Joe Delgado had already had it for 6 minutes at $15. About 2 minutes ago, you bid $15, but he already had it for $15. So Joe Delgado has it, and I'm about to sell it to him, but we got to hear back from Randy Seibert. And then over here is Kiss, the best of solo albums. A 1980 German reissue. Kiss, the best of solo albums. A 1980 German reissue. J.D. Conklin has it for $50. Brad Waits has it for $55. J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid, okay? You've been outbid. The only thing that didn't sell in there is Smashing Pumpkins. $114.99. $114.99. A 4 LP box, 2 books. That's the only thing left in there. And the only thing left from the other crate was Let's Play Chess, a Chess Records anthology, 2 LP compilation that comes out Friday. So, Oso Adventure, I'll leave it up to you on Kiss. If you bid, we'll keep it going. If you say pass, that means I know you're done, and I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Scott Wynn for $170. Kiss solo albums is still getting bids, and we have another crate of new vinyl, which I think is one more big pre-order for today for the week. So I'll make a commitment starting now. Y'all can help me out. So this week, there is 587 new SKUs of vinyl. So we've probably posted 10 pre-orders, and it looks like tonight I've been reminded of about 5 more. That means there's over 500 more new releases coming out this week that either A, I'm not going to order, or I don't know what they are. So y'all can help me out a lot, and I have a list every night over here. Chad, are you getting this new pre-order, or are you getting that new pre-order? And I'm like, wow, I don't even know about this stuff, because as much as I'm wrapped up in this every night, it's the other full-time job I have is ordering vinyl, and there is so much, 500 and something new SKUs for this week. Can you imagine if I just ordered one each of all the new stuff every week? It would be a whole night's worth of me just showing everything new that's come out. Of course, a lot of it's indie and unknown. I mean, really deep cut. I don't know. Some of the stuff I've never heard of. Now, every time I say that, somebody like, oh, yeah, I seen them last night in concert here in Chicago. They're great. Give me 2 copies. And I'm like, holy crap, do what now? So it's the world of music. There's way too much that comes out every week. 500 something SKUs this week. And I think that counted CD SKUs. I think vinyl was, yeah, maybe vinyl was 300 and something. No, maybe vinyl was 500 and something. I'm not for sure. There's a lot every week, though. The lowest I've ever seen, it's like 300. 300 new releases every week. That's about the minimum I'll see. And we post maybe 10 or 15 of the biggest ones. And if we did everything, we would have to have pretty much two whole extra shows every night just doing new vinyl before we get started with our normal show. Okay, Black Sabbath is VG minus. VG minus cover, VG minus vinyl. Joe Delgado's out. Final call to Randy Seibert for 17. The solo album is at 60, and Kiss, and so does Scott Wynn, $170. Okay, there's that. And Laura just restocked the auctions. Somebody was asking for Rock and Roll Over earlier. It wasn't even up here, but now it is. Here you go, folks. The Blue Teardrop. Kiss Rock and Roll Over, 1977 USOG Club copy. RCA Music Service. It has the original on her sleeve. It's EX, and that's Kiss, a $50 start. And it does have the misprint, mispress, whatever you want to call it. Only available through that club copy. $50 start on that. All right, there's that. And over here, you got to do pre-order for Taylor Mom's Pretty Reckless Christmas. Laura already has that posted. She already has that posted, and it's already getting pre-orders. And speaking of something else Laura posted, wow, see, we would have missed 3 pre-orders if y'all hadn't have been asking Laura to post some of this stuff. Because this stuff here, I have, this is all stuff she posted. We wouldn't even got to it. Songs from the Big Chair, now as a 2 LP remastered with alternate artwork. That's their classic album. It's on red vinyl with alternate artwork. It looks like that right there. Pretty dang cool. I didn't know this was coming out until I realized it was shipping this week. It is $49.99. And this is Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. And the first person 5 weeks ago was Jerry Stone. Thank you, Jerry Stone. And then Cynthia Herdren. So Jerry Stone, Cynthia Herdren, Mike Massey, and Scott Beebe. And then Brad Waits and Melinda Gerhart. Brad Waits and Melinda Gerhart, also Sherry Darnell and Daryl Johnson. Sherry Darnell and Daryl Johnson, Chris Kirkley and Mike Owen. Chris Kirkley and Mike Owen, there's 2 more sold. And then Jamie Wheels and, hold on a second, I might have miscounted right then. Well, let me redo that one. We got Jerry Stone, Cynthia Herdren, Mike Massey, Scott Beebe, Brad Waits, Melinda Gerhart, Sherry Darnell, Daryl Johnson, Chris Kirkley, Mike Owen, and then Jamie Wheels, okay? And then Clifford Umstead and Brad Faust. Clifford Umstead and Brad Faust, and then 2 more, George Buchanan and Troy Robinson. There's 2 extra copies, okay? 2 extra copies of this new Song from the Big Chair, remastered 40th anniversary 2 LP colored vinyl, original unissued cover. I guess that's the original cover artwork they were going to use. Original LP with a 2nd LP of rare versions. First time ever on vinyl. Wow. And this is one of my favorite albums. I would love to listen to some of this. A demo of Broken, an alternate mix of Shout, an alternate single version everybody wants to, an early mix of Mother's Talk. Wow. That's got some cool stuff. I mean, as much as I listen to that album, I would love to hear those demos and early takes. That sounds pretty dang cool. I got 2 left in stock. Okay, so then we got Black Sabbath with a new bid. Michael Hamburger bid 20. Randy Seibert, you got outbid on Black Sabbath. Rock and Roll Over got a bid for 50, another bid for 50, another bid for 55, another bid for 55, another bid for 55, another bid for 60, and another bid for 60, okay? And then Kiss, the best of the solo albums. That was up here. I hope we're done. Brad Waits went out. That's so to J.D. Conklin for $60. So it's up to Randy Seibert on Black Sabbath Volume 4, an OG. An OG VG minus, final call, $20, and then Rock and Roll Over. One more time on Rock and Roll Over. That is the blue teardrop cover, which is the 77 OG Club. The only way it was ever released. It has the original inner sleeve. That's it. Just the original inner sleeve. Brian Berger has it for $60. And the only thing left in there is Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair, colored vinyl, 2 LP, $49.99. Kelly Gabney wants one. There is one left. Now, I ordered, because when I was scrolling through all the new SKUs this week, I ordered a copy of, it looks like a clear vinyl press, but I don't know what it was. They didn't have a stock photo. It just said Tears for Fears, indie exclusive, Songs from the Big Chair. And it was cheaper, and it was only 1 LP. I don't know what that is. We'll find out probably Wednesday when they deliver new vinyl, because nothing went out today. I don't think they can schedule those UPS deliveries, but knowing that's a holiday tomorrow. So it looks like the new vinyl big next delivery won't be here until Wednesday. And I've already said that, but I'll go ahead and let you know now because some people will be on the lookout. Randy Siebert on Black Sabbath. I hadn't heard back from him, so we'll go ahead and final call that. And then over here we have Peter Criss. Peter Criss, and that way if you bid on this, you can put PC for Peter Criss, is a 78 US Terre Haute OG. It does not have the insert and it doesn't have the poster, but it does have the original inner sleeve and it's not bad. EX edition, $30 start, $30 start. Single LP for green glass colored. Okay, so a single LP should be here Wednesday. I ordered about 2 or 3 copies of it. Whew, yeah, a lot of cool stuff coming. Now, the week that sucks is the week of Black Friday, Record Store Day. So Record Store Day, obviously, we don't participate in it, and there's not much new vinyl that comes out that's not Record Store Day. A few things, so that will be the week of Thanksgiving. It's usually a bad week for new vinyl, unless you're going out Record Store Day shopping. And by the way, looking ahead on Sundays, so the 16th here, Paul's doing a Psychedelic Sunday show. I'll be here every night this week. Tonight, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Okay? I think my brother's going to take the tickets and take his family to the Tennessee game. Maybe. I don't know. I'm texting him right now. Paul's doing Psych. Then I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Depends on kickoff for the Tennessee game. I don't think I'm going to Florida anymore, so I'll be here Saturday. And then this Sunday right here should be interesting. That Sunday, the 23rd, is when I plan on doing kind of our big in-store walkthrough sale. That Sunday, the 23rd. So that's going to be before Black Friday, and I figured I better do it that week because I know everybody that weekend will be busy, maybe Black Friday record store shopping or out doing other Christmas shopping. So not this Sunday, Paul's doing Sock Sunday, but the next Sunday, I'm going to be doing like a legit old-fashioned, let's walk through the front part of the store and sell anything that's not records. And those are always fun. And we're going to have a lot of cool stuff ready. I mean, a lot of cool stuff. We've already started putting stuff out last night. So I'm basically have committed myself for about 15 days straight of streams, except maybe the next Saturday. Okay, I might need like one little, at least a chill day before we do that. So Black Friday Record Store Day is until the 28th. Okay, so it's the Friday after that. Okay, yeah, the week of 11/28. Yeah, good. I'm going to do it the Sunday before that. The Sunday before that, because that should be probably literally one of the biggest nights ever this year here in Coletco. The 23rd of November, Sunday night. We'll probably start pretty early. That might be one of the biggest, or it could be one of those things. I start Saturday night and then we roll into Sunday, still selling literally. So to get through all this stuff. All right. Black Sabbath is sold. Black Sabbath is sold. And this is sold for $20 to Michael Hamburger. All right, that's sold. Ron Whitmore says, what pressing a Sabbath? And he asked it earlier too. Oh boy. This is no pressing plant is given in the dead wax. This is a 1972 USOG. No pressing plant ID is giving. It has the inner sleeve, VG minus, VG minus. Ron, it's up to you. It's up to you to bid on this. Michael Hamburger has it for $20. If you say pass, it's sold to him. If you bid 21, you technically got that question in on time. You commented it 3 times. There is no pressing plant ID'd on that record. This Kiss is at $75 with Stanley Richmond. Let's get going right now. We got a bunch of killer Kiss stuff to put up. This is Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Blue tier cover. Final call. This is about to sell. $75 to Stanley Richmond. If you are not Stanley Richmond, you do not have the high bid on this, and you're about to lose the auction. It's up to you to bid again or say out. It's up to you. And then over here, Peter Criss is a 78 U.S. Terre Haute. 70 U.S. Terre Haute. Peter Criss is a final call, no bid, $30. I've got to sell this Black Sabbath, okay? It's been up for 22 minutes and it's only had 2 bids. I've got to sell this. $20, Michael Hamburger. Joe DeGato bid 15. He had it for like 7 minutes. Then somebody else asked a question. Then they bid 16. And then somebody else asked a question. They bid 20. I lost the other bidder. They never did say out. And since then, there's been 3 more questions. It's a low-grade Black Sabbath 4. I've got to sell it to Michael Hamburger for $20. It's been up for a long time. It's only had 3 bids. It is sold for $20 to Michael Hamburger. No bids. Kiss is at 80, or it's got 3 bids, but it's been up forever. It's been up for a long time. Holy moly. Black Sabbath Volume 4 will get some people's feathers rustled, okay? They're like, holy crap, Chad is selling a Black Sabbath Volume 4. Next is Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park. A 1980 U.S. reissue, EX Plus, a $15 start on that, okay? Make sure you come early and make sure you bid often or you're going to miss auctions, okay? Brian, your bid on Black Sabbath came in very late. Y'all should have joined about 30 minutes ago. You did not bid before it was called. It's sold for $20. We have Angel, On Earth as It Is in Heaven. Angel is $19.99. These are buy it now best offered new arrivals. Angel is $19.99. The Rolling Stones, Hot Rocks. This is $39.99. 100% virgin vinyl. London Red Label says digitally remastered. That's one of those early 80s pressings, $39.99. Kiss is at $80 with Stanley Richmond. Kiss is at $80 with Stanley Richmond. $80 with Stanley Richmond. Nobody bid on Peter Criss. This is a $30 buy it now. $30 buy it now on Peter Criss. That's a no bid, and that is a buy it now for $30, okay? Bruce Springsteen, final up for bid 15. So now, Scott Williams, you're out on Kiss. It's all up to Scott Williams. Scott, if you're out there, the spotlight is in your face. Everybody's watching you, and they're like, what is Scott about to do? Is he about to bid or say out? And then over here, and then Angel is sold for 15 to Tom Sullivan. Joe, you did say out. I was talking about Randy Siebert. I never did hear back from Randy Siebert on that one. He's the one that outbid you, and I never did hear back from him after that. He must have got off the chat. Always make sure you stay on the chat until a record's sold if you want to keep bidding. Otherwise, you are going to lose it. The outfield, Play Deep. $34.99. Josie's on a vacation far away. The Alan Parsons Project, $19.99 for Pyramid. These are all really clean and nice records. Luther Allison, Nightlife, $24.99. And Bad Company, Desolation Angels, Rock and Roll Fantasy. All right, well, I lost Scott Williams. This is sold for $80 to Stanley Richmond. That is sold to Stanley Richmond for $80. Scott Dwallow on the outfield. Nobody bid on Bruce Springsteen. It's a $15 buy it now. Next Kiss auction is going to go up right now, and that is Psycho Circus. This is the one we're always getting asked about. The lenticular cover, the first issue. See how the cover changes? The original lenticular cover. This is a 2014. First time on vinyl, $85 start. That is now for bid. They still call it a reissue. It's still considered a reissue, but it was the first time on vinyl, is that one right there. Bad Company, that's sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you on that. It was $19.99. Bruce Springsteen is EX Plus condition, 1980 reissue. $15 buy it now on that. Also, Talk, the party's over. $29.99 for Talk, and Air Supply, gigantic hop sticker on that one. Lost in Love. This is the album featuring the #1 hit, Lost in Love. Air Supply, $9.99. Kiss has a bid for $85. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Ace Frehley, Fraley's Comic Live Record Store Day. Orange vinyl, limited 2,700 on hexachrome orange vinyl, 35 on that. Mark V's on Bruce Springsteen for 15. That's sold. Peter Criss is the only no bid tonight for $30. Pretty in Pink soundtrack, $49.99. An 86 OG brown translucent vinyl, Pretty in Pink, $49.99. Todd Co is in on BS at 15. Boy, people are still trying to bid on that Black Sabbath record. That was bizarre. We need to go dig up Paul, Laura, John. Do we know where any more Black Sabbath Volume 4s are in this building? We could sell about 200 or 300 tonight, I think. Linda Ronstadt, Silk Purse, $9.99. At his in Shrink, $9.99. And Gordon Lightfoot, Endless Wire. Gordon Lightfoot, Daylight Katie, Come On, $14.99. Electrolyte Orchestra 2, ELO is $19.99. And The Doors, Morrison Hotel. Butterfly Label, $34.99. The Doors, Morrison Hotel. Everything in here is really clean and really nice. Okay. Over here, Cycle Circus has a bid for $85. And then over here, we got Brad Waits on Pretty in Pink. That is sold to Brad Waits. X-Wing, it's already sold. Tom Sullivan got Linda Ronstadt for $7. And then we have Cycle Circus is a new bid for $90. And then Paul's bringing me a Wendy's hamburger? No? Okay. Over here we have Billy Joe The Bridge. Billy Joe's $14.99. Mark V's on The Doors, and Corey Lawson, You Were Third on Pretty in Pink. It's already sold. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Brand new vintage arrivals. Great stuff. Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century. Steve Miller Band is $19.99. And we have Red Rider. This one has Lunatic Fringe on it. For some reason, this album just never comes through. I don't know why, but it just doesn't. $19.99 for As Far as Siam. That is Red Rider. Lunatic Fringe. And then Ace Frehley. If no one bids, it's about to be a buy it now. $35 start on that one. Sean Miller, and that was on Billy Joel, and let's sell that to him. And then next thing is Scott Dwallow on Steve Miller for 16. Let's sell that to him for 16. Jay Neutral on Red Rider, and John McPatriot second. Todd Co, You Were second on Bruce Springsteen. Somebody's already got it. Bad Company's already sold. Bad Company has already sold. Till the Day I Die. Dun, dun, dun. Bad Company. Okay, next thing is Neil Young Zuma, a classic album. It's worth it just for Cortez the Killer, $34.99. At this point, you might be like, my gosh, Chad, what else are you going to put up for auction? I mean, come on. This is pretty insane at this point. I mean, I'm sweating over here. I fell out of my recliner twice already. I've spilled Diet Mountain Dew all over the floor. Diet Mountain Dew's all over the floor, Paul. Some of these people's houses, they have spilled Diet Mountain Dew everywhere. Paul says, drink it. Here's Peter Criss, Out of Control. 1980 USOG, a 53 keel press, VG++. Peter Criss is a $20 star. Outfield's already sold. Ace has a bid for $35. And Genesis Live, Paul, is only $19.99. He's waving goodbye. Thank you, Paul. $19.99. He's probably like, I'm glad I am waving goodbye. Genesis is $19.99. There's that. And then we have the Rolling Stones 12 by 5. The Rolling Stones is $34.99. Super clean copy of that. Blue London label. Love Letters from Elvis is $19.99. Elvis Presley, $19.99. And the Righteous Brothers Greatest Hits with Unchained Melody, $12.99. Okay? Cycle Circus is officially sold. 2 bids. Brian Stern got it for $90. That is sold. Over here, the next thing we have is Ace Frehley. 1 bid sold to Christina Curtis for $35. See you later, Ace. What is the high bid on Peter Criss? $0. It just got laid down. We're looking for a $20 start. This one's a buy it now for $30. A 78 Terre Haute original. Looking for a $30 buy it now on that. This one's a $20 start. Next is David Dole on Genesis Live. That's sold to David Dole. Desolation Angels is sold. It's gone. Desolation Angels is sold. It's gone. It was sold so fast I couldn't even really spit it out. Like I was still holding it, talking about it, and 2 people claimed it and somebody made an offer. I don't think I even had set a price on it. People were trying to throw money at me. They's like, Chad, are you paying attention, buddy? Don't even put it back in the crate. We want bad company. Todd Coe on Righteous Brothers. Only if Brian Stern passes at sticker price. Brian, if you want that, it will be $12.99. If not, so to Todd Coe. Next is Heart Magazine. It's a picture disc. Only limited to 100,000. $34.99 on that. And then over here, Peter Chris is still active, also. Peter Chris is still active. PC, Peter Chris and Peter Chris. There's a bot now, and this one's still up for bid. You said, what is PC current bid? It does not have a bid yet, and it's a bot now. And then over here, Brian Stern, let me know if you want Righteous Brothers a sticker. Todd Coe next. Now Peter Chris has a bid for 20. And then we have price on Neil Young, $34.99. Zuma, really clean copy. He's passing, so Todd Coe gets Righteous Brothers at sticker price. This is No Escaping, and Jimmy Owens, the Quartet Plus. It's a promo marked record, $24.99. Aerosmith Rocks, a white label promo. Wow, how unusual. A white label promo of Aerosmith with the original on her sleeve, $34.99. And the greatest hits of the Scorpions, a Holland press, $34.99. The greatest hits of Scorpions. I think that's early Scorpions. Also over here we have Tom Sullivan at $28, and that is sold to him for $28. Melanie Jennings said now. And this is Nick Bargeron on Aerosmith Rocks. Final call on Peter Chris for $20. And Tom Kelly, you were second on Rocks. Also, Dancing a la Discotheque, a 1972 Italian press, $19.99. Nick Bargeron gets the Scorpions. And the 20th anniversary of Rock and Roll, Bo Diddley, $26.99. And then Mark Lent, you were second on Aerosmith. Okay, next thing is going to go up for auction right now, and that is this right here, Kiss Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. This is a 1988 USOG limited edition picture disc. It is near mint minus. It's an original picture disc with the gatefold jacket, 15 years of history, and that's going to go up for a $95 start. Next is the House Shakers, Demolition Rock, a 1972 UK, that's $24.99. And Ray Campy, the original Rockabilly album, an 87 UK, $26.99 on that. Let's jump over here and put up another auction right quick, and that's Judas Priest. This is Defenders of the Faith. Judas Priest is a 1984 USOG Carrollton press with the original lyric in her sleeve, EX edition, a $25 start. Next over here is Balaam and the Angels, Sun Family. This is Goth Rock, $19.99, Balaam and the Angel. And Atomic Rooster, made in England. Atomic Rooster is a 1972 white label promo, $39.99. Another white label promo on this. So Nick Bargeron wants to put back the Scorpions. Tom Kelly, that's going to go to you unless you say otherwise. So change that to Tom Kelly, okay? Travis Wade on Balaam and the Angel. That's so to Travis Wade. Over here, Peter Chris just got one bid, and that's so to David Hesse for $20. This Kiss right here is now up for bid. It's an 88 USOG limited edition picture disc, $95. No bid yet. Judas Priest already has bids for $25, $25, and now $27. Also over here, this is Aunt Mary Loaded. This is a Norway unofficial, $19.99. And Cotton Pickin' Jets, a 1994 German Rockabilly, $19.99. He said Aerosmith, not the Scorpions. Okay, so he said over here, give Tom Kelly the Aerosmith. Okay, my bad. So keep Nick Bargeron on the Scorpions. He wants to pass on Aerosmith. Give it instead to Tom Kelly. Who was next on Aerosmith over here? So Aerosmith, it was claimed by Tom Kelly. So Tom, you're going to get the white label promo of that, okay? All right, and then let me see what Brian Campbell's saying. Brian Campbell, if you're watching the live feed, your bid did not pop up in time for the Black Sabbath Volume 4. It was only 2 people left, and that other person asked, and then I said, if you bid, it's up to you. If not, I got to sell it. And it was only up to one person. Hopefully you're back watching the chat. I just seen your message come in, because Ed's going to see that message tomorrow, and he's going to have no clue what happens. So Tom Kelly does get Aerosmith and Trick or Treat pre-order info. It will be in this week. They're shipping probably, they'll be here on Wednesday. They're in my cart and ready to go. Johnny Carroll, Rock and Roll Rarities, a 1989 Sweden Rockabilly, $24.99. So let me put up another auction, and let me clarify on how an auction works here, just in case it happens to somebody else later tonight. First of all, this is Ace Frehley's solo album, a 78 US Terre Haute. It does not have the poster, but it's nice. It has the original on her sleeve, and it's a $35 start. Kiss, Ace Frehley, $35 start. Okay, so here is the way a last-minute bid works. Let's say this Kiss has had one bid for $95. Right now, it doesn't have a bid. Let's say it did have a bid for $95, and it's been up for a long time, and I'm literally reaching to go sell it. But somebody's question was on the board, and it says, Chad, what is the Kiss auction? Well, at that moment, it's frozen, and I usually only lock it down between two people. The person who has the high bid and the person who asked the question. And then I say, well, it's literally been up for 9 minutes or 5 minutes or 4 minutes. If you don't want to bid, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. But if you do bid, it can keep going. And at that moment, it's just between that person who asked and him. If he says pass, it's sold. If he happens to bid, then it goes back up for auction. But you can't say, well, I asked about Kiss after that person did, and I was still trying to bid. Well, it's too late. It really was up to that one person, the person who asked. Here's my advice. I would start bidding immediately and do not hesitate. Even if you tie somebody's bid, that lets me know you're at least involved in the bidding process. It happens all the time. I think somebody tries to wait till literally they think I'm about to sell it, either to try to snipe it or outbid somebody, and then their bid comes in late and they're like, holy crap, I was trying to bid. Why did I wait to the last second? Chad's called it sold to somebody else. So I would just say, if there's a record you literally saw 5 hours ago in the hot picture, you're home from work and you're here and you're ready to bid, I wouldn't try to maybe wait till you're the last second before somebody could else grab it. So this is a 1988 USOG limited edition picture disc. Smashes, thrashes, and hits. It does not have a bid. This is a $95 start. An 88 USOG limited edition picture disc. So it comes as a gatefold jacket. They pressed this on vinyl and they made it as a picture disc, $95. So at the last second, if you ask about an auction and it's still on time, I will extend it usually between the person who has it and you. Nobody else really can get in at that point unless it goes back up for bid. Okay, because some people's hanging around, they're like, oh, okay, now I do want to bid on it. But if it gets down to a couple people, but if it goes back up, then anybody can bid on it. But at that point, I kind of just lock it down to two people. Brian Campbell, I hope you're watching. So that's what happened earlier, okay? That's what happened earlier. It was basically between two other people. He said he's passing and I sold it. Plus, it'd been up for 20 minutes, okay? And it's never sold until I say sold. Judas Priest, the last bid that came in on this was Jay Neutra at $32. Jay Neutra at $32. Now, I'm saying that for everybody because maybe there'll be some people confused, and a lot of other people watching on a regular basis can help explain to people so they know I'm not like just trying to call something sold for the sake of it. I will take as many bids as possible, but you got to get them in. Okay, you got to get them in. Brian Stern and David Pitts, y'all are tied. Here's something else that happens. People don't realize they're tied, okay? So Brian Stern and David, you're out. And Brian's had it now for about 3 minutes, and I haven't heard back from David Pitts. That's at $35. Now it's at $40. Now there's another $40 bid. So final call on this. I've been begging for somebody to bid $95 for about 7 minutes. Now it's at $95. The last bid on Judas Priest, I haven't heard back from James Bullock. Jay Neutra has it for $32. Okay? Over here, Willie Nelson, Island in the Sea. Willie Nelson's in shrink wrap. That's $14.99. Boston is $29.99. Boston's $29.99. That's on this blue and black Epic label, $29.99. And it doesn't do any good to go message Ed and say, hey, I need you to review an auction from last night. My bid came in on time. If you have an objection, you probably need to let me know right now because Ed's going to see that tomorrow morning and have no earthly clue what you're talking about. And if it's already gone, we can't go back 24 hours later message people and be like, hey, we're going to go back tomorrow and redo that auction. Blue Oyster Cult is $24.99, 5 of an unknown origin. We had one of those Saturday night, and 2 or 3 people wanted one. There's another one. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, moving on over. That's in shrink wrap for $19.99, and the Firm is $24.99. Robin Trower In City Dreams is $19.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. BOC is sold to Matt Nichols. Kiss is sold for $95 to Tom Sullivan. Just one bid on the picture disc of Smashes, Thrashes, and Hits. Judas Priest did not get another bid. This is sold. Judas Priest was sold for $32 to Jay Nutra. That was an 84 USOG, a nice condition record. EX or better. Now Ace Frehley's at 45 with Chris Ferrara. Everybody else is out. Matt got BLC. Scott was next. Joe Salamo third. Mark Weiss on George Thorogood. That is sold. And then Jeff Church was next. And we have Michael Nesbitt, $19.99 for Michael Nesbitt. Also, Jeff Wayne's musical version of The War of the Worlds, $29.99. $29.99. Next Kiss auction is going to go up right now. Kiss Symphony, a live 4. This is an official, the first and only official pressing of this ever, limited to 10,000 copies. It's a 3 LP, all disc or EX or better. Kiss is going to go up for $150 start. They're still bidding on Ace Frehley. It's at $46. And now the next auction I have is going to go up right now. And you may ask yourself, Chad, at this point, you're kind of blowing my mind, man. What else could you possibly be putting up for auction? How about a 2010 UK Paul Stanley picture disc? So this is a Paul Stanley picture disc, a 2010 UK. That is going to go up for a $35 start. 2010 UK remastered picture disc, $35 start on that. Ace Frehley, $46. Boston, $25. Boston, $20. And Ace, $48. So James Chilcott was first. Boston is sold to him for $25. Michael, you were next. Tyson on Willie for $12. Let's sell him that for $12. Symphony has a bid for $150, and Ace has a new bid for $48. Symphony is an official pressing. Next is this, $24.99 for, what is this, Irwin? I-R-W-A-N. Irwin is, if I can get it out of the sleeve, second chapter, Danny Kerwin. Okay, Danny Kerwin, second chapter. Interesting. I don't think I've seen that one too much. $24.99. Ace Frehley's at $48. Paul Stanley's at $35. And Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. An early 80s Carrollton press, $64.99 for Wish You Were Here. And then this is Angel. Angel's $19.99. What was the Michael Nesbitt album? Michael Nesbitt is $19.99. And this one's called And the Hits Just Keep On Coming. Ace has a new bid for $50. Chris Ferrara, you're out. And then If is Waterfall. If is $29.99. And we have a new Flame, Simply Red, $19.99. Final call. The Kiss Symphony just has one bid for $150. This is a 2003 U.S. official OG. The first and only time ever officially pressed a vinyl. They did 10,000. It's nice. All disc or EX or better. It just has one bid. So the two most highest end Kiss records of the night have sold for the least amount of money far as bids. We just sold the picture disc of Smashes, one bid $95, literally the minimum bid, and this is going to sell for the minimum bid too, unless somebody starts working their fingers out on the keyboard. There we go. Oh So Adventure, $155. Paul Stanley has one bid for $35, and David and David Boomtown, $14.99 for David and David. Robert Palmer is $19.99. Robert Palmer and Patsy Cline's Greatest Hits, $24.99. MCA. Next thing over here is Neil Young's already sold. Zuma got sold. Mr. Welcome to the Real World, loaded with 80s hits, $34.99. And Kansas, it's in shrink, even though it's kind of ripped and torn. It's barely hanging on, but it still has the hype sticker. Song for America, $19.99. Mark Weiss on Simply Red. Now Kiss is at $156. Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages. A very desirable album, $34.99. That is Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages. Kiss is at $175. Over here, what about Ace? Chris Farrar went out. So did David Pitts for $50. That's Ace Frehley, $50 on that. Kiss Symphony is at $175. Kiss Symphony's at $175 with Butters, 8871. So now, So you're out. Now Brian Connor's out. Now Scott Williams is out. And Paul Stanley's about to sell for $35 to James Hicks. Also over here, we have Van Morrison, A Period of Transition, $34.99. Jean-Luc Ponty is $9.99. And Alan Parsons Project, The Turn of a Friendly Card. Super clean copy there, $19.99. All right, next auction is the following. Next auction is the following, and that is Peter Criss. And Peter Criss is Let Me Rock You. Peter Criss is an 82 German OG EX Plus condition, a Casablanca German original pressing of Let Me Rock You, a $35 start. There's actually two Angels in here. The first one was right here, and this one was Angel self-titled, $19.99. And then there's another Angel back here on Earth as it is in heaven. No, it may be sold. I think it got grabbed. Hold on one second. The other Angel did get sold, yeah. So that one's still available, $19.99. Info on the Kiss. Kiss Symphony Alive 4 is an official, the only time it's ever been officially pressed. So if you ever see one of these for sale, it's only one or two things. It's a bootleg, unofficial, or it's the real pressing. This is the official real pressing from 2003. They only made 10,000 copies. Everything's EX or better, and the high bid on this is $180 of Oso Adventure. Now, at possibly the most last minute possible, Brian Berger has bid $36. So James Hicks, you've been outbid on Paul Stanley, and now that's at $36, and now Peter Criss has a bid of $35. Angel is sold to Matt Nichols. All right, now what I'm going to do is this right here. There's some fantastic stuff still left in here, especially since it's a buy it now. Hicks, you've been outbid on Peter Criss, and now Kiss has two $200 bids, and Peter Criss is a $35 star, just FYI. And in case you know, FYI for your information means for your information. Next thing is going to be, let me knock these out right quick, okay? So now Kiss has four $200 bids, now 205. We have Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. If you want a price, let me know. We have Alan Parsons Project Pyramid. This is Luther Allison, Talk Talk. We have Air Supply Lost in Love. We have Gordon Lightfoot Endless Wire. Brian Berger, you've been outbid on Paul Stanley. Let me know as soon as possible if you want to bid more than $38 on that. Final call on Peter Criss for $35. Electric Light Orchestra 2. Rolling Stones 12x5. Love Letters from Elvis. Heart Magazine. No Escaping It. Jimmy Owens Quartet. Dancing La Discotheque. Bo Diddley 20th Anniversary. The House Shakers Demolition Rock. Ray Campy, the original Rockabilly album. We have Atomic Rooster, a white label promo. Loaded is $19.99, a Norway unofficial Aunt Mary. This looks like something, some kind of bootleg of something really rare. I don't know that to be certain, but I bet it is. Now the picture disc is at 40. Joe Salamo 15 on ELO. Sell that to Joe Salamo. And now Peter Criss has a bid for 37. So everything has new bids. Alive Symphony is at 220 with Tony Wade. Peter Criss is at 40. James Hicks is done. Air Supply is $9.99 with the Lost in Love hype sticker. The Atomic Roosters, a white label promo, $39.99. Made in England. That's the name of the album, and it's nice. White label promo sticker. Over here, Mark Weiss offered 40 for Pink Floyd. If you do 45 on that, I'll go ahead and sell it to you, okay? 45, and I'll go ahead and sell you Pink Floyd. Next thing is Vladicek on Aunt Mary. That is sold to Vladicek Aunt Mary or Aunt Mary. How about Aunt? Aunt? Cotton Pickin' Jets, $19.99. And we have Johnny Carroll. Johnny Carroll is 1989 Sweden Rockabilly, $24.99 on that. And The Firm, Paul Rogers and Jimmy Page, $24.99 on that, okay? Over here, Kiss Symphony Alive 4. Kiss Symphony is not sealed. It's a 3 LP. All the discs are EX or better. And the high bid's $220, okay? Mark Weiss gets Pink Floyd for $45. That's sold. Wrong Rooster, that was for bootleg you showed. Okay, that's already sold to Kelly Vladicek. The Paul Stanley picture disc is sold for $40 to Brian Berger. Thank you, Brian. And to Hicks, that was also bidding. Let's put that away. By the way, that did come with the original plastic there, back to black. So that was complete with that. And then over here, we have this. We have Peter Criss, an 82 German OG, Casablanca, nice jacket, and the vinyl's super nice, EX Plus or better. The pre-order for his new album is up in our private group. I'm doing the silver vinyl. There's also clear vinyl, but I'm doing silver vinyl first. Maybe a little bit later, so there's no confusion. I'll do that. And then something else, I want to let everybody know, I ordered 20 copies, and they're in stock, and they're coming. this week, and it was a little bit of confusion, and that was for Mother Love Bone. So Mother Love Bone, and what I might have to do is do one of these right here. So this is coming in this week on black vinyl. I have about 120 people on a waiting list. 120 people for colored vinyl. The colored vinyl's probably not coming in, okay? That's probably not going to happen. So I went ahead and posted like an arriving this week because one of my distributor had hundreds. And of course, that kind of confused some people because they're like, wait a minute, I had already reserved one of these months ago. That's for the colored vinyl. So if you for sure want a black vinyl, I would go comment on that post. There's 20 on the way. I can get them pretty regularly. And then I'm probably going to start having me and Ed reply to everybody that's on that waiting list for the colored vinyl and see who actually wants a black vinyl. And I don't think it really matters right now because it's the eco vinyl. I don't think there's really a big difference right now in price between the two. So if you want a Mother Love Bone, those have been out of print forever. And I can get them right now. Just that one. I can't get Apple, just Shine. The other one's not available. Melanie Jeans gets the Firm for $24. And then Peter Criss is at $42 and Kiss is at $225. Oso's bid of $225 came in first. So Oso has Kiss for $225. Peter Criss is at $42. Robin Trower, In City Dreams was $19.99. We also have Jeff Wayne's musical version of War of the Worlds. This is pretty cool. It's got David Essex and Phil Lynott from Thin Lizzy. This is music set to that famous War of the Worlds H.G. Wells deal. Danny Kerwin, who was in Fleetwood Mac, this is his solo album, second chapter, $24.99. Michael Nesmith, If, Waterfall still available. David and David, Boomtown. Robert Palmer is still available, $19.99. Promo sticker, and the vinyl's really nice. Kiss is at $227. Kiss is at $230. Patsy Cline, Greatest Hits. Also, Mr. Kansas, Willie Nelson, Van Morrison, Jean-Luc Ponty, and Alan Parsons Project. No, so like that is the only Mother Love Bone I can get, just this one. So about 3 months ago, they said they were going to repress these on colored vinyl. Huge announcement. They made a very short print run on colored vinyl, and they said, we are not making any more on colored vinyl for a while. Then an announcement came in from my distributor, hey, we got Shine in stock on black vinyl, hundreds of them. And that's why I posted this today. Apple is not available. That's the only two. Apple could come at some point, but the only one I can sell you this week right now is black vinyl Shine, $33.99. That's the only one I can get you. I've got 20 on the way, and if anybody wants one, it looks like I've sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and some other people I got to reply to a few more people on here. So no one's really on a list unless you commented today on that post. I'm not going to get anybody a black vinyl that asks for a colored vinyl. That would be potentially dozens of refunds and mass chaos for Ed. So I've got to go down that colored vinyl list and start replying to people, hey, we've got black vinyl in stock. Do you want one? Please reply yes or no. And that's going to be on the colored vinyl pre-order. Because if we start tagging people black vinyl when they pre-ordered colored, it could be chaotic. There would be Ed would have to reply to literally 120 people on a wait list. He'd probably have to reply to 70 people and explain what's going on. So it's basically a whole new pre-order, okay? A whole new pre-order. And if you want one live right now and you don't have Facebook, you need to let me know. All right, let's get into another crate. So it really sucks when a huge new record comes out on colored vinyl and they say, you know what, we're not going to make but just a few and make everybody mad. And then it's chaotic for me because I can't fulfill pre-orders, and they're like, okay, we could very easily make more colored vinyl, but we're not. We're going to discontinue that, and we're going to make more on black vinyl, probably because it's cheaper. I don't know. And then it creates this whole chaotic system. It's horrible for the collectors. It's terrible for us. We got to cancel pre-orders. We're messaging people. It's chaotic. Now there's 3 different versions in print. Everybody's running around with their house on fire. Peter Criss, Let Me Rock You. This is a final call, an 82 German OG EX Plus condition. That is what this album is. John Morris has it for $42. If you're not John Morris, you don't have it for $42. John Morris, $42. John Morris. Everybody else is out. Over here, Kiss Symphony 4, a 2003 USOG. 2003 USOG. 3 LP, Scott Williams, $230. Topographic War of the Worlds is $29.99. There is no KC in the Sunshine Band. Put down Rebecca Barber for A Mother Love Bone. What was the Luther Allison? Luther Allison was called Nightlife. It is $24.99. This whole crate was bought now best offer. I've read through it twice. We're about to go through another one. Not before we put up another auction. There's a lot of requests. Here's the next one. Kiss My ASS. A 1994 USOG red vinyl. Wow, just a $35 start for the original. Anthrax, Garth Brooks, Lemonheads, Lenny Kravitz, Dinosaur Jr. Extreme, Gin Blossoms, $35 start. Brian Stern said he was in first on Kiss at $230. He was. Scott Williams, you're out on Kiss. Brian Stern bid before you at $230. Sorry, Brian. And Scott, you've been outbid. Scott, you do not have the high bid. You're out. You are out. So Kiss Symphony is at $230 with Brian. Scott, you're out. Now Peter Criss all of a sudden getting new bids. Victor Guerra, you're out. Brian Tassin bid first at $45. And now Kiss My ASS already has bids for $35 and $35. And we're going to swap out crates. We're going to bring over a brand spanking new crate. That one was still pretty loaded with some great stuff. Sorry for the delay. A couple big announcements this week. Mother Love Boat coming back in. Which when I seen that, I was like, oh boy. I'm going to go ahead and be shooting myself in the foot. This is going to cause a lot of chaos and confusion. But I think we have got it figured out. I'll have to just manually message literally everybody in the old pre-order. And hopefully those people start replying to me. Otherwise, it's going to be chaotic. These record labels. Some of these record labels have no clue what they're doing. There'll be something like a grunge album out of print for 30, 40, 50 years, and they're like, you know what? We're only going to make 50 of them. There's about 12,000 people who want this. We're only going to make 50 of it and make it very, very difficult still to get it. And I'm like, what is the logic in that? I feel like if I was running a record label and I was here to make money, I'd be like, let's crank these suckers out. Keep these Mother Love Bones being pressed. Colored vinyl all day long, 24/7. Kiss over here, the last bid was Tyson Morgan at $235. That means everybody's still bidding. And now Kiss My ASS is at $45, and Peter Criss, I was waiting to hear back from one person, Victor Guerra. Victor, it's up to you. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer, okay? Buy it now or best offer. First thing is the Allman Brothers. Wipe the windows, check the oil, dollar gas. A double LP, $29.99. The Allman Brothers. Capricorn Records, 2 LP. Live compilation there. Black Rose, $29.99. Black Rose has Share. This is on Casablanca Records, $29.99. The last bid on Kiss Symphony, I hope this is right. Scott Williams bid $235. Everybody else is out. And if you're not Scott, I have him at $235. Peter Criss has a +2 bid. Oh, no. Peter Criss is at $47. Brian Tassin, you're out. $47. Also, we have If. We had If 3 earlier. Or, no, we had If. We had a different If I don't see as often. This is If by If. $29.99. Jay Nutri gets the Allman Brothers for $20. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Sticks Crystal Ball, really cool. Hop sticker, promo sticker, and it's a promo marked Sticks Crystal Ball. A white label promo with the original under sleeve, promo punched, hop sticker, and promo sticker. Sticks is $29.99. Also, the Birds pre-flight. The Birds is $29.99 pre-flight. And Howlin' Whiff, not Wolf, Whiff. Not Wolf, Wilf, and the VJs, 1988 UK, $19.99. Brent Robley on S for Sticks, that sold. Are we done on Kiss Symphony? I'm assuming everybody's done on Kiss Symphony. It's Scott Williams at $235. Brian Stern, are you back in? He says he's out. Now Sticks is up. Sticks is sold to Brent, Calvin second, Peter Criss is at 48, and KMA is at 55. That's on red vinyl. That's on red vinyl. Next thing we have is Alan Leatherwood, Rockabilly Music and Break Jobs, $14.99 on that. Also Cher, and Cher is $24.99. I think that's just self-titled. Like Elaine said, it's just Cher. It's $24.99. Angel, hell of a band. Angel is $17.99. Clip corner on that one. Willie Nelson, Country Willie, with a hype sticker. Contains the hit single, The Last Letter. You know, I don't see this Willie as often, and I've definitely not seen one in Shrink and Hype. $19.99 for Willie Nelson. And Blow Us to Cult, Some Enchanted Evening. Blow Us to Cult, $24.99. That's live BOC. Don't Fear the Reaper. And Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, $34.99. John McPatriot on Angel for $15. And Kiss Symphony is sold. And that is sold to Scott Williams for $235. Brent Robley on Willie Nelson sold. Now Paul Stanley is at $50 and then another $50. So Victor Guerra has it for $50. Stanley Richmond, you're out. Brian Tassin has it for $55. Victor Guerra, you're out. KMA, I'm going to make sure that William Lee Murray doesn't want to bid again. Final call to Brent Robley for $55. Jay Nutra gets BOC. Whoops. Jay Nutra gets BOC for $20. And Steele's Young Band. Stephen Steele's Neil Young. Great song here. Long May You Run. That's $19.99. Willie Nelson, Sweet Memories. $12.99 for Willie Nelson. And Jack Bruce, Out of the Storm. You know, I don't know if I've seen that one so often. Jack Bruce, mostly known for being the bass player in a band called Cream. That's one of his mini solo albums, $19.99. So what do we got up? We got Peter Criss of Kiss. We got Kiss, Kiss My ASS. That means we just need another Kiss. And that other Kiss is going to go up right now. Let's pull another one from the high-end tab. And that is this right here. This is, whoa, this is a real OG Kiss, first press. This is Kiss, self-titled debut. Here's the question. No Kissin' Time. A real OG pressing, 1974 U.S. Terre Haute. No Kissin' Time on the album, no Kissin' Time on the label. The true first pressing of Kiss's debut album. VG cover, VG vinyl, a $75 start. NYB, $14. NYB was Neil Young Band. No, what was NYB? That was Steele's Young Band. Tom Sullivan, I'm assuming you're talking about that, right? That is sold to you for $14. And then we've got Elvis Presley, Loving You, a 62 Indianapolis, $39.99 for Elvis Presley. Nice. $39.99 for Loving You. All 20 hits in one John LP. Feeling Groovy. Looks like a pretty cool comp here. $12.99. Loving Spoonfuls on here. Smith, Baby, It's You. The Turtles, So Happy Together. The Beach Boys, $12.99 on that. And Marvin Gaye, nice. Let's Get It On. I've been feeling trying to hold on this feeling for so long. $49.99 for Marvin Gaye. And it looks like Kiss My ASS. Brent, Kiss My, that's sold to you for $55, okay? And then Peter Criss is at $60. An OG first pressing, first issue of Kiss's debut album, a $75 start. It's now up for bid. Mark Weiss on Feeling Groovy. That's so to Mark Weiss. And Neil Young, Russ Never Sleeps. Hey, hey, my, Johnny Rotten. Led Zeppelin 4, a Carrollton press. Let's see what we got going on here. $34.99. This is a mid-70s. Led Zeppelin 4 in beautiful condition, $34.99. Chuck Haley next on Groovy. Kiss has bids for $75. Kiss has bids for $75. And now our next auction is Paul Stanley. You may know him as Paul Stanley. I know him as Paul Stanley. This is a 78 USPRC Richmond OG. It has the original inner sleeve, VG Plus, no poster, no merch insert, just the inner sleeve. The jacket, though, not bad. Too bad it doesn't say Paul Stanley right there, right? He's got a great signature. Maybe you can buy that next time he's doing a signing. Go get that thing signed. $25 start on that. Now Kiss is at $100. How much was Live Rust? Great live Neil Young there. $34. There's three great selections there. Live Neil Young, a 70s pressing of Led Zeppelin 4, and a classic soul album with Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On. Jay Nutra, if you don't want Live Rust, it looks like Sean Miller does. Prince, $19.99. An RCA Club, $39.99. And Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense, $54.99. Wow, there's like there's several auctionable records that's left in here, okay? Kiss is VG, OG, no kissing time, first press, no kissing time on label, no kissing time on jacket, VG vinyl, VG cover. The high bid right now is $100. Next is Sean Miller on Neil Young. That's sold. Now Kiss is at $125. And the last bid on Peter Criss over here is Victor Guerra's out. Brian Tassin has it for $60. That's a German original copy, and Paul Stanley has already got a bid with Jeff Church for $25. Okay, and now we're about to go 4 wide with auctions. And I know at this point you're probably like, my gosh, Chad, can you please just take it easy for a second? You're throwing so much information at us. My head's starting to spin. My mouth is starting to water. I'm starting to get all itchy, and just things are just not going well because you just keep on putting auction after auction of all these amazing records. My head is starting to spin. This is Scorpions Face the Heat, a 2019 German reissue. Plus, it has an EP. So it comes with an album and a bonus LP, plays at a 45 RPM, which is the bonus EP. That is going to go up for a $30 star. So let's go to the top cam right quick and see what's going on. Peter Criss has literally got seconds left. Kiss is still getting bids. It's at 130. It's a real no kissing time, VG. And then there's Paul Stanley, which just had one bid for $25. And then there's the Scorpions, okay? Let's go back up the top here and get caught up with the comments. The first thing is this. We had Paul Stanley 25, John Mincemoyer Kiss 125, Scott Dwallow on Prince for $35. Sell that to Scott for $35. Next thing over here is Kiss got a new bid for $130, and then David Doyle on Talking Heads. That's sold to David Doyle. Kiss got another bid for $140. Marvin Gaye is $49.99. Now the Scorpions at $30, Kiss at $150, Paul Stanley $27, Kiss $170. That means Peter Criss is sold, and that was sold up here to Brian Tassin for $60. Okay, there's that. All right, let's put that away. Boom and boom. Did you have a share? I had 2 different shares. I had Black Rose back here. I had Black Rose with share, $29.99, and then I had share by share. I had share self-titled. It's $24.99. 2 different share options in there. We got Paul Stanley at 30, Jeremy Markoff for 30 for Zeppelin. Let's get that go. When the levee breaks. Thank you, Jeremy. That's so to you. Nice. Dark Side of the Moon. A 73 OG. A real OG pressing with both posters, $74.99. No condition notes on the vinyl and a VG Plus jacket. This is a real Kiss debut, no kissing time. It is a 74 Terre Haute original, VG jacket and VG vinyl, so no kissing time. This is the first issue, $175 with Stanley Richmond. Paul Stanley's getting bids, and the Scorpions just has one bid for $30. Also, we got Steely Dan Asia. Steely Dan is $34.99. Steely Dan Asia, the AA with the B scratched out. I think that's the Pretty Desirable mix. $34.99 on that. And Grateful Dead, what a long, strange trip it's been. The best of Grateful Dead, a 1977 German press. That is a Grateful Dead compilation as a German press, $49.99. What is the other share of them? There's one black and white and the other cover one. So this is called Black Rose. It's a band that Cher was in. And then this one's called Share by Share, 29 and 24. No condition notes on those, Pam. So Black Rose, I think it was just like a one-time deal. She was in, they did that one album from what I understand, Black Rose. Okay. I got a whole stack over here of Kiss 45s. We've already sold a couple tonight, but I'm going to try to slip in a couple more. These are nice Kiss picture sleeves. We have Tears Are Falling, and that's going to go up. If you want to bid on this, put 45. Okay, put 45, and that's going to go up for a $7 start, okay? $7 start on that. Next is this. We have Bush, not the band from the 90s that does Sound of Winter. This is a different Bush, $19.99 for that Bush. And then Kiss is at $200. Now Kiss is at $220. George Thorogood Maverick, hit song on this one, I Drink Alone with Nobody Else. George Thorogood is $19.99. And Blows to Colt Mirrors. BOC is $24.99 for Mirrors. Also, Alan Parsons Project Eve, $19.99. And Boston Third Stage, $34.99. Man, there's some nice, clean-looking records in here. Unbelievably, though, the Scorpions just sold one bid, $30. And that's sold to Tom Sullivan for $30, okay? There's that. And then Kiss is at $220. Kiss is at 200 Kisses at 220, and is this catalog number 9001. This is NB 9001, first issue, first press, no kissing time, the real deal, VG, and the high bids at $220. If anybody else wants to bid on Paul Stanley, you got to go through one person, Jeff Church. It's an OG, just the original sleeve, no merch insert, no poster. He has it for $35, and then this single is a $10 start on that. Jean-Luc Ponty, Igmanatic Ocean. Jean-Luc Ponty is $9.99. The Doors, $34.99. Looks like it's an early 80s pressing on the blue, or excuse me, red and black Electra label. $34.99 on that. And Pink Floyd Relics, 75 Jacksonville. Pink Floyd Relics, nice. $39.99. That's pretty wild. Tom Sullivan on Black Rose. That is right here. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. And then Waylon. What goes around comes around. Waylon's in Shrink, $24.99. All of a sudden, the Kiss debut has halted at $220. I'm assuming that means everybody's done. Brian Preston has it for $220. Final call. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And at this point, you're probably like, my gosh, Chad, seriously, at this point, you're throwing so much at us. My dog is starting to cry. Like, not bark, not moan, like my dog is crying because you're throwing so much information at us, so many great records. Head is starting to spin. Vinnie Vince Invasion, all systems go. A 1988 U.S. Club, BMG Direct. It has the original under sleeve and Shrink. VG++ for Vinnie Vincent, a $45 start. Next is Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms. Dire Straits is $34.99. Has the original under sleeve with it. I Want My MTV. Let's check this. Looks like it's a club copy. Still could be Bob Ludwig. It's not on this one. $34.99. Very nice copy, though. Next thing is Paul Stanley Out. We sold Black Rose. Kiss has a new bid for $225 with Scott Williams. Ace Trouble Walking request. Waylon Details. OG Shrink Wrap Near Mint. Hop Sticker Original Price Tag. What goes around comes around. $24.99. No bid on this for $10. Tears Are Falling. You can pick that up for $10. And then Paul Stanley is sold to Jeff Church for $35. Now Kiss solo album. Kissin' Time. That's at $225. Going once, going twice. Now Vinnie Vincent's up. And Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, $34.99. Burning Spear, far over. Wow, we don't get their stuff too often. Burning Spear is an 82 UK, $44.99 on that. Burning Spear. All right, we have a request for Ace right here. Ace, Trouble Walking. An 89 US and Shrink, a beautiful OG copy. Near Mint Minus, an original under sleeve, $35 start. Chris Frazier on Waylon sold. Kiss Details. OG Terre Haute, no kissing time, first press. No kissing time on the jacket, no kissing time on the disc. VG, it's at $230. Next is Van Halen, Women and Children First, with the David Lee Roth poster. $54.99 top copy. OG inner sleeve and David Lee Roth poster near mint. $54.99. Bob Seger Night Moves in shrink wrap. $24.99 for Bob Seger Night Moves. Also, we have Neil Young Trans shrink wrap hop sticker price tag. $19.99 for Neil Young Trans and James Gang live in concert. And this is a promo sticker and white label promo. James Gang live in concert. $26.99. Unbelievably, nobody's bid on Vinnie Vincent, an 88 U.S. Club, BMG Direct, inner sleeve and shrink, VG++, a $45 start on Vinnie Vincent. Zero bids. Now Kiss is at $240. And then over here, Ace already has bids for $35 and $35. The Animals with House of the Rising Sun. Wow. 64 mono. I said wow because of two reasons. First of all, the jacket's beautiful. It's in mono, and John didn't put any condition notes on the disc. So it's going to pass at EX Plus or better. That's unusual to see that in such high grade. And that is the original mono press with House of the Rising Sun, $49.99. There is a House, and Mark Weiss gets Seeger. That's sold. Now Ace 40. Now Vinnie Vincent 45. Now Vinnie Vincent 45. Now Kiss 250. Now Ace 40. Now Ace 45. We have Junior Parker. Love ain't nothing but a business going on. $79.99 does have cover damage. The corner looks like it got a little damp at some point, but the vinyl's clean. $79.99. James Brown sold on top. James Brown $49.99. Christopher Yoakum on the Animals, nice there. Journey Evolution $19.99 on Journey Evolution, and Missing Persons. That is $19.99 for Missing Persons. The Turtles Golden Hits, $12.99 on the Turtles. And Atomic Rooster is $29.99. Atomic Rooster 4. Let's go over the details on Kiss. Probably the most asked about record of the night. It still keeps getting bids. It still keeps getting questions. Since this has been up, probably 100 different people have entered the chat. And they're like, holy crap, he's actually selling one. This is a 1974 Terre Haute OG. No kissing time on the disc. No kissing time on the cover. No kissing time at all. It's a VG cover with shelf wear and a VG disc conservatively graded. The last bid was $240 with Scott Williams. In the middle is Vinnie Vincent. It has a bid for $50. Now 52. Ace is also at 52. Jersey Devil bid 52. Sarah, you tied him. Christopher Yoakum got the Animals. Great decision there. The title of Burning Spear. Burning Spear was right here, and that one is called Far Over, an 82 UK original, $44.99. Matt Nichols on Missing Persons. William Billy Warner was next. Ace 52, Ace 52, Ace 52, Vinnie Vincent 52, Ace 55. And then we also have more Hot Rocks. Wow, very little ring wear on that one. That's unusual. For those that know, it's an early 80s pressing. Maybe that's why. $39.99. And then we have Genesis. Specially priced 2 LP set. Promo DJ copy, $34.99. Any chance you have the Matrix last parts? All right, I'm looking at side 1. Side 1 says 1T for Terre Haute. NB dash. There's something marked out, and then 9001-60001-1R, and then Bell Sound CTH with a squiggly looking S word, maybe G or Lee or something like that. And then over here, I think that's a 3 maybe. NB, something marked out, 001-60001-1R. Bell Sound CTH, no kissing time. 1974 Terre Haute OG. VG. Brian Tassin has Kiss at $250. Brian Casson has Kiss at $250. You probably did bid first. A lot of bids have been out of order. So what happens is someone bids $250 over on Twitch or YouTube, and there's a lot of people just looking at your Facebook chat. Let me go ahead and let you know something right now. If you're watching like on your phone and you're looking just at your Facebook chat, you are blind to reality. You are missing 2/3 of the show. Hopefully you're watching on a big enough screen where you can see all this over here. This is the actual, this right here, this is the actual live feed that everybody's seeing that shows Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and X. A lot of people just look at their Facebook chat and they miss 2/3 of the show. They think they're the high bidder. They think they were first, etc., etc. The Facebook chat is nearly useless. That is no good. Neither is the YouTube chat. Right here is the master feed, everybody. Right now, all the comments are from Facebook. See the Facebook icon, Facebook icon, Facebook icon. Here in a minute, you'll see a Twitch icon. Here in a minute, you'll see a YouTube icon, and that's where everybody else is watching. Let's go back to the top. The first thing was Vinnie Vincent got a bid for 60 with John Mintzmoyer. Ace got a bid for 55 with Sarah. Then Jersey Devil bid 62, and then Stanley Richmond went down to 55, and then Brian Tassin bid 250 on Kiss. Everybody else is out. Sarah's out on Ace. Javi's out on Vinnie Vincent. Ace got another bid at 56, but it was already at 62. Brian Connors put Joe. There's no Joe in here. And then over here, we have Dan Popovich out on Ace. Chad, what was the title of the Missing Persons album? The Missing Persons album you got was called Missing Persons. It was self-titled. Grade on Genesis. Everything in this crate is EX Plus or better. This is EX Plus. I would grade that one at quick glance. $34.99. There's another pre-order that was on my list. Depeche Mode. There we go. Laura, that was also over here on my short list. She's got that one going. Thank you. Now Kiss is at $265. Now Kiss is at $260. And there's Twitch again. There's Twitch. Where is Burning Spear pressed? Burning Spear, 1982 UK copy. United Kingdom. It's on Radic label. United Kingdom, $44.99. Over here, Genesis has an offer for $30. It's really up to Mark Weiss, okay? All right. Here we go. Mark V said he will take Genesis. That's sold to him. What a great crate. And guess what? There's 2 more over here fully loaded like this. Holy crap, we're busy tonight already. If you're just now hopping on, you've missed about 2 hours and 15 minutes of a lot of record selling. X-Wing will take Burning Spear. Great decision. We rarely get reggae in. Reggae is another one of those genres. There's literally no such thing as a reggae collection. If it is, it's maybe like 50 or 75 records somebody has. Those don't come through very often. Kiss is at $280 with Brian Tesson. This is a buy it now best offer. Kiss is at $280. OG real first press kissing time. In the middle is Vinnie Vincent Invasion. Vinnie Vincent, the last bid. If you're not John Mincemoyer or you think you're a higher already, I've got him at $60 and the hammer's literally up. And then over here we have Ace Frehley. That is Trouble Walking. This is a real OG first press and shrink near mint minus. I'm showing $62 of Jersey Devil and everybody else is out. Let's get started. I've got If you need a price, let me know. The Birds Pre-Flight. Also Howlin' Wolf and the VJs. Alan Leatherwood, Rockabilly Music and Break Jobs. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Willie Nelson, Sweet Memories. Jack Bruce, Out of the Storm. Elvis Presley, Loving You. 62 Indianapolis Press, $39.99. Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On, $49.99. Pink Floyd, this is $74.99. That's an OG 73 with both posters. Steely Dan Ajaz, $34.99. That's a desired matrix. A German press of the best of the Grateful Dead. Cher, self-titled. Bush, self-titled. George Thorogood, Maverick. Blois to Court Mirrors was $24.99. Alan Parsons, Project Eve, and Boston, Third Stage. All right. Jersey Devil gets Ace Frehley for $62. John Mincemoyer gets Vinnie Vincent for $60. It's up to Scott Williams on Kiss. Brian Tassin has it for $280. All right, let's go ahead and put up HTH, Hotter Than Hell. This is going to be a low start auction. We'll mix in a budget record. This, unfortunately, is in G+ condition, but it is original. It's a 74 Terre Haute OG, but it's G+. You can put HTH for Hotter Than Hell, $5 start on Hotter Than Hell. Kiss is now at $300. And now we're going to put up Gene Simmons. If you want to bid on this, put GS, the initials for Mr. Gene Simmons. This is a 78 Terre Haute original. No poster, no merch insert, just the original on her sleeve. EX condition. Gene Simmons is a $30 start. Also have Jean-Luc Ponty, Enigmatic Ocean, The Doors self-titled, early 80s pressing, Pink Floyd Relics, Dire Straits Brothers in Arms, Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, Saretha Sessions on PF, and PF was for Pink Floyd. Thank you on that. Also over here we got Van Halen with the original poster, David Lee Roth poster, OG, Near Mint Minus, that's $54.99. Neil Young Trans is $19.99. James Gang Live in Concert, $26.99. And Junior Parker does have cover damage, $74.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next one is going to be Crocus. Crocus, change of address, is shrink wrapped, hop sticker, really cool original sale price sticker. It's OG EX Plus, a $20 start on that. Next thing, Hotter Than Hell 10, Hotter Than Hell 9, Hotter Than Hell 11, Hotter Than Hell 10. Tom Petty was $34.99. Patrick Lear, $50 on Junior Parker, sold to Patrick Lear. Hotter Than Hell 12, Hotter Than Hell 14. Brian Tassin's out on Kiss. Scott Williams has it for $300. That's a final call. James Brown Soul on Top, $49.99. Journey Evolution is $19.99. The Turtles Golden Hits is $12.99. So Happy Together. More Hot Rocks and Atomic Rooster. That's a quick recap there. Chad is in desperate need of a bottle of water. I got to go do that right now. I feel like I have spit out about 20,000 pages of information in the last couple hours. I know I have. Blah, 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 blah. Rum, bum, 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 bum. Okay, where are you? Bottled water, jalapeno bread from Tanner. I'm going to go ahead and grab a couple pieces of this. And it looks pretty dang delicious. More Addison bread, sourdough bread. My mom has officially scheduled Thanksgiving. She said, Thanksgiving, 4 o'clock, be there or be square. And I said, Mama, you bring the pies. I'll bring my spirit. I'll make an appearance. I will make an appearance. Thanksgiving is booked. Fun times. Eating till you literally just start vomiting. Just pure gluttony. Okay. Whew. This bread looks pretty good. It looks like it's got little pieces of jalapenos in it. Mmm. Some kind of cheesy bread. Ah, I feel so much better. Okay, Kiss is officially sold. Kiss, sold. This is sold to Scott Williams for $300. Kiss, sold to Scott Williams, $300. Thank you, Scott. All right, now next in line is Hotter Than Hell. It's G+. It is OG Terre Haute, but it's G+. Jerry Rock has it for 20. That's a final call. Gene Simmons is OG. It's at 32 with Hendry. It's not bad, though. EX, it doesn't have a poster or merch, but $32. And then Crocus was a $20 start. Excuse me. When I walked away, there was a claim for Atomic Rooster, Brent Robley. Who do I need to talk to about my invoice? Michelle, you need to message Ed. Also, Michelle, this morning, there was a Pink Floyd claim. You might have already replied to me by now. You wanted greatest hits. Okay, we need to put Michelle Clements. We need to put Michelle Clements on a waiting list for Pink Floyd greatest hits. Okay. I will get you down for that. Okay, because there was 2, but I got you down. I just now opened up Facebook since I got started. All right. Wow, that was some great jalapeno bread. I'm not done with it either. I had to get some quick energy. I've been pretty much nonstop. We've read through that crate twice. This is about to sell. That's about to sell, and that's about to sell. Let's go ahead and grab the second new vintage arrival crate for tonight. I don't think I've gone through a check condition one yet, have I? But John's bound to have a check condition crate over here somewhere. Yep, here it is. And this is usually the crate of the night, the check condition one. Let me take a quick peek in it. Oh, wow. Yes, yes. Okay, yes. All right. Yes. Oh, wow. Okay, wow. Yes. All right. Yes, yes. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Let's remain calm. Okay, yes, yes. All right, here we go. Here we go. So, Hotter Than Hell sold to Jerry Rock for $20. Gene Simmons sold to Hendry for $32. And nobody been on Crocus. It's OG, really nice and shrinking hop. Change of address, $20 on Crocus. Lots of K's tonight. Crocus, Kiss, and Killers. Next thing is this, Ace, Space Invader. It's on deck. But first, we're going to do this one right here. You wanted the best, you got the best. Coletco. No, this is Kiss, a 96 USOG compilation in Shrink with Hop, an $85 star. Rick Hogg on K for Crocus, sell that to him for $20. And then we just had somebody ask for Space Invader. Ace Frehley Space Invader. This is the 2014 USOG sealed with Hop. Sealed, OG, $30 start on that. So there's Kiss, there's Ace Frehley. And then I got a bonus crate, and I think that's been some of the stuff that people have been pretty curious about, some of the, quote, bonus stuff over here, like Black and Blue. Black and Blue is self-titled, an 84 USOG near mint minus, gold stamp promo, and Black and Blue is a $20 start. New check condition stuff. These are going to be buy it now or best offer. These are going to be buy it now or best offer. Crazy Horse, VG Plus $24.99. And you've probably heard Neil Young and Crazy Horse. That's what they're talking about. Oh, man, I forgot something. Stanley Richmond says he wants a Let's Play Chess. So this is new. If you missed all the new stuff for tonight, new sealed, this is a new Chess Blues Anthology compilation that comes out Friday. I'm down to 3 copies. Stanley Richmond said he wants a copy, and he wants 2 cleaning cloths. If you missed the cleaning cloths from last week, these are pretty dang cool. I have sold literally hundreds since I've been on here live streaming. These are $5.99, and I have dozens left, okay? Stanley Richmond got a Let's Play Chess and 2 cleaning cloths, so those are sold to him, and if we need more cleaning cloths, I got them. I've got them right here. I've got boxes full of them. Where are they? They're somewhere. They're around here somewhere. I've got all kinds of them. What did I do with them? I kind of need to know, honestly. All right, and then I need to bring out the Kiss figures. We bought another new collection over the weekend. Y'all probably heard Paul come in like Thursday or Friday night when they got back from Minnesota. More new metal. I hadn't posted the hot pictures yet, but man, we just got more new Kiss stuff in, more Kiss collectibles, more metal records, and they're leaving to go to Houston next Tuesday to buy an insane collection. So if you're new to Collectco, I think a lot of y'all know this by now, every night there's new stuff. You probably don't need to wait for me to make a post saying new collection or this. Every night there's new vinyl as long as it gets delivered. There's new vintage stuff as long as people see us pricing it. And of course, we always have great auctions. That's every single night, okay? You don't have to wait for a new collection or a special announcement. Every single night. This is stuff that's never been put out. You may see some records every night, but I promise you if I say they're new, it's another one that's being put out. Crazy Horse, VG Plus $24.99. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, that's VG $14.99. And then Genesis, Selling England by the Pound. Genesis is VG Plus $14.99. Styx, Paradise Theater, that's VG $9.99. And Diodato, Prelude. And that has also Sprach Zarathustra 2001, which is the Elvis Presley song, the Ric Flair song, the 2001 Space Odyssey song, VG $9.99. The Police Synchronicity, that is an original purple vinyl, VG $14.99. And Deep Purple, when we rock, we roll, we roll, VG Plus $19.99. All right, so Kiss. This does not have a bid yet. I'll give it one more chance. Kiss is at $85, a 96 USOG. You wanted the best, you got it. That is at $85. And then Ace Frehley has one bid for $32 for Jersey Devil, and Black and Blue 20, 25, 27, and 20. So MT Matt has it for 27. Josh Brown said Gen 12. Genesis is sold to Josh Brown for $12. Thank you on that. Yes, make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. And if you haven't already, make sure you followed our page and you subscribed over on YouTube. T-Rex, the slider. T-Rex is VG Plus $26.99. Cheap Trick's debut, and actually up for pre-order right now, is the newest album. They have a new album coming out this Friday. That is now up for pre-order. Cheap Trick is $19.99. And then the Byrds, greatest hits, some good stuff here. VG original label, Mr. Tambourine Man, $9.99. And An American Prayer, Jim Morrison, music by The Doors, EX $32.99. All right, well, at the last possible second, there's a new bid on Ace Frehley for $33. And Black and Blues at $30 with James Hicks, now $32. But nobody bid on Kiss. You can pick that up for $85. You wanted the best, you got it. $85 buy it now on that. Our next one is Creatures of the Night. Holy crap. This is the 1995 glow-in-the-dark vinyl. Holy crap. Kiss Creatures of the Night, limited edition, glow-in-the-dark vinyl from 1995. $295 start on Kiss Creatures of the Night. $295 start on that. Next is Aces at $33. Jersey Devil, You've Been Outbid. Black and Blue $32. And then Von Stom on Cheap Trick for $15 sold. Oso Adventure gets the Kiss for $85 buy it now. David Doyle on the Byrds and Jim Morrison is sold to Rick Hall for $25, and now Ace is at $35. Also, the Tubes, the Completion Backwards Principle, EX $22.99. Nazareth, No Mean City. Nazareth is VG condition, $12.99 for Nazareth. And Elton John, 21 at $33. That's VG condition, $9.99. Okay. Let me send something to Jake and Tanner while I'm thinking about it. Okay. All right. All right. Ace. All right. Ace 35. Black and blue 35. Tubes is sold to Scully Mac for 15. Jerry Rock on Nazareth. For 10, sell that to Jerry Rock, and black and blue 35. Next thing is Paul Simon. There goes a Ryman Simon. That's VG 9.99. John Cougar, Nothing Matters and What If It Did. EX 17.99, and then Eddie Money, self-titled. Gold Stamp Promo, VG Plus 9.99. Focus 3 is EX 22.99. And then James Taylor, I've seen Fire and I've seen Rain. Original label, VG 12.99 for Sweet Baby James. Creature of the Night is the 1995 green glow-in-the-dark vinyl, or blue, whatever color that is. $295 start, no bids. Next is Ace Frehley Space Invader. This one is sold to Jersey Devil for $35. And black and blue, the high bid is James Hicks at $35. Robin Glenn on Eddie Money. Darren Wallace, you were second. We also got Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, VG $12.99. And Aerosmith, Permanent Vacation. Ragdoll's on here. Dude looks like a lady. And that's a gold stamp promo, VG Plus $24.99. Also going up for auction right now. So we got Kiss, we got Black and Blue. That tells me we got room for a solo album. How about Fraley's Comic Live Plus One? An 88 USOG gold stamp promo. Does have a saw caught up here. Probably because it's a gold stamp promo. $25 start. Next is Blast Paris. Blast Paris is 1987, VG Plus $9.99. Michelle Clements on Aerosmith, that's sold to Michelle. Darren Wallace second on that one. The Car, self-titled debut, VG Plus $24.99. And then Ronnie Montrose is EX $12.99, Kiss Best. That already sold for a buy now of $85. If an auction doesn't get a bid, there's a really good chance it ends up getting grabbed for the buy now price, what I call post-auction buy. For example, no one bid on this. You can pick it up right now for $295, okay? That didn't get a bid, but you can buy it now. And then Black and Blue here, it's a final call. James Hicks, $35, and I just laid down Ace Frehley. He's a $25 star, and we're going to add another Kiss auction. Over here in the Kiss crate, I've still got Alive. I've got Destroyer, Animalize, Dynasty, and then here we go. We hadn't done any bootlegs tonight. Here is more Wicked Kisses. Kiss doing their Halloween, or excuse me, their Christmas cover there. And this is Kiss Demos. It's a compilation from 70 to 77. More Wicked Kisses, a $35 start on that. You can bid on that one and put Kiss. Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits, Can't You See? VG $12.99. And then The Doors, Weird Scenes Inside the Go Man. The Doors is VG $24.99. Top Gun is VG Condition $14.99. Into the Danger Zone. This is Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup. VG $14.99 on that. And Cat Stevens, T for the Tillerman. Great stuff here. VG Plus $9.99. Baby, It's a Wild World. That's on there, $9.99. Black and Blue is officially sold. That's sold to James Hicks for $35. He also has Kiss for $35, and Chris Bachek has Ace for $25. So those are all going once, going twice. Let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be Crocus, and this is Alive and Screaming. Crocus is an 86 OG, near mint minus, a $15 start for Crocus. Also, Toto, self-titled, VG $9.99. And tonight, after we get done with vinyl, I want to remind everybody that we will do the rest of the CD collection tonight. So around 11, 11:30, midnight, whenever we have officially gone through all the new stuff, I've done all the best offer and half-off crates I can take, and you can take, and we've done at least one or two nonsense bins, we will get into the rest of the CD collection, and that's probably how we'll end the night. We got some good ones over here. First thing is this, Top Gun. Josh Brown was first at $10. That's sold to Josh Brown for $10. Chris Martin also got Marshall Tucker for $9.99. Robin Glenn, you were second on Top Gun. Kiss got a new bid for $35, and now a new bid for $36. Matt Nichols on Blast for $12. I'm not for sure what that was. And then Ace 27 and Crocus 15. Okay. Yes, it's rock. It's rock CDs. That's what we went through. Like we went through Saturday night. It was pretty crazy. Yeah. Oh, it's great stuff. Yeah, it's great stuff. I don't know about metal, but there's a lot of rock. So Freely's comic, the high bid on this, 88 USOG. Chris Bachek, you're out. Steve McGee has it for 27. More Wicked Kisses is at 36. And this is an unofficial. It's not a gatefold jacket. It's a single pocket. More Wicked Kisses, white vinyl, and that I'm showing at 36 of Jerry Rock. And then over here, now 40 of James Hicks. Crocus, Alive and Screaming, is at 16. And that's with Michelle. Rick Hall just tied her. And then we have Matt Nichols wants Blast. Blast Paris. And that was sold to Matt Nichols. Matt, this was $9.99. So I'll just go ahead and sell it to you for $9.99, okay? And then moving on, we have Pink Floyd Animals, an OG Pittman press, VG $39.99. Hold On, I'm Coming, Sam and Dave, VG Plus $34.99. Wicked Kisses $45, Crocus $17, Crocus $20. Ace Frehley, Chris Bachek back in at $28. Rolling Stones Flowers, a red label mono, VG condition, which is probably the most common way to find this. If you have a red label anything Rolling Stones mono, high grade, you could call it rare. I mean, literally, the population would be very low for any red label mono Stones near mint. Virtually near impossible to come by. Elvis is back, a 1960 VG Plus, $49.99. Elvis is back. That's an original mono press, $49.99 on that. Bob Seger Mongrel, VG Plus $24.99. Michelle Clements on the Stones. John McPatriot offered $30 for Pink Floyd. Let me go back and check the sticker on that one. Ooh, Animals. I will split the difference with you on this one at $35. You know, it's not too bad. Always a tough one there. Very cool. One of my favorites. Ace is out. So that means Ace, with Chris being out, there must have been a new bid. Edward Boosie bid $35, okay? Now Wicked Kisses at $50. Last bid on Crocus was $22 with Scully Mac. That means Darren's out, Rick Hall's out, and Michelle, you're out. So Scully Mac has Crocus for $22. Also, Van Halen 1984, VG Plus $34.99 for Van Halen. And Uriah Heep, VG Plus $19.99 for Uriah Heep. Nice. Van Morrison Moondance, VG, and it's on the first label. $14.99. Fantastic stuff there. And Eagles, One of These Nights, VG Plus $24.99. John said he will go ahead and do the 35 on Pink Floyd. Kiss 50, Crocus 25, Crocus 26. Wow, we've almost filled up a whole crate over here. Another fantastic crate of new vintage stuff, and I'm about to go right into another one. So don't go anywhere. Don't come around here no more. Whatever you're looking for. All right, quick single. It's not Kiss this time. It's a white label promo of This Girl Is Mine. Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney. A white label promo, $7 start. That's now up for bid. First thing we have is Pink Floyd Soul, Crocus out. Van Morrison, $10. Van Morrison sticker price. Dan Moran, this is yours, but it will be $14.99. Somebody just kind of out offered you on that one, so that's up to you. And then over here, Ace Frehley, Edward Boosie has it for $35. Crocus is at $30. And what about Kiss? James Hicks has it for $50. Final call. Okay, great crate here. Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson promo, 7 and now 10. Chad's touching his toes. Chad's gonna get a quick stretch in. Chad is getting upset. George likes his chicken spicy. Oh, man. Come on. Oh. Whew. Okay, I'm going to get back up. I'm squatted down right now. And, you know, I'm like in a low squat position, and I'm about to stand back up. Everybody with me? 1, 2. Oh. Okay. Dan Moran does get the Van Morrison at sticker price. Kelly Gabney second on that one. Now that crate's really full. Let's go swap this out. 4 full crates of vinyl already sold tonight. That's fantastic. Of course, we had a lot of pre-orders come in. Sometimes Monday's great for pre-orders. I did pull an amazing record out earlier to auction. Let me see if this is an original label. It's not an original label, but man, this is beautiful. I pulled this out here later, possibly to auction or maybe for tomorrow. I might have Laura give me the exact details for tomorrow. This is a Dylan Greatest Hits, but it's near mint in shrink with hop sticker and poster. It has the poster in there as well, so that's a beautiful copy. I wish it was the first label, but either way, that's pretty desirable with the poster. The poster by itself is pretty dang collectible. Okay? And let's get a new crate going. So we've already filled up 4 crates, and let's fill up about 50 more if we can tonight. I look forward to having a big week because I'm here every night, and then Paul's going to start us out next week for a new week on Sunday. So this upcoming Sunday, Psych Alert, Psychedelic Sunday with Paul this Sunday. And I was thinking about doing something myself, but when he told me that earlier, I was like, good. So we're going to have 7 straight days of records. I'll be here the next 6 days, barring some unforeseen incident, okay? So Ace Frehley, I hope everybody's done. Edward Boosie has it for $35, okay? He has the high bid. Next is Kiss. This is sold to James Hicks. James Hicks, this is sold to you for $50. Thank you on that, James Hicks. That's done. Crocus, I hope we were done. The last bid I seen was Darren Wallace at $30. Hope everybody's done. We're about to sell it. Same thing for Frehley. And then Paul McCartney, MJ, Kelly Vloddercheck, $25. Here's what's left in this check condition bin. Crazy Horse, if you need a price, let me know. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, Styx, Paradise Theater, Diodato Prelude, The Police, Synchronicity, Deep Purple, When We Walk, We Rock, T-Rex the Slider, T-Rex the Slider, Elton John, 21 at 33. We have Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon, John Cougar, Nothing Matters, Focus, Focus 3, James Taylor, Sweet Baby James, Three Dog Night, It Ain't Easy, The Cars, self-titled, Ronnie Montrose, Open Fire, The Doors, Weird Scenes, The Stones, Goat Head Soup, Cat Stevens, Tea for the Tillerman, Toto, self-titled, Sam and Dave, Hold On, I'm Coming, Elvis is Back, 60 Mono Original, Bob Seger, Mongrel, Van Halen, 1984, Uriah Heep, self-titled, and Eagles, One of These Nights. All right, so this is sold to Kelly Vloddercheck for $25. Paul McCartney, Michael Jackson, thank you. That means Crocus is sold for $30 to Darren Wallace, and that means Edward Boosie gets Ace Frehley for $35, and that means we're ready for all new auctions, okay? Let me make sure that was $35. Yeah, Edward Boosie gets Ace $35. Next Kiss record. This is Kiss Alive Worldwide, Rotterdam, 1996. A 25th anniversary. This is a 25th anniversary, Kiss Alive Worldwide. This is an unofficial, limited to 75 copies. It's 3 LPs. This is Kiss live in the Netherlands, 1996, and everything's EX or better. $75 star. Van Halen, 1984, is sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt. That's sold to you. Okay. Let's put up another one while I'm rolling new stuff out. And the next thing I have, if you want to bid on this, put Love Gun. Okay, and Love Gun, holy moly. Love Gun is a 77 OG club, but it does have the merch and the gun. VG Plus, put LG, okay? LG if you want to bid on Love Gun, 35 on that. Matt, 1984 was VG Plus, $34.99. It was OG. Okay, and let's go right into another new crate. I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of condensing on these. I think John's 3 crates can almost condense down into 2. Probably after we go through this next crate, his 4 crates will be down into 1. And he also brought up 4 more boxes of 45s. I hadn't said anything because I know if I did say something, which I just messed up by saying something, there'd be a lot of people want to see them and put them up for auction, but we are pretty booked for the night, so we'll do 45s another night. I'm slipping a few in, but we're pretty booked on auctions for tonight. Kiss stuff takes up a lot of activity. Plus, I have Kiss 45s over here. Holy crap, a copy of Noah. That doesn't come through too often. I'm looking through this neck check condition crate, and buddy, is it loaded. So I hope everybody's ready. This has got some great records in it. Would you expect anything different? No, you wouldn't. And then over here, we have Alive and we have Love Gun. So Kiss has a bid for 75 and now 90. And then we have Love Gun 3540 and Kiss 80. And Hendry was at that Kiss concert. Wow. Holy crud. Okay, so let's go over ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be Dirty Deeds. Dun, dirt, cheap. Dirty Deeds, and this is a 1981 U.S. Club. An 81 U.S. Club, Columbia Record Club edition with inner sleeve. It's in shrink, not bad at VG Plus for AC/DC at all. $20 start on AC/DC. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Laura crates. I believe she's in the process of marking some stuff right now. I believe so. We could only hope. We have Kiss at 115. That's the not a Rotterdam. In the middle is Love Gun, which has a bid for 60. And then AC/DC's at 25 of Matt Nichols. This is another new arrival check condition bin. Let's get started. Potluck with Elvis Presley. That's what we used to have at church on Wednesday nights. Potluck. Everybody brought a pot dish, and it's this draw of the luck if you got something you wanted. $19.99. Jay Giles Band, Freeze Frame, VG Plus $14.99. Over here we have the original soundtrack to Naked Angels. That looks pretty interesting. A 1969 promo, one of those motorcycle sexploitation type films from back in that era, $49.99. And we have the best of Donny Hathaway, a 78 Canadian, VG Plus $26.99, and another kind of psychedelia music movie from that same era, Candy, Birds and Steppenwolf on that one, another soundtrack, $19.99, and Soul Explosion Part 2. Wow, that's a compilation. It is VG. It's from Atlantic Records, so it's artists like Aretha, The Spinners, Blue Magic, Les McCann, Oscar Brown. $9.99. Dale Shannon on Naked Angels. That's pretty unusual to see that. Also, Foreigner, Double Vision, VG $14.99, and 10 years after, A Space and Time. And this is VG $9.99. All right, so I think Bill Samus, it's up to JD Conklin on this one. So, JD, let me know. Bill has it for $115, okay? And then Love Gun, I don't think anybody else is bidding. That's going to be sold to Brian Tassin for $60. And AC/DC's at $25 with Matt Nichols. It's really up to Larry Gonzalez and Scully Mack. Those are all final calls. Matt Nichols also grabs Foreigner. And then over here we have Pure Prairie League, their self-titled debut. That's VG $9.99. Let's see what other single we have over here. Let's do a Rolling Stone 7-inch single. This is Miss You. Do root do 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 dun 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 da 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 dun 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 dun, and the B-side is Far Away Eyes. $7 start on that, okay? Queen the Game. Queen is in VG condition, $14.99. Bluest Occult, Tyranny Mutation, BOC is VG, $14.99. Led Zeppelin, John marked it as a specialty press. It is VG, $24.99. George Piros, it's about a 1975, $24.99 on Led Zeppelin. It's not OG, but it's a mid-70s press. And Tears for Fears, there's an original press, $24.99, VG Plus condition. And then over here we have the new alternate artwork, 2LP expanded, colored vinyl anniversary edition. I have one copy left that comes out Friday, $49.99. Of course, that's new and sealed. And then over here we got Kiss, JD Conklin's out. This is sold to Bill Samus for $115. Thank you. Love Gun is sold to Brian Tassin for $60. Thank you. And then AC/DC all of a sudden get new bids. It was at $25. Now it's at $26. Now it's at $27. And then Steve McGee gets BOC. Destructo Cat, you were second. Alan Smith on Tears for Fears. And we have Rolling Stones, a $7 start on that. Next auction is Kiss live at what? Live in, how about we just say live in Kyoto? Burning Hellfire in Kyoto. It's an unofficial. This is Kiss live in Kyoto, Japan, 1977. A $55 start. $55 start. And by the way, we do have a lot of variety here for Kiss Night. But earlier, Laura, when she didn't realize Paul had already pulled Hop stickers, she kind of told me, we are sort of getting near the end of Kiss auctions, but we just have a lot of variety. So I think what it is, we got like this many Hotter Than Hells and this many, it's like we have a ton of albums, but it's a lot of, we're getting near the end of the bootlegs and the box sets and the variants and the foreign stuff. We've just got all kinds of different pressings of the same album. So it's going to look like, it's going to look like a wide variety of the same albums. You know how Kiss stuff is. There's like multiple pressings. So we're nowhere done because we just bought more. I don't know how many crates we still have back there, but it's looking like, far as like bootlegs and stuff, we're kind of getting near the tail end. Because I mean, this is the, how many weeks? 21st week. What did I post today? How many weeks straight does this make this? This is how many weeks? This is the 21st Monday in a row we've done this. So we are finally getting near the end of this collection, 21 weeks. But we're getting near the end of variety, because I think from what I seen the other night, there's like this many, gosh, like this many of the same album sometimes. You know, that's enough for several more weeks. Okay, the Rolling Stones is a buy it now for $7 if anybody wants that. AC/DC, the last bid was James Chilcott at $31. Jerry Rock, it's up to you. Kiss 55. She says there's literally over 20 copies of Kiss Alive 2. Yep. And then back here behind me, I've already got 2 crates full that Seth has got ready. So, yeah, there's still tons, but I think we're, you know, some nights we've had like 75 different Kiss auctions, different Kiss albums. It might be where like on Mondays, we might get to where we have like 40 Kiss auctions and 30 of something else, okay? So there's that. Yep, I said it would take till the end of the year if we did it every Monday. 21 weeks. We'll still be doing it through the end of the year, though. Fleetwood Mac in Chicago, VG Plus, $24.99. Maybe the last weeks of the year, we'll have like an epic Kiss Monday night. This is the final closeout. And then from that point on, we'll just mix them in other auctions. The Rolling Stones is an original 7-inch single of Miss You. $7 buy it now on that. Okay, Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti, an original specialty press, VG $24.99. That's the original Fleetwood Mac in Chicago. Still got Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, and Queen. Great stuff in here. All buy it now, best offer. Boston, Don't Look Back, VG $14.99 for Boston. $14.99. I do have new Kiss albums. I'm glad you asked. I'm about to show them. We also have The Doors' Greatest Hits. VG Plus $14.99 for The Doors' Greatest Hits. Eagles, On the Border, VG $14.99. And Loverboy, Get Lucky, VG $9.99 on that. So AC/DC is sold over here to James Chilcott for $31. And then Kiss. So Live in Kyoto, 1977. The last bid was J.D. Conklin at $60. I'm going to make sure Bill Samus is done. Okay, and then Boston is sold to Michelle Clements, and then Scott Dwalla on Loverboy. Everybody's working for the weekend. This is a new check condition bin. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, VG Plus $17.99, and Bob Seger, Live Bullet, 2 LP, great live album, $17.99. So we need something else. We got Kiss up. How about we do this right here? If you want to bid on this, put Originals. Holy moly. It's a 76 US repress of Originals. It has book and stickers, missing the photo cards. Book and sticker. The sticker has a little bit of perforation damage. VG Plus, the first 3 Kiss albums together, 76 repress, $35 on that. Next is, did you say Fleetwood? Fleetwood Mac in Chicago. That's early Fleetwood Mac. VG Plus, $24.99. Physical Graffiti is an OG VG, complete with all the inserts. Specialty press, $29.99. Kiss already has a bid. Now, they're bidding on Kiss Kyoto. Make sure if you want to bid on Originals, you put OG for Originals, okay? Or ORG. Something to let me know, because this is at 75. The starting bid on Originals is 35. Pretzel Logic. Ricky, don't lose that number. First Label, VG Plus $29.99 on that. And Van Morrison Wavelength is VG $14.99. Now, let's do something else. Let's see if we can mix in a solo album or something. Yeah, Ace Frehley, Anomaly. So if you want to bid on this, put AF for Ace Frehley. And Anomaly is a 2017 blue and clear Starburst vinyl with insert. Ace Frehley, Anomaly, $25 start on that. Next is Uriah Heep, Sweet Freedom, VG $9.99. Saretha Sessions wants Fleetwood Mac and Chicago. This is actually Fleetwood Mac in Chicago, but if this is what you want, let me make sure that BMK says pass. If BMK says pass, then I'll sell it to you. Originals has a new bid for $50. $50. So Nick Bargeron, your 38 is null and void. Kiss got a new bid for $80. That's Kyoto over here. Physical Graffiti, $22. You know what? We'll go ahead and sell that to Tim Roy for $22. Scott Williams gets the Rolling Stone single for $7. And now Kyoto's at $85. Originals has another $50 bid. And Anomaly just got put up. Also, we have Van Halen Diver Down. VG $19.99. Saretha Sessions on Fleetwood Mac in Chicago. Noah, the Bob Seger System. Wow, this is one that doesn't come through too often. VG $34.99 for Noah, Bob Seger system. And the Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive, VG $14.99. And Van Morrison, his band and the Street Choir, VG $14.99, his band and the Street Choir. Supertramp, Crisis What Crisis, VG $9.99. And John Baldry, It Ain't Easy, VG Plus $17.99. So over here, he's out on the Kyoto. That means this is a final call to J.D. Conklin for $85. The last bid on originals, two people have bid 50. Scott Williams bid 50, and Matt Nichols, you bid 50. And no one has locked in a bid on Ace, $25 start. Nick Bargeron on Bob Seger, Noah. Yeah, that's like never been reissued, not available for streaming. His early albums are honestly pretty tough to get, even those reissues. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is going to be... Oh boy, what do we have in here? So earlier we sold a, let's do Judas Priest. All right, this is Judas Priest Hero, an 81 UK. This is an 81 UK VG Plus, a $25 start on Judas Priest. Ace has a bid for $25. Sweet, Desolation Boulevard, VG Plus $9.99. Matt Nichols back in on originals at $55. Kansas Power, VG $9.99. We have Neil Young, VG Plus $24.99. And Elvis, Gold Records Volume 4, VG $12.99. Okay? Kyoto then is sold to J.D. Conklin for $85. Scott Williams, you're out on originals. That's at $55. Only one bid on Ace, final call for $25. Judas Priest is a $25 start. Creatures is available. It's on the teal glow-in-the-dark vinyl from 1995. A $295 buy now. This is one of only 3 no bids tonight. Kiss is $295. Some of these have sold for as much as $646 on Discogs. Somebody opened one just to verify it was colored vinyl glow-in-the-dark. It's $295. Kind of surprised that's still laying over there. Let's see here. Singles. How about we throw up... I got some cool picture sleeves over here. Let's do West End Girls by Pet Shop Boys. West End Girls by Pet Shop Boys, a $7 start. Okay? All right. Can I see and hear originals again? Originals is the 1976 repress. So it's not the first edition. It's the repress they did. It has all 3 of the original sleeves. It has the book and the sticker, but no photo cards. VG Plus at minimum on the disc, and a VG jacket. The high bid's $55. This is Elvis Gold Records Volume 4. VG condition, $12.99. RCA original. Judas Priest is a $25 start. Steve McGee bid $25 and James Bullock bid $25. Now Ace is at $30. Now Ace is at $35, and Pet Shop Boys has a bid for $7. Okay, and if you want anything else in here, just let me know. I'm just going to do a quick recap. We have Elvis Potluck, Jay Giles Band, The Best of Donny Hathaway, the Candy soundtrack, Soul Explosion 2, 10 Years After, Pure Prairie League self-titled, Queen the Game, Led Zeppelin House of the Holy, Doors Greatest Hits, Eagles on the Border, Fleetwood Mac Mystery to Me, Bob Seger Live Bullet, Steely Dan Pretzel Logic, Van Morrison Wavelength, Uriah Heep Sweet Freedom, Van Halen Diver Down, Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive, Van Morrison, his band and the Street Choir, Supertramp, John Baldry, Sweet, Kansas, Neil Young, and Elvis. Okay? Now Judas Priest 27, now Judas Priest 28. Also, it's up to you on Ace Frehley. Jeff Church has had it for a couple minutes at 35. And Originals is up to one person, Scott Williams. Matt Nichols has it for $55. Final call. Okay? Time for a new crate. And by the way, speaking of Kiss, oh, I got a box set over here we need to tag. Did Ed open all of them? Okay. I forgot these box sets came in. They're not Kiss, they're Jimi Hendrix, but we need to go ahead and tag them. They're supposed to come in last week, but they're oversized, so they came in later. Price on Van Morrison, his band, and the Street Choir. Van Morrison, his band, and the Street Choir. That was right Oh, I passed it. That was right here. Nick Bergeron, VG 14.99. That has whoa, domino, da 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 da. Roll me over, Romeo. Whoa, whoa, domino, da 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 da. Okay. Let me jump over here to a whole lot of records. Let me show you something really new that's coming out this week. Hendricks. All right, so this is Axis Bold as Love, $149.99. $149.99. This is called Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love. 5 LP set, 27 previously unreleased recordings made in 1967. That's amazing. 50 years later, and we're still getting unreleased Hendrix stuff. We've been getting unreleased Hendrix stuff for like 2 decades now. This man lived in the studio. So this is $149.99. Really cool box. Axis Bold as Love. And I posted this. They're $149.99. And I have 3, and I've ordered 3 more. So these go to Fred Cardinale, Bill Samus, and Clifford Umstead. The next 2 people in line are Stephen A. Young and Clay Mullins. Stephen A. Young and Clay Mullins, y'all should be in by the end of the week. I've got 3 more. So I've got at least 1 more on the way. And if anybody else wants one, they're in stock and they're coming. Jimi Hendrix. I wouldn't wait on something like this. It could be limited edition. They're numbered. I wouldn't wait till, well, I'm going to claim one whenever he has it live. I wouldn't wait for that moment. I would say I need one right now. These are the numbered. Pressed at QRP, $149.99. Anytime anything new Hendrix comes out, they always number the first ones. They number them, and then they maybe repress them again. Some of his box sets have been in print for like 10 years. Some of them are gone, and you got to go to like eBay and Discogs to get them now. So $149.99. Bernie Grundman. 27 unreleased Hendrix tracks. So those are sold to Fred Cardinale, Bill Samus, and Clifford Umstead. Those will be invoiced this week and start shipping next week after you pay for them. There is 3 more on the way. I've already got 2 of them sold, and I need to get one myself. A numbered, sealed, beautiful Hendrix box. That's definitely going on my shelf. Okay. And then let's see what happened over here. So I left off by saying Ace Frehley was at 35, Pet Shop Boys 7, Judas Priest 27, Judas Priest 28, and then Pet Shop 8. Okay, and then also Troy Overmeyer wanted to know the price on Eagles on the Border. All right, let's find that for him. I missed that, Troy. Give me a second. Still pulling some stuff from the last crate. He wants to know the price on Eagles on the Border. And Troy Overmeyer, that was VG $14.99, same price as Van Morrison, which that was the next question, price for Nick Bergeron on Van Morrison. Ace got a bid for 40, Ace got a bid for 43, Ace got a bid for 45. Nick Bergeron said he will take this. Chad Striper's releasing a new Christmas album. You where have checked in on ordering. That's been up for pre-order for, I think, a month now, maybe 2 months. JD, we've had that up for pre-order for a long time. Ace Frehley is at $50 of Jeff Church. And then Nashville Tiger wants a Jimi Hendrix. Nashville Tiger wants a Jimi Hendrix. And then Judas Priest is at $30. Okay, so that means Kiss Originals over here. The last thing that happened on this was Scott Williams says, can I see and hear Originals again? He was the next bidder, and I never did hear back from Scott Williams. So he never did bid again. This is sold to Matt Nichols for $55. Okay, Troy Overmeyer also gets Eagles. Ace Frehley. The color is Blue Clear Starburst. Blue Clear Starburst, and this is with Jeff Church at $50. Everybody else is out. Judas Priest is at $30. And then Pet Shop Boys. Pet Shop Boys is at $8 with Steve Riley. Nick Bergeron, you're out on Pet Shop Boys, okay? $8 on that. What was the condition on Tears for Fears? Is that the one you bought out of this crate? I think it was VG Plus. Let me see here. The Tears for Fears, if you bought it, it was VG Plus, $24.99. Chad, Kiss Alive request. Roxy, you will not be bidding on this record because it is not near mint minus and pristine. It's an 84 US Hop Hog repress with a company inner sleeve. VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Kiss Alive is now going up for bid. That is now going up for bid. Judas Priest is at $33. Okay. Now, Judas Priest, $33. Ace Frehley is a final call to Jeff Church. He has it for $50. I think Oso Adventure is next out. Okay? Let's jump over here and find this other crate I was about to grab, which is right here. And somebody asked to see this, and I'm glad they did because I need to kind of remind everybody what's left in here. Okay? And this right here. I don't know the condition until I ask. I know. That's why I said you will not be bidding on it, because I know you very well. You say you're only going to bid on something if it's a 10 out of 10 perfect. I've only ever seen a couple 10 out of 10 perfect Kiss Alives. They're very rare. A perfect copy, no spot of wear anywhere, that would be very, very difficult to come by. Okay, we have Judas Priest at $35. The last bid on Pet Shop Boys, I've lost Nick Bargeron. This is sold to Steve Riley for $8. And then Ace Frehley, we're about to sell it. Now, here is new and sealed Peter Criss picture disc, $38.99. Peter Criss is $38.99. Paul Stanley picture disc is $38.99. And I've got two. These are new. New Paul Stanley and new Peter Criss. Dress to Kill, $36.99. I've got two of those. Asylum is $33.99. And Psycho Circus, $33.99. These are all new and sealed. Self-titled is $33.99. Paul Stanley on vinyl, $34.99. Not a picture disc. Two of those left. Unmasked is $36.99. Kiss Lick It Up is $33.99. Dynasty's $33. Kiss Carnival of Souls $36. Unplugged is $46.99. And Animalize is $33.99. All right, time for all new auctions. Ace is officially sold. Make sure Nashville Tiger's down is on the wait list for Jimi Hendrix. Nashville Tiger on the wait list for Jimi Hendrix, if I didn't already say that. Jeff Church, you get Ace Frehley for $50. That is sold to you. And then Judas Priest, James Bullock, $35. Steve McGee, you've been outbid. James Bullock has that for $35. And then over here, Kiss Alive is an 84 US Hop Hog repress. It does have the company inner sleeves. VG Plus, $25 start. Yeah, Roxy, you need a pristine Japanese pressing of Alive. That's probably what you need to go after for sure. I know what he's looking for. I have some people, they want really, really minty stuff. And I'm like, whew, well, it's going to be a challenge. But if you're patient, you might have to wait like a year. You might find one. Though the right one might come up. Hey, I collect comics too. I collect high-grade Dale and Gold Key photo covers. There's some I've been waiting to come up for 5 years now on eBay, 9.0 or higher. The population says they're out there, maybe 2 or 5. It could be another 5 years before some of them pop up for sale. Some things you got to be patient. I mean, I'm not talking about 24 hours or a week. There's some high-grade records and high-grade comics and high-grade baseball cards. You've got to wait years for them. You got to make sure you have your eyes out everywhere. Yeah, Facebook, eBay, here, other stores. I mean, you could be waiting a long time. Okay, this is Japanese CDs. Hysteria. These are 2011 SHM CDs. I got Hysteria with Obi, $29.99. I've got 5 of them. Def Leppard sealed Hysteria Japanese CDs, $29.99. Everything in here is new and sealed. First thing, we're ready for all new auctions. Judas Priest is sold to James Bullock for $35. Kelly Gabney wants Lick It Up. And everything in here are all remasters, okay? These are remasters, new and sealed Kiss. And there's a lot of other stuff I can get. So if you want to go on a wait list for something, let me know. MT Matt wants a Def Leppard. Michelle Clements wants a Def Leppard. You can pick up this Kiss Alive. It's not bad whatsoever. VG Plus, VG Plus, I mean, it's not bad at all. $25 for that copy if you need that. One of my favorite live albums there, okay? So everything in here is new and sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed. Peter and Paul picture this if you have any. So James Hicks wants Peter and Paul. Thank you, James Hicks. Peter and Paul, so did James Hicks. I almost missed that twice, James. Thank you. Sorry about that. I've got one Paul Stanley left for 38. Dress to Kill for 36. Asylum for 33. Cycle Circus for 33. These are all new remasters. Self-titled for 33. Paul Stanley for 34. He's about to go back here. We're going to take Charles Mingus down. Paul Stanley, I've got 2 left on black vinyl for $34.99. 2 left on black vinyl for $34.99. Mr. Paul Stanley is one of 2 left, $34.99. Also, Unmasked is 36. By the way, these come with the original packaging, so it has the poster and the inner sleeve just like the original. Same thing for Unmasked. This has the poster just like the original, $33.99. Carnival of Souls, 36. And then Unplugged, I think it has a poster too. And then Animalized, $33.99. So cool stuff there. All brand new Sealed Kiss records. I'm going to go through and figure out what I don't have left, and we need to reorder, because that crate was full of Kiss stuff. Solo albums, remasters, and we're just down to a couple. We're missing a bunch. We've sold a lot of them. Okay, so here is Knoxville, Rock City. Wow. Kiss, live in Knoxville, 1979. This is an unofficial, limited edition silver vinyl. This is Kiss, live in Knoxville, Civic Coliseum, 1979, a $55 start. Paul Stanley is usually out of stock. I have one left now. That one sold to Brian Connors. Everything back in the back is new and sealed. Everything in the back is new and sealed. So first thing is Paul Stanley, 2014 Remaster, 34. ZZ Top Eliminator. ZZ Top Eliminator, $39.99. Rhino All Analog, Kevin Gray. Outcast 8 Telians. Outcast is $33.99 for 8 Telians. And then Chess, Let's Play Chess Records Anthology, that's new. It comes out Friday. It's $39.99. All that is available for sale. Yep. All that you see right there. And then I just showed right here, Def Leppard Hysteria, Japanese CDs. We sold 2. There's 3 left, $29.99. I'm going to prop those up right back there. And before I get anywhere else, if you need any more cleaning cloths, these, we sold a bunch last week. People's going to start getting them this week in their orders, and they're going to be coming back and saying, Chad, I need more cleaning cloths, buddy. I'm going to be like, I got your hookup, okay? That's $5.99. I've sold 2 tonight if anybody else wants one. Brian Connors says he'll go ahead and take the last Paul Stanley. So people always ask me when they find out Paul's going to do a signing, they always need me to order these for them. And I never can get them because they're always out of stock. So there's that. Those are sold. Brian Connors got both of them. Let's put another replacement back there then. How about we replace him with Cycle Circus? That's always a colorful artwork. Cycle Circus. And y'all just saw me sell the lenticular tonight, I think for about $100. That's the same edition, 2014, same reissue. It just doesn't have a lenticular cover. $33.99 on that. Okay, we're ready for a bunch of new stuff. Phase 2 of tonight's sale has commenced. Next is the comp, Return to Casablanca. So if you want to bet on this, put Kiss. And then over here is Return to Casablanca. This is a promo-only compilation with Kiss, Parliament, and other great Casablanca artists. If you want to bid, put Casa or Comp, so I know that you're bidding on this, a $25 start, okay? I don't have Ace. The only solo album I have right now is, well, yeah, I do have Ace. I've got a bunch of Ace. I've got about 5 or 6 of them. Yeah, I do. Can I get a pack of outer sleeves and cleaning cloth? Over here, Wayne Carr needs a pack of outer sleeves and it needs a cleaning cloth. And that reminds me, what have I done with the rest of the cleaning cloths? There's the empty box from the first batch. I'm going to toss that in here. Somewhere, Wayne, I've got the rest of them, and I really need to make sure I don't under or oversell them. So while I'm finding those for Wayne, here is our next CD. This is Kiss Alive, the 4-disc kind of set here, CD set. Paul left a note, it should be about 40 or 50 bucks. Well, how about we start it then for 30 bucks? Kiss Alive, 75 to 2000 CD set, $30 start on that, okay? And then received invoice, got zebra for $5. No one else bid on the auction. Thanks. No one else bid. Got it for $5. Are you saying that you bought a zebra record for $5 and it wasn't on your invoice? Make sure you send us a Facebook message and let Ed know. It probably didn't get tagged. It's probably over there in the what they call the unknown box. We have, you know, the tomb of the unknown soldier, which is a very sacred place to go visit if you ever get a chance. Amazing, the tomb of the unknown soldier in Arlington. But we have the tomb of the unknown records. That stuff every week that got mistagged, or I put it in a crate and I didn't say who actually got it, and it's very confusing for the people watching. So we have a tomb of the unknown records, and that's probably where your zebra record is. Or if you're saying the other way around, then it's probably got charged 15. Okay, that's probably me misspeaking, because most no bids are a $15 start on something like that. So yeah, just tell Ed and he'll change it. Either I misspoke or they keyed it in wrong. Where the heck's the rest of those cleaning cloths? I've laid the box somewhere. I put it way up here, of course. Okay, so there's a cleaning cloth. Brian, how many cleaning cloths do you want? 1, 10, 5? Let me know, Brian, how many you want, okay? I found them. I was getting worried. I was like, I can't lose these. They're probably going to need even more for shipping. I think I already seen some people messaging Ed and be like, can I please add a cleaning cloth? Okay, there's that. Okay, let's find his Ace Frehley. Let's get into another crate. Sorry for the delay. We was kind of in a transition period there. A lot of stuff going on. First thing is this. We have Kiss at 80. Over here, we got Casablanca at 25. And Matt wants 2 cleaning cloths, and Brian wants 2 cleaning cloths, okay? And so there's 2 for Brian. And then let's do... is there something wrong with me? Is there a reason I keep hiding this box of cleaning cloths? I mean, I know there's something wrong with me, but it's like I keep purposely like misplacing it. I've lost it again. Goodness. I just need to dump them all out back here. All right, so there's 2 for Brian, there's 2 for Matt, and then there's 2 for Tim Roy. My goodness, let me just get them all out of the box so y'all can physically see how many's left right back there. Golly. Almost lost it twice. That cost me like $800. That cost me $800, the delay right there. I could have sold $800 worth of vinyl right then. $10,000 an hour. Okay, let's see here. Ace, 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 ace. Okay, those are kind of MIA right now. I'll have to find one. Give me 1 second. Let me see how many he wanted so I'll know whenever I locate them. Let me figure out how many he wanted. He wanted 1. Okay, you got it. I thought you said I'll take all of them. I'd be like, whoa. Golly. Okay. There's that. There's this. That. I don't know how this stuff ended up over here. Or that. This. Okay. There's those. Let me go back up here. Crud. Okay. Let me put these here. And that. Okay. Here we go. I found what I was looking for. And I still have not found. I need a big empty building and just restart. Okay. Susie needs a pack of inner sleeves. Outer sleeves. Susie needs a pack of outer sleeves. I'm doing final call and informational update on all 3 KISS auctions. Hope everybody's ready. Volume up. Here we go. First thing is Kiss live in Knoxville on the Dynasty Tour 1979. The last bid that came in on this, Kiss Rocks Knoxville, J.D. Conklin, $80. It's a final call. $80, final call. Casablanca, J.D. Conklin has this for $35. J.D. Conklin. This is a 1978. It's promo only. This was not sold in stores. It's at $35. This does not have a booklet. The cover's kind of creased. VG cover, EX vinyl. $35. The Kiss Alive CD set is at $35 with Matt Nichols. If you ever have a question about an invoice, a return, a correction, can we order something? What's my favorite ice cream color? Just message Ed and he'll answer you, okay? Ed will take care of you. First thing in here is Pink Floyd, the 50th anniversary remaster of Dark Side of the Moon. $36.99 for Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon remaster. Van Morrison Moondance, $33.99, 180 gram, gatefold jacket, and essential. Back-to-back essentials. Mastodon, Crack the Sky, 15th anniversary edition, remastered 2 LP on blue vinyl, double LP, $44.99. Kiss is at 100, Casablanca is at 40. New bid on Kiss for 100, new bid on Casablanca for 40. Final call on Kiss Alive, Matt Nichols, $35. The Best of Warrant, 2 LP, red vinyl, numbered from Music on Vinyl, $54.99. Scott Dwallow wants Crack the Sky by Mastodon. So does Scott Dwallow. Depeche Mode, Construction Time Again. Depeche Mode is $29.99. Yes, whoever asked, it just hit me. Atelians. Anything that's always propped up in the back are new sealed copies. I don't think I'll ever have OGs displayed back there, just for the sake of just always knowing that these are all brand new pressings, okay? Also, 2 copies of the Black Crowes Southern Harmony, a musical companion. That is remastered, $33.99. Soundgarden, Louder Than Love. Soundgarden is $34.99, 2 copies available. And Sinead O'Connor, so far, the best of Sinead O'Connor, 2 LP clear vinyl, $36.99. Kiss is sold to Dale Shannon for $100. Scott Williams gets Casablanca for $40. And at the buzzer, the Kiss Alive CD box set has a new bid for $40 with Robin Glenn. That means Matt Nichols, you've been outbid. Next auction is Kiss Demon on Fire. Kiss Demon on Fire is an unofficial yellow vinyl, original on her sleeves, book and poster. Kiss live in Waterbury, Connecticut, 1975. A $55 start for Kiss, live in 75. Sam Cooke, Night Beat, Mr. Soul. Limited edition 2000 on green vinyl, $39.99 for Sam Cooke. Music on Vinyl Press. The Replacements, Don't Tell a Soul. The Replacements is $29.99. Soundgarden is sold to Tim Rory. Thank you on that. Kiss live in Knoxville. Pretty cool concert there. Matt Nichols is backing on Alive at $45. The Kiss boot is now up for bid. And we have Leonard Skinner's Street Survivors, $34.99. $34.99 on Street Survivors. Okay. And also, we have, going up for auction right now, The Breakfast Club soundtrack. A sealed original copy of The Breakfast Club soundtrack. A $45 start. Back in Alive is $50. Demon on Fire doesn't have a bid yet. Mushroom Head, Call the Devil, red vinyl. Mushroom Head is $34.99. Mushroom Head, if I can get it back in the crate, $34.99. Poison, Native Tongue. Poison's a double LP, $46.99. And Pearl Jam, Rear View Mirror. Pearl Jam is essentially a greatest hits, a 2 LP Volume 1, 1993 to 2003. There's Eddie Vedder, $38.99 for that double LP. Also, King Diamond, The Puppet Master, White Red Marble 2 LP, $44.99 for King Diamond. And The Cars, Rhino Hi-Fi Series, cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray, $39.99 for The Cars. Mark Veese on Skinner's Street Survivors. Also, Black Sabbath Paranoid 2012 remaster. Black Sabbath is $29.99. That's the 2012 remaster, not the Rhino edition. And then Alice Cooper Killer, cut from the original analog master. Killer, $34.99. The Alive CD set is sold to Matt Nichols for $60. Thank you on that. The Breakfast Club soundtrack, a sealed original pressing, $45 start. Demon has bids for $55 and $60. And I have another Japanese CD opportunity. This is Rolling Stones, Hot Rocks. No, excuse me. The Singles Collection. A double CD Japanese Rolling Stones. These are 2013 3 CD. And right now, there are none listed for sale. I've got one for $49.99, and I've got one with a cracked jewel case for $45. So $49.99, a triple CD Japanese, and Rolling Stones cracked jewel case, $45. Brand new Japanese Rolling Stones, okay? Brian Call wants the Paranoid remaster. The Cars is $39.99, and Tony Kepler wants an Alice Cooper, $39.99 for the Cars. Bad Motorfinger. I have one in stock. I know exactly where it is. It's up front on a shelf, $34.99. Great new stuff there. Let's go ahead and add another auction. And I think we sold one of these earlier, but here's another chance. Peter Criss, Out of Control. A 1980 US OG promo copy. It says promotion copy, not for sale. VG++, Peter Criss, a $45 start. Okay, and so what's left in here is the Rhino Hi-Fi Cars for $39, Alice Cooper $34, Black Sabbath $29, King Diamond $44, Pearl Jam $38, Poisons $46, Mushroom Head $34, The Replacements $29, Sam Cooke $39, Sinead O'Connor $36, one copy of Soundgarden Louder Than Love $34, Black Crow Southern Harmony $33, Depeche Mode $29, and the Best of Warrant is $54, Mastodon $44, Van Morrison $33, and Pink Floyd was $36. Now, Demon, I never did hear back from Michael Wood on this. So, Michael, I'm under the assumption you do not want to bid again. It's a Kiss Live in Waterbury, Connecticut, 1975 yellow vinyl. The final call on this is to J.D. Conklin at $60. Breakfast Club did not get a bid, and this is a $45 buy it now. This is an 85 sealed OG Club copy, The Breakfast Club, $45, okay? Kelly Gabney wants Van Morrison here, new and sealed copy of Moondance. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. And then Hessen got the Bad Company, the Breakfast Club. That's sold for $45. Mastodon Crack the Sky, Blue Vinyl 2LP Anniversary Edition, $44.99. The only no bids tonight. Alive is an 84 Hot Hog repress, VG Plus, $25 buy it now. Kiss Creatures of the Night, Glow in the Dark vinyl, $295. Tears Are Falling, $10 buy it now, original single. And Peter Criss is a 78 Terre Haute, no insert, no poster, no merch, just a nice disc and a nice cover, $30 on that. So 3 Kiss, no bids, 25, 295, and 30, and then 10 on the single. That's our only 4 no bids tonight. Demon is sold to J.D. Conklin then for $60. And then here we have Peter Criss. Now up for bid, a 1980 USOG promo, VG++, $45 start. Tears Are Falling is sold to David Polkey for $10. Okay? All right. And I'm going to go ahead and take this little stack of stuff right in here before it gets crisscrossed too much more. Let me go get Bad Motorfinger for James Chilcott. And welcome everybody to Monday night at Coletco. It's been busy. It's been busy. Just trying to manage all the chaos has been busy. It's been keeping us busy. I'm going to go get another crate very similar to just like that one. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Double Platinum. So Kiss Double Platinum is a 1978. It's OG. It has the original Platinum Award. We'll call it a VG Plus jacket and VG vinyl, a $20 start on that. Okay? And if you decide you want anything else in there, let me know. Great stuff. Fairly new and great titles. So kind of surprised those Best of Warrants are sitting around. That was a pretty big deal when that came out. I know it's kind of pricey, but it's music on vinyl. So, and if we got music on vinyl through our normal distributors, everything we would sell would be $5 or $10 more. We're able to get that direct through one of their U.S. distributors. So anytime you see music on vinyl, even though it seems pricey, it's still a lot cheaper than probably it should be. Just FYI, probably based on most list prices, because it's got to go through a couple other sets of hands sometimes. So there's a couple places that are literally direct distribution for labels, and that's why sometimes I'm like, well, I'm able to get it again for y'all, but it's going to be more money. And then there's some places who buy up all the inventory of something, and they're kind of like what they call a one-stop, but they mark up stuff a lot higher. So that's what happens. Okay. Now, Michael Wood, you put Peter Chris. That means nothing because it's still up for bid. So if you for sure want it, you might want to bid. If not, it's about to be a buy it now. James Chilcott on Bad Motorfinger for $34.99. There's that. Just signing on. Did I see right? The Avits arrived. You have been tagged for one. You have been tagged for one. You are not mistaken. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, and then double platinum, and then over here is Kiss. This is live in Hempstead, New York. 1975, limited to 125 on red vinyl. That one is a $55 start. He's wanting Peter Chris to buy it now. Okay, that's sold to Michael Wood for $30. That means I can confidently go ahead and make this Peter Chris another buy it now for $45. So Peter Chris, $45 buy it now. Over here, Kiss Double Platinum, OG $20 start. Kiss Live Bootleg $55 start. These are vinyl style cleaning cloths, $5.99. Lubricated vinyl style cleaning cloths, $5.99. We've almost sold, I think, 50 of them last couple shows. Very quickly, Jupiter Cave-In, purple vinyl, Jupiter Cave-In, $29.99. Metallica Reload, double LP, featuring Fuel, The Memory Remains, The Unforgiven 2. That's a double LP, $44.99. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That's a double LP. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? $39.99. Also, Emperor. This is Prometheus, The Discipline of Fire and Demise. It's black, gray, blue swirl, Abbey Road Half-Speed Master, $33.99. And now let's put up another auction. Both of those have bids as of this moment. Both of those have bids as of this moment. I got a quick little 45 auction. This is The Gift of the Mogwai, The Gremlin, storybook number 1. And this is sealed. Sealed Gremlin, storybook and record, $7 start. Condition of no bid, Kiss Live. VG Plus, a very clean VG Plus. Also got 2 copies of System of a Down Hypnotize, $24.99 on SOAD. Metallica Kill 'Em All's $29.99. That's remastered Kill 'Em All. Cypress Seal 3 Temples of Boom, 30th anniversary, $38.99. Also System of a Down Toxicity, that's $24.99. And we have Paradise Lost 1 second. Remastered 2 LP, Paradise Lost is $49.99. Double Platinum's about to sell for $20. The Kiss Boots at $60. So Stephen Metal bid $60. J.D. Conklin went lower at $55. Tyson bid $60 and tied the very first person. So we pretty much have a bunch of cluster. And now Patrick Mathis is finally out of front. I feel like I'm calling a horse race. We got people going up, down, and now we have it at 75 with Stephen Metal. That means Tyson, you're out, Patrick, you're out, and JD, you're still out. Brian Ferry on Toxicity, that's sold to Brian Berry. Brian Berry, that's sold. The Gremlins has 1 bid for $7. Denise wants the Kiss Alive for $25. That's sold to Dino Vinyl. Thank you on that. And then we have Metallica, the Black Album, $36.99, 2 LP remaster. America, the Christmas album, Holiday Harmony from America, gold vinyl, $29.99. Kelly Gaffney also wants Cave-In Jupiter. And then Laura has just delivered a Laura crate. That is pretty good. we got a lower crate coming in. Gremlins is at $10 and perfect timing. We'll do it after this one. Megadeth, so far so good, so what? Megadeth is $33.99. Brent Robley on A, the America Christmas album. Thank you on that. Also, we have Candlebox, music on vinyl press, a double LP, $44.99 on Candlebox. We got 3 Days Grace Outsider, $24.99. Megadeth, piece sales, but who's buying? Megadeth is $36.99. Lil Wayne, The Carter 3, $38.99 for Lil Wayne. Blink-182, Enema of the State, $36.99. And then Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, that is on white and whiskey brown marble, $29.99. Okay, so double platinum did get a new bid for $22. Matt Nichols bid $22. That means Chuck Orlatano, you've been outbid. Hempstead is at $90. And the Gremlins is at 10. It's up to one person. X-Wing 81. X-Wing, it's all up to you. Let's introduce a fourth auction. And that fourth auction is going to go up right now. We need Ace Frehley Origins Volume 2. This is the 2020 gold vinyl, near mint, $40 start. That's now up for bid. Two different Triviums, the Sin and the Sentence, that one's $39.99, and Trivium Silence in the Snow, that's $39.99. The Gremlins is sold for $10, and that was sold for $10 to the following person. $10 was Joe Sontag. Yes, that was $25. Denise, okay? Double Platinum has a new bid for $23. Hempstead's at $90, and now Ace is up for bid. Okay. What's this on my leg? Nothing. Okay. All right. Christmas rounds. Maybe. I hadn't even thought about those because spot has gotten so expensive. I was worried if we bought too many. The coin dealer I know has said people have already been asking about them. He's been telling them prices, and they're like, well, this may be the first Christmas ever people don't get Christmas silver because they've gotten, you know, so expensive. But I'll definitely order some, and we might even take a pre-order. That way we don't overstock them. I've been really hesitant lately buying silver because I don't know how people feel about paying $50 and $55 an ounce. I mean, obviously they do. Millions of dollars are still transacted every day, I'm being told, probably billions. But I've just not bought a lot. I don't know if people's willing to pay $50, $55 for a bar nowadays, but evidently they are. Lonnie Jolly gets the Carter 3. Thank you on that. Let's go through Laura's crate. Here's what's left in here. I have the following. I have Metallica Reload. So this upcoming Sunday is Sock Sunday, and then the next Sunday I'm going to do a store walkthrough sale, like I did earlier in the year. That was like chaotic almost. We sold so much stuff because we're always locked in right here. I'll be like mobile with my phone, walking around. Somebody be here helping me, and we're going to sell a lot of Christmas stuff. Probably not so much vinyl, but stuff you'll probably be buying yourself for Christmas or other people for Christmas, and just catching great deals. All $8 limit shipping. So the next two Sundays are booked for shows. Sock Sunday with Paul, and next Sunday after that is going to be, I'll call it a Christmas sale with Chad. We'll try to sell everything we can in the front part of the store. It could be posters. It could be toys. Double Platinum is sold to Chuck Orlatano for $23. And then Hempstead is sold for $90 to Stephen Metal. And then Ace Frehley is a buy it now. Ace Frehley is $40 if anybody wants it. Origins Volume 2. Gold vinyl. Okay, we have Metallica for $44, Oh Brother Art Thou $39, Emperor $33, System of a Down Hypnotized $24, Metallica $29, Cypress Hill $38, Paradise Lost $49, Metallica $36, Megadeth $33, Candlebox $44, 3 Days Grace $24, Megadeth $36, Blink-182 $36, Pantera $29, Trivium $39, Trivium $39. All right, here we go. What time will Sunday's show start? Paul's Sunday show will start either 5 or 6. Mine, I don't really know yet because I might do something really crazy and go early and go really, really late, or as late as we can. So stand by for further information. Ow. Ow. Okay. Next Kiss auction. I think we still got some more boots over here. This one looks pretty interesting. This is Kiss End of the Road in Hollywood. This is Kiss 2019 Japanese pressing, live at the Whiskey A Go-Go in 2019. Interesting. $55 start on Kiss. That's now up for bid. All right, let me swap out crates. I'm glad we went through those two. I think we just took about 2 crates of new vinyl and almost got them worked down into one. And some of that might make a crate appearance on Thursday Night Metal Night again, when we got some people in the mood to buy some metal. And I'm going to take a peek over here at what Laura's marked and see what kind of genre we got. I kind of gave her and Paul the go-ahead. Between now and the end of the year, we need to be bringing out the best of the best. I don't care if they're straight price and metal on a Monday night or a whole batch of brand new stuff on a Tuesday night, because it's going to sell and we just need to get it out because time's ticking. We have end of the year goals and we're trying our best. We're still buying huge collections. So they just literally bought a huge collection. Stuff's still coming in and we're trying just to go for the throat and get out the best stuff we can. I think this crate here is about to be absolutely just obliterated. It's one of those kind of lower crates. So you might want to go ahead and test your lag. You might want to set up in your chair. You might want to crack your knuckles. I just cracked my neck. There's my knuckles. I might even need a bite of bread here in a second. Kiss has a bid for $55. I hope everybody's paying attention. If not, stuff's about to flash before your eyes and you're going to think like you're in a war zone or something. Next auction is Dynasty. If you want to bid on this, put Dynasty. This is Kiss. This is also Kiss, but to keep the bid separate, we'll call this Dynasty. It's a 79 U.S. Terre Haute OG pressing with the original on her sleeve. EX condition. So a real OG, no poster though. Original on her sleeve is included. A $30 start. $30 start on Dynasty. Okay. And then let's pick one more thing out over here. One more thing out over here. And that's going to be Zuma. Let's see what kind of pressing this is. It's a sealed 2002 German press of Zuma. It's sealed, really difficult to determine, but we believe it's a 2002 Euro reissue made in Germany. Zuma, a $25 start. Okay, 3 different auctions there. All righty. I do have a bread snack here behind me, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait one more minute before I bite into this. I'm at least going to get started with this crate to make sure y'all are paying attention. All right. We have Puddle of Mud, Come Clean. $24.99. So new with music on vinyl, that would be $40. Pre-owned, very nice copy for just $24.99. Toxic, Toxik, Dismorta. Toxic is on red and it's a speed prog metal album, $24.99. Janet Gray is first on Puddle of Mud. Scott Dwallow was second. Crowbar. Crowbar is sealed, gold and black vinyl, sealed, $39.99. This here is called Molder, Engrossed in Decay. That is on yellowish looking vinyl, $24.99. And then Insidious Disease, After Death, olive mustard colored vinyl, sealed, $19.99. Wow, we're off to a crate of some pretty hard and heavy metal there. Kiss is at 60 and now 65. So Tyson Morgan, you're out on Kiss live whiskey. Nobody's bid on Dynasty for a $30 start, and nobody's bid on Neil Young for a $25 start. Joshua Cross on Crowbar. That's so to Joshua Cross, Crowbar. Next is Soil Work. Orange vinyl, 2022, sealed, $24.99. Best Day Ever, Mac Miller. Mac Miller is sealed, $24.99. Excuse me, Icon, Frank Sinatra, Christmas. Red vinyl, $24.99. Frank Sinatra, Christmas. I'm not going to eat anything, but I'm going to finish off this bottle of water. Okay. Laura's right over here next to me, actually picking more titles out just like this. And there is great stuff over there. It's been verified by her now, Paul, and John. I've asked them all three the same question. Is there good stuff over there? And they've all said yes. Next thing, Puddle of Mud was sold to Janet. Scott Dwallow second. Wes Wilt third. Joshua got Crowbar. Dynasty 30, Dynasty 30. MG Sanchez on Mac Miller. Sold to MG Sanchez. Yes, Regina, this is the right feed. Mark V second on Mac Miller. X-Wing first on Soil Work. Ivan R on Insidious Disease. Okay? And then we also have right here, Haunt Flashback. That is on blue vinyl, $14.99 for Haunt. Next is Slave to the Scalpel. This is 200 stab wounds, sealed, $29.99. $29.99, 200 stab wounds. Okay, Kiss over here. I didn't hear back from Tyson Morgan. So, Tyson, I'm assuming you were done bidding. I'm going to say a 10-second timer in my head. Michael Wood, you tied Steve McGee a few minutes ago at 30. I'm assuming you don't want to bid again. And then Zuma is a $25 start. It's about to be a buy now. That way we can put up all new stuff. Alonzo gets 200 stab wounds. That's sold to him. Next is Lana Del Rey, Born to Die. Lana Del Rey is sealed. There is a note from Laura. Laura loves Lana Del Rey. That's a 5-heart rating, $19.99. And over here, we have Ice Cream Headache. Ice Cream Headache is a thrash album, a 4-track EP, $14.99. Tyson has bid again on Kiss. He wasn't done bidding. So that means J.D. Conklin, you've been outbid. The problem is, though, Tyson, you tied J.D. You actually did not move the auction. J.D. was already at $65. Lana Del Rey is sold to Scott Dwallow. Is Haunt a full album? Yes. If you consider 8 tracks a full album, I do. Yes. And then Mark V's next on Lana Del Rey. Nobody bid on Neil Young. Gets a $25 buy now. That's a sealed 2002, what we believe is German press. Now Kiss has a bid for 70. Now it has a bid for 80. We also have in here Viking, Man of Straw. Viking is a thrash album of 2021, $22.99 on that. Kiss is already at 80. Lost Michael Wood, so Dynasty just got one bid with Steve McGee for $30. That's sold to Steve McGee for $30. And let me go ahead and swap out crates because this one has got ton full. Boom. There it is. All right. Next thing we have is this. Kiss is at 85. That album intrigues me. I'll take Haunt. Haunt is sold to Larry Gonzalez. Sold to Larry Gonzalez. Next is Chris Stapleton. Broken Halos is on here. It's worth it just for that. $19.99. And Exodus, British Disaster, Live at the Astoria, Live Exodus, $34.99. Kiss, Live at the Whiskey, J.D. Conklin has that for $85. Next auction is Kiss, Animalize. This is an 84 USPRC Richmond OG. It has the original under sleeve, EX, Kiss Animalize, a $25 start. J Nutra on Exodus, that's sold to J Nutra. And then we have Lawsuit, Bad Boys of Rock. It's sealed, a hard rock album, $24.99. Also, Primitive Man. Primitive Man is Doom Sludge Metal, $27.99. And Blink-182, The Mark, Tom, and Travis Show, that is just $27.99, a 2016 reissue. Those are like $45 new. So now Kiss Whiskey, 95, and OG Animalize, 25. And then let's grab another auction from over here. And the next auction I have is Paul Stanley. And this happens to be a sealed original pressing. It does have a clip corner. That is extremely common. Paul Stanley, sealed 78 press, $55 start. Also, Soylent Green, Sewn Mouth Secrets. Soylent Green is a grindcore stoner rock, $29.99. And Radio Vision. Radio Vision is a modern psych album from Michigan. It's sealed. It's never been opened. $14.99. And then here is Grave, Fiendish Regression. Grave is a 2025 reissue, $24.99. Mark Stanley on SG for Soylent Green. Now, if you're a metal buyer and you're watching right now, This is a rare occasion. We have an unadvertised random crate of mostly metal being shown at 9:51 p.m. Central Time on a Monday night where most people think we're only selling Kiss records. So two things. If you don't grab these now, any other time, especially on Thursday, if I show these again, this would be obliterated. Or I'll do some kind of recap video at another time like and post in the group, and then they'll definitely get obliterated. So if you're watching and you maybe just hopped on, you might want to turn up the volume and lock in. We are selling metal records straight priced. Okay? Right now, with Solent Green was sold to Mark Stanley. Matt Nichols was second. Ivan R. first on Grave. Bob Panozniak is going to take the Vision, the psych record. Kelly, you were second on Grave. Joshua third on Solent. Master Ma next on Grave. Bob Panozniak wants 2 cleaning cloths. Sold to Bob Panozniak. $5.99, $5.99. Thank you. Okay, so the Kiss whiskey's at $125. Nobody has bid on Animalize. It's a $25 start. And Paul Stanley's a sealed original, $45 start. Hold on one second. Paul Stanley, a $55 start, sealed original. Life Sick. This is sealed, $19.99. It's a hardcore album. Loved by none, hated by all. $19.99 for Life Sick. Demon Lung, Paradiolia. This is a doom metal, $19.99. And Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Primus is $19.99. Jerry was a race car driver. Scott Dwallow on Viking. That was back here, still available. So does Scott Dwallow. And then we have Chemis, Khemmis, Absolution. That's a doom metal stoner rock album, $19.99. Broken Sconce on P for Primus, okay? Next is Jay Nutra wants Demon Lung for $19. So did Jay Nutra, Demon Lung. Ivan R. next on Primus. David Polkey next on Primus. And Fit for an Autopsy, Clear Red Blue Sealed Deathcore, $29.99. Matt Nichols on Chemis. All right, so first thing we're going to do is make these 2 buy nails. You can pick up an OG Animalize for $25, and you can pick up an OG Sealed Paul Stanley for $55. Nice. Sealed records, or Paul Stanley sealed, OG Kiss records, available for minimum bid. Now, the big one back here is the bootleg of the whiskey concert. So let me make sure I know who the high bidder is. And the most recent high bidder on this is Bill Samus at $120. J.D. Conklin went out. That thing is about to sell. D-Con gets Animalized for $25. Thank you. And then Steve McGee gets Paul Stanley for $55. Thank you. And Kelly gets Fit for an Autopsy. Thank you. Okay? Now, Mark Steele next on Paul Stanley. Our next auction is going to be Music from the Elder, Kiss. This is an 82 US PRC Richmond OG. This has the back cover. The back cover has the track list out of order. Original sleeve, VG Plus, a $20 start. Okay. Next is Razor, R-A-Z-O-R, Armed and Dangerous, a 35th anniversary edition. It's a thrash album, just $19.99 for Razor. We have Greta Van Fleet, Anthem of the Peaceful Army, $19.99, Greta Van Fleet. And then Scrape, this is called Records. It's a label sampler. It's a label sampler of death metal and metalcore, sealed, $14.99. Okay, and what was the title of the Chemis album? The Chemis album you got was called Absolution, A-B-S-O-L-U-T-I-O-N. All right, other Kiss no bid. There are several no bids. There's a 2002 German sealed copy of Zuma by Neil Young, great album, $25. Ace Frehley, Origins Volume 2 Gold Vinyl, 2020 Limited Edition Gold, $40. Peter Criss, OG Promo marked label, $45 VG++, and 1995 Teal Glow-in-the-Dark Vinyl, Creatures, $295. $295. Kiss Music from the Elder has a clear inner sleeve, yes. And for those that don't know, there's a paper inner sleeve that's extremely rare. So the back track list is out of order. backtrack list out of order. And the first track on side A of the label is The Oath. The Oath. Paul Stanley, Bob Erzin, T. Powers, 4 minutes, 32 seconds. That's a snapshot of the label. Okay? And like Laura just said, there's more where this came from. So I kind of told them on the way over here, I sent her and Paul a message. I was like, let's get right into this new stuff. We got to have a great week this week. I'm looking forward to it because we're about to do like 14 straight shows and count these Sunday nights. So I'm like, let's go for the best stuff that's in this building every night for the next 6 or 7 nights, whether it's autographs, posters, vinyl, stoner metal that's sealed, comic books, whatever we can bring out and sell. We need to have it up here and available to purchase for our customers for about the next 14 days. Probably one of the biggest shopping opportunities for y'all and selling opportunities for us as a business is in the next 2 weeks. The volume gets cranked up for sales. It's almost Black Friday, so we're trying to bring out, we got sports cards, comic books. I'm about to start listing a lot of stuff on eBay, liquidate like PSA graded cards. I got people contacting me wanting to sell stuff like their card and comic collection. I'm like, well, we're trying to get rid of our stuff, but we will buy it. Oso said, I bid on Eighth at 40. Okay, so Oso wants Ace Frehley for $40. Either I didn't see that or it didn't come in. All right, that's sold to you for 40 bucks. This is sold to Bill Samus. This is sold to Bill Samus for $120. And Elder has one bid for $20. Okay? Elder has one bid for $20. Let's move right along. DRI, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, 4 of a kind, sealed green vinyl, $24.99. Also over here, we have Riot. That is by Paramore, and there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Paramore, sealed $24.99. And Hirax, excuse me, Hirax, Raging Violence, and that is sealed. 2012 Canadian thrash album, $24.99. Preston gets Neil Young for $22. Do you do Black Friday? Are you talking about Record Store Day Black Friday? We won't be doing like official Record Store Day titles, but I'll definitely be here selling, yeah. Scott Dwallow on DRI. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. And we have Annihilator, Neverland. Annihilator, limited edition 3500, velvet purple vinyl, $29.99. Michelle Clements on Paramore. Did I already pull that? Hold on a minute. What did I do? I messed up. Scott Dwallow got DRI. Michelle Clements got Paramore. Richard Davis on Hirax. Scott Dwallow second. And then Peter Chris is sold to J.D. Conklin for $45. That just leaves the glow-in-the-dark creatures, $2.95, or at this point, make a fair offer, and I'm going to sell it to you, okay? And then Elder is about to sell to Larry Gonzalez for $20. And let's go ahead and put up another Kiss. I have another boot here, Satan's Blood. Or it could be Satin. It could be Satin's Blood. Numbered 190 of 500. This is Kiss. Another Tennessee show. Live in Memphis at Mid-South Coliseum, 1976. Kiss is a $55 start. Still got some stuff in here. Chris Stapleton from Room A Volume 2, $19.99 for Chris Stapleton. Blink 182 Cheshire Cat, the 2016, $22.99. Deftones Diamond Eyes. Laura loves Deftones. 4-heart rating, $24.99. And Pizza Death. Nice. Reign of the Antichrist. Pizza Hut. Pizza Death is a thrash album on orange vinyl, $24.99. So that Kiss boot has bids for $60 and now $55. Larry Gonzalez gets Elder for $20. He's probably on the edge of his seat. Larry, now you can take a deep breath. Whew, it's gone, okay? There's that, and now Kiss is at $70. Scott Dwallow on Annihilator, and Deftones is sold to Janet Gray. Okay, that crate's definitely worthy of a recap. Do I have another Japanese CD over here? I do have another Japanese CD. This is the Definite Foreigner. Japanese CD, The Definite Foreigner, 2017 sealed Foreigner compilation, new and sealed, Japanese Obi, $24.99 for Foreigner. Mark Steele on Deftones. That's already been sold. Did I miss somebody's claim for a cleaning cloth earlier? I think somebody asked for a cleaning cloth earlier and I missed it. I've got 2 over here for somebody. Y'all might have to remind me. Bob Panozniak wanted 2. I think I got him, yeah. Bob Panozniak on 2 cleaning cloths. If there's somebody else, I might have missed it, okay? Okay. And then over here, we have Kiss 65, 70, 80, 75, Kiss 85, Scott Dwallow on pizza. Jay Nutra says, I claim first. Jay Nutra says, oh, okay. He's just having a conversation there. Pizza, so does Scott Dwallow. MT Matt wants a Foreigner CD, okay? Sell that to MT Matt. Got it. All right, I need to go through our entire Japanese CD inventory. We got some pretty cool stuff. Let's definitely recap this crate. Now, I think Laura's trying to mark one more. No guarantee when that will arrive, so you might want to stick around and see what happens. We're probably about to get into a vintage discount crate for sure after this one. So we got this stuff, vintage discount, probably one more that Laura's going to mark. And then we'll do some half-off nonsense, and then we'll get into the CD collection. It is already 10 o'clock. I'm going to be here at least until 1 or 2. So hopefully you can stay up a little late. If not, I'll be here every night this week, even on Saturday. Toxic, this Morta. So most of this stuff is brand new. Like this just came from a collection in Minnesota. And they're going to Houston next week to buy even more great metal. I mean, it looks insane. So Toxic Dis Morta is a red vinyl. It's sealed. It's on red vinyl. And I'm going to give you the genres for some of these. I'm assuming most of y'all would know. Laura did tell us the genres. So this is considered speed and prog metal. So Toxic, spelled T-O-X-I-K, is $24.99. Why am I putting it up there? $24.99. These are all definitely sticker price. Molder, that is M-O-L-D-E-R, engrossed in decay, yellow looking vinyl. That is death metal. Death metal, $24.99. Toxic is sold to MT Matt. How much was the Chemis album? The Chemis album you bought earlier, Matt, was... The Chemis album you bought earlier was $19.99. Kiss is at $125. Let's put up another Kiss auction. Unplugged. If you want to bid on this one, put Unplugged. It is the 2014 reissue. Unplugged, and it has the poster, $35 start. Frank Sinatra, much different from the last 2 records. This is a compilation of his best Christmas music. It's on red vinyl. It was exclusive through Walmart, $24.99. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. That's been played in The Godfather. I've said that before, just so y'all know what's going on there. That's a good one. $24.99. Right when Michael finds out Don Vito has been shot. We also have Die Theory, Ice Cream Headache. Die Theory, Ice Cream Headache is a 4-track EP. It's a thrash album. Thrash is a subgenre of metal. $14.99. There's a lot of genres of metal, possibly more than anything. Thrash is exactly the way it sounds. It's thrash. Kelly Gabney on Frank. That's sold to Kelly Gabney. And then we have Chris Stapleton. We have both from Room A Volume 1, and I'll go ahead and bring up from Room A Volume 2. I like from Room A Volume 1 because it has one of his best songs, Broken Halos, on there. And that is $19.99, and so is Room A Volume 2. So 2 nice Chris Stapleton there. Die Theory is sold to Danny Thomason. Scott Dwallow was second. Over here, the Kiss bootleg, J.D. Conklin, you're out. Okay? J.D. Conklin, you're out on the Kiss bootleg. I've shown Def Leppard Japanese CDs, Rolling Stones Japanese CDs, Foreigner Japanese CDs. But right now, I'm going to show you Lawsuit, Bad Boys of Rock. This is hard rock. It's sealed. It honestly looks like either an original or some kind of reissue of a pretty scarce or, underground record almost. $24.99. X-Wing First X-Wing first on Chris Stapleton. He gets both. Scott Dwallow, you were next. The track list on the bootleg. Detroit Rock City, Take Me, Let Me Go Rock and Roll, Strutter, Ladies Room, Firehouse, I Want You, Hard Luck Woman, Do You Love Me, Kojin, A Solo, Gene Solo, God of Thunder, Peter Solo, Rock and Roll All Night, Beth, Making Love, and Black Diamond. That's live in Memphis, 1976. The high bid right now is $140 with Bill Samus. No one's been on Unplugged. Final Call 35. Is Primitive Man still in here? Primitive Man is the next record. Yes. Primitive Man, Doom Sludge Metal. This is called Caustic. $27.99. $27.99 for Primitive Man. Let's go ahead and put up a sealed Peter Criss. Peter Criss is a 78 USOG sealed copy. It does have a clip corner, a couple chips on the spine, and tears in the shrink, but it's never been open. $55 start, and JD's backing on Kiss Satan's Blood at $145. Blink 182. If I got these new from distribution, I would be marking them $46.99 or $44, somewhere right in there. Blink 182 double LP's not cheap. The Mark, Tom, and Travis Show, 2016, which is the one that's still in print. This is almost half off at $27.99. Nice pre-owned copy, $27.99. Lifesick. Lifesick is Death Metallic Hardcore from Denmark. That's with the hype sticker. Death Metallic. How about Death Metal? Death Metal Hardcore from Denmark. I've never heard Death Metallic, but I guess so. It's a hardcore sealed $19.99. Oso gets Blink 182. That's sold to Oso. And then we had Razor. Now, I've had those before, either OGs or reissues. I think that's under the thrash genre. It is. Thrash Razor, a 35th anniversary 2LP, $34.99. So Kiss is at $155 with Bill Samus. JD Conklin's out. Joseph, you're out as well. Bill has it for $155. Greta Van Fleet, Anthem of the Peaceful Army, $19.99. Kelly Gabney gets Primitive Man. Derek Clark says Lawsuit is heavy metal from this Canadian band from Winnipeg. Manitoba indie release, very hard to find. There we go. Danny wants to know how much Razor is. $34.99. Scrape, this is a sampler, a death metal metalcore sampler on red vinyl. Looks like that's a label out of Canada. I'm assuming because of the Canadian maple leaf. $14.99. And another Blink 182, this time Cheshire Cat, a 2016, $22.99. Joseph, I'll leave it all up to you on Kiss, but I've got to sell that pretty soon. Nobody bid Unplugged. So these are new. I have them right here behind me, new for like $45, $46. This one's lightly pre-owned, same issue, $10 cheaper at $35. And nobody bid on the sealed Peter Criss, $55. So now we're back up to 3 no bids. Danny Thomason does get Razor. And tonight's new vinyl, the only thing left from tonight's new vinyl is the newest Tears for Fears. JD, there's one left. And then the new Chess compilation, Chess Records Anthology, Awesome Blues Comp. That's new for Friday. We're going to end up selling about 50 copies of that, I guess. We have 3 left. And then we had one Smashing Pumpkins box set, $114.99. So there's about to be only 3 records left from all the 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. That's pretty amazing. Danny Thomason got Razor. Sean Miller got Greta Van Fleet. And then J.D. Conklin wants that last Tears for Fears. And then Bill Samus, you get Kiss for $155. And Lawsuit was $24.99. Lawsuit, $24.99. Okay? And the last 2 no bids was sealed OG Peter Criss, $55. Kiss Unplugged, just sold to Larry Underhill for $35. Like I said, those are brand new right here behind me for $45. So if anybody wants a new sealed one, I've got you for it. All these are sticker price, Bob. Definitely sticker price on these. And then over here we have Victor Guerra on Blink 182. Okay? Now we're ready for new auctions. All these are definitely sticker price. Probably 2/3 of that crate could have been put up for auction for those sticker prices, starting bid. Next is a 1980 USPRC Richmond press with poster, VG Plus, Kiss Unmasked, a $25 start. Peter Criss is sold to Michael Wood for $55, and now we're back down to that one last no bid, the glow-in-the-dark vinyl, $295 on Creatures of the Night, or best offer. Now unmasked, and we're only left with 4 records out of that whole crate, and I think she's marking some more. The Scrape Sampler, Lawsuit, Life Sick, and Motor. Just those 4 metal records. Buy them now or they're going to get gone later, I promise. I'm going to put them right over there in case somebody changed their mind, like Bob Panozniak. Now, Bob, I know you want that record. I know you want it. I want you to have it. And all you got to do is say, sold, sold, sold. Okay, wow, there's a mess behind me, but I'm trying to chip away. Let's cut the price on this Hatchet Ed cassette tape that didn't sell. Who wants to bid on Ice Cube, Kill at Wheel? $7 start on Ice Cube, Kill at Wheel cassette tape. There's Cube. And then over here, spell Life Check. Life, it's Life Sick. Lifesick, loved by none, hated by all. Okay? No Laura sticker. Kiss has a bid for $25. No bundle deal. All sticker price. Ice Cube is a $7 start. And now we've got another Peter Criss. We bid on one earlier. Here's another chance. Peter Criss, Let Me Rock You. A 1982 Netherlands OG. And this is a Netherlands promo marked. It has a sticker that says sample record, not for sale. Warning, he who offers this record for sale infringes copyright. Well, I better contact my lawyer. His name's Brandon Beller. He's out of Carthage, Tennessee. Peter Criss, 1982 Netherlands OG, sample promo, EXEX Plus, $45 start on Peter Criss. That's Judge Brandon Beller. He's my attorney, so I am evidently infringing copyright by selling this record. So any letters can be addressed to Judge Brandon Beller, Carthage, Tennessee. Unmasked has one bid for $25. And there's that. Okay, the only records left over here was Life Sick, Motor, Scrape, and Lawsuit. All righty. Let's do this right here. If you're going to be in business for yourself, there's a couple good things you need for any young business owners out there, even though I'm one myself. But let me go ahead and tell you, if you're going to start a business, there's a couple good things you need. You're going to need a good lawyer. You're going to need a good accountant. And you're going to need a good doctor. Because you're going to have legal troubles, money troubles, and you're going to have health troubles. Take it from me. I have a good lawyer, a good accountant, and I'm still trying to find the best doctor out there, but I haven't really found like the best doctor, like just a medical practitioner. So I'm still working on that. That's probably why I'm sick and coughing and I get sick and I feel bad all the time. Probably because I don't have a good doctor yet. But let me tell you right now, you're going to need a lawyer, an accountant, and what is this right here? All right, let me knock out this crate because I need to figure out what all this is right here. Okay. Okay, patience. Oh, well, you have to have patience for anything, but I still need a good doctor. I had a good chiropractor. She fixed me, though. I had a good chiropractor when I really was like, I mean, when I first was taking crazy steps to grow this business, like no sleep, crazy amount of time putting in. I mean, I still do. I had major like back problems where I was standing all the time and pushing and working. And so I got a really, really good chiropractor. Like she even worked on some people, she even adjusted people's backs like MMA fighters at one point. She traveled. She was so good. She fixed me. I don't have any problems. I stand up straighter now. Whew, man, you should hear me crack. I mean, she would move my spine around. Oh, it felt so good. Lawyers, guns, and money. You need money too to run a business, and occasionally some guns. Yeah, for sure. We are armed here at Coletco. So here we go. We have Unmasked and Tears and Unplugged, Blink, Lawsuit, Peter Criss 55, Kiss 25, Peter Criss 45, Kiss 30, Kiss 31, Kiss 35, Kiss 36, and Kiss 37. Okay, so Ice Cube is a $7 bot now if anybody wants that. It last sold for $12 in the Hatchet Ed crate. Unmasked is at $37. $37 on this. And then Peter Criss, the last bid was Tom Kelly at $45 with sample sticker, okay? I am wearing hookah shoes right now, HOKAs. They're okay, but I prefer just Nike Run Swift, okay? This is a lot of Rocktober stuff, but I need to kind of condense it and figure out what I have left in stock. Over here, I have Ministry. The Mind is a terrible thing to taste. Ministry, Rocktober, 2LP, expanded edition. Ministry is $39.99. Warren Zevon just got inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Learning to Flinch. He's been passed away now for a while. This is $38.99. This features stripped down live versions of the 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee. Werewolves of London, cut by Bernie Grumman. $38.99. $38.99. Ministry is Soda Kelly Gabney. That's new Rocktober expanded, okay? Over here, Unmasked is at $40 with Larry Underhill. J.D. Conklin's out. Brian Connors is out. And no one else bid on Peter Criss. That's sold to Tom Kelly for $45. Thank you on that. Only one Dream Theater Train of Thought. Well, there might be one more up front. $39.99. Train of Thought. 2003 double album, clear vinyl, $39.99. Victor, your bid just came in late on Peter Criss. Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante, blue vinyl. Mr. Bungle, $38.99. We're down to 3 of those. And then Tusk is on blue vinyl. That's the newest Rocktober Fleetwood Mac Tusk, $38.99. And now this is sold to Larry Underhill for $40. And we're ready for more auctions. Next thing is going to go up right now. This is Kiss Alive 2. This is a 1977 Santa Maria repress. Santa Maria repress. It's a club copy from Columbia House. It does have the book and tattoos though, but the vinyl's pretty worn, VG minus. $15 start on Alive 2. And then we have Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos. There's the other Dream Theater, Systematic Chaos, clear vinyl, $39.99. We've got 3 of those. This was actually from a Hatchet Ed crate, half off. It's a radio broadcast, Roland Bynum, Soul in Motion. It features artists such as Aretha Franklin, Buddy Miles, Rufus Thomas, and Smokey Robinson. And this was for the United States Air Force radio broadcast. It was a soul radio broadcast, and that was half off, so that's only $17.50. And then there is another Soundgarden. If you don't have one of these already, Epic 4LP Live Soundgarden, who also just got inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's on splatter vinyl, and these are $59.99. I remember when these were first coming out, they were like, what, $109.99? $99.99. So I think they made thousands of them, though. They made a lot of them, so you can pick them up now. Not bad whatsoever. Soundgarden, $59.99. So we're chipping away at the Ministry stock. 2LP expanded. The Mind's a Terrible Thing to Taste, $39.99. That Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch, that's pretty cool, $38.99. Dream Theater, Train of Thought, $39. Mr. Bungle, $38. That's on blue vinyl. So is Tusk. It's also on blue vinyl, $38. And then the other Dream Theater, clear vinyl, Systematic Chaos, $39. Just wanted to go through those right quick. We sold a couple of things out of there. I'll take it. There's only 3 or 4 records, so The chances, when you have a whole crate, and I'm like, well, I only sold one thing. Well, there's only like 6 records in there, so that's pretty good. 1 out of 6, 1 out of 7 ain't bad. We got 208 people watching on all platforms right now. Scott Dwallow says, I'll go ahead and take a ministry. Thank you. Chipping away at that stock. Kiss has bids for 15, 16, 15, 20, 20, and 25. And let's grab another auction. How about Ace Frehley as a picture disc? Ooh, this is an original. I didn't realize we had this over here. This is a 78 OG picture disc. The original picture disc for Ace. I'm in need of love. That's a $40 start. Ace on that. Soundgarden is on splatter vinyl. Yes. $59.99. It's on splatter vinyl. Yes, it is. 4 LPs. All right, and then let's find something else. Okay. I'm in need of love. Oh. Ow. Okay, yeah, they're all different color splatter. That's right. Let's run another Kiss 45 over here. I forgot about some of these. I have... here we go. Reason to Live. If you want to bid on this, put 4.5 for 45. Reason to Live, very clean, $10 start on that. Reason to Live from Crazy Nights. $10 start on Reason to Live, okay? First thing I'm going to do, let's go through a vintage discount crate, buy it now, best offer of some sort. I feel like this one's pretty dang recent, but it was shown at the end of the week, and so I think maybe some people were just overwhelmed. And there are so many good records, and we need to go through this one more time, best offer for sure, without a doubt. So, Matt, if you decide you want that Soundgarden, let me know. I think we're done on a live. Tyson has it for 25. Ace is a $40 start, and that 45 is a $10 start. And let's grab this crate, and we definitely need to read through this again. Buy it now, best offer. There's way too many good titles in here. I mean, it's just insane what's in here, honestly. So, on a second read-through that's not half off, this will be a best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. I mean, I'm not going to do half off probably, but I'm here to sell records. That's what I do. We got 1 billion inside of this building. We're constantly buying them. We're constantly needing to sell them. So make offers, or you can go ahead and claim it. Some people don't like making offers. Some people want to just claim it. That's okay too. They wait for me to discount them. It does have the original sleeve. Yes, it is a clip corner. It does have the original jacket. Yes. So 78 USOG, EX, and just a little bit of wear on the jacket, clip corner. But yes, it does have the jacket. I guess I should have showed that. Now we got bids for 40 and 40. All right, now that thing's rolling. Buy it now, best offer. The Grateful Dead, In the Dark, $49.99, an original 87 club copy with the inverted eyes. See how their eyes are upside down? This also has the original on her sleeve. It has that big hit song, probably one of the most radio accessible songs the Grateful Dead had. Touch of Grey, $49.99 for the Grateful Dead. You know, the Grateful Dead is kind of like licorice. Not everybody likes licorice, but the people who do really like licorice. $49.99 for the Grateful Dead. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $34.99. Original on her sleeve, superb OG press, $34.99. Does have an old sticker residue part right up there. I love some of the music on here, like the Body Electric, 100-100. Cheap Trick, Heaven Tonight, $19.99 for Cheap Trick. Once again, original on her sleeve, Orange Epic label. They have a new album coming out Friday. It's up for pre-order in the group. Mike Pierce gets Rush. Great decision there. I know Mike's a Rush fan. And then Bruce Springsteen, The River. New film about this guy coming out. One of those biopics, kind of focusing on his life during the Nebraska tapes. Bruce Springsteen is $34.99. All right, Alive is sold for $25. What did somebody ask for? A Destroyer? Let me check. Now, we're tied on Ace. So John Morris bid 40 and Jerry Rock bid 40. So, Jerry, I'm going to leave it up to you to bid again. And then over here, we got Kiss for a $10 buy it now. Reason to Live, if anybody wants it, a $10 buy it now. Larry Underhill picking up Cheap Trick. I knew this was a great crate. That's why I'm reading through it again. And then over here, I have Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Hard Promises. This is $34.99. This has the original under sleeve. Tom Petty, $34.99. The waiting is the hardest part, $34.99. Quoting Jerry. Was that actually Jerry Garcia that said that? You know, I've heard people tell me about that. I've actually heard that. I did not know that was actually Jerry Garcia that said that. Kiss Destroyer. This is a 76 Terre Haute OG. Destroyer is a real OG pressing from 76. It's EX, and it's a $30 start for Destroyer. We have Adam Ant Strip. Adam Ant is in shrink wrap, $29.99. They just had a new greatest hits kind of thing come out. It was an import only. I missed it. It was not cheap. It's like a $50 record, colored vinyl, and they're not in stock anymore. I've got them back ordered. I hope they come back in, but they just came out with an Adam Ant singles compilation, and I missed it. $29.99. Mark Weiss, you get Springsteen for $28. Sure thing. So now Ace is at $45 with John Morris. Jerry Rock's done bidding, but Chad, you tied John, so everybody else is out. This is a fantastic crate of records. One of my favorite groups here. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Great live album, Four-Way Street. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeves and beautiful disc. And this cover is notorious for having ring wear. I don't know what it is. Just some album jackets always have ring wear. This, Black Sabbath Paranoid. I could literally make a list for you, but this one's not too bad. $34.99. Kelly Gabney on Adam and the Ants. Destroyer has a bid for $30. And then Randy Travis, Storms of Life, shrink wrap, hop sticker. Now, I'm not into country, you could say, but I'm into Randy Travis for sure. Oh my gosh, what a voice. Great stuff here. $29.99. Shrink wrap. This picture was taken somewhat locally here in Tennessee. $29.99, okay? And he said $45. Oh, he wants Reason to Live. Okay. This is sold to Chad Anderson for $10. Make sure this goes in a new sleeve together. That's sold to Chad Anderson for $10. Okay. Next is Destroyer has a bid for $30. Grateful Dead, $39. Sell that to Jay Beach for $39. Sold. Wow. The only thing left in here so far is Randy Travis, Tom Petty, and Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Stephen Stills, Manassas. Great stuff here. Speaking of Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Stephen Stills, Dallas Taylor, who played in CSN, and then Chris Hillman, who played in the Birds, 1999. They put out, does this one have Johnny, what's the one on here I like? No, that's on the other Manassas album. Cool stuff here, though. 1999. And Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance. Lou Reed is $29.99. Beautiful. I mean, a spanking copy. And that is $29.99, no condition notes. Randy Travis. I will split this with you, Danny, at $25. The only way this album's in print is through MoFi. And, of course, the MoFi pressings are like $45, $50. So, clean OG there, $29.99. I think we're done on Ace. John Morris gets that for $45, okay? There's that. $45. Ace Frehley, $45 on that. Let's put that away. And now Destroyer get new bids. Now it's at 31 with Michael Wood. I am officially into our bonus crates of auctions tonight. The only unsold auctions I'll show right now. Well, this was kind of random. You might be interested in it. It's a radio broadcast. It's a Soul. It's half off at $17.50. Rufus Thomas, Buddy Miles, Smokey Robinson, and Aretha. That is $17.50 over here. Ice Cube is $7. And then this is $295. Kiss, Creatures of the Night, glow-in-the-dark green vinyl, $295. That is our only no bids tonight. And then Ice Cube for $7. Everything else is gone. Destroyer's our current active auction. We're in a crazy crate of buy it now, best offer stuff. This is a Friday music pressing from 2025 of Ace Frehley, Trouble Walking. We had the original earlier tonight. This is the Friday music pressing, $30 start on that. Next is ZZ Top, Tres Hombres. Fantastic copy, $34.99. The offers I accept depends on what the title is, how many potential buyers I think I might have for it, or number two, how difficult I think it would be to sell, or I think I listed off three things right then. So sometimes I'll go ahead and say yes because I think we might not have too many buyers and we might have more copies available coming up in the shoot, et cetera, et cetera. So it just never depends. I might counter on something if it's just too nice of a copy. Sometimes these things are just so beautiful. Like I know for sure we've sold VG copies of this for $10. But when you have like a perfect copy, I try to demand a little bit more. ZZ Top, J Nutra gets that. Ice Cube for $5. Well, it last sold for $12, Jim B. So then I put it up for a $7 start. And of course, Jim B is going to take a baseball bat to my knees and try to get it for $5. I will sell it to you for $6. Okay? $6. Slime the Family Stone's greatest hits, $14.99. $14.99. That's a later pressing, $14.99. I have not heard back from Michael Wood on Destroyer. Are they going to reprint Tres Hombres like Eliminator? Are you talking about for Rhino? Those are already done. I can back order them if you want to. Okay? J Nutra on ZZ Top. J Nutra on ZZ Top for $30. Just always make sure you get your offer in with the claim if you're trying to make an offer, because that could mess up the chat line later on. That's sold to J Nutra for $30. Herbie Hancock Headhunters, a 1974 quad press, $74.99. Headhunters, a quad press, $74.99. We have Electric Light Orchestra Out of the Blue with poster, both inner sleeves, $39.99. Jim B says, pass, no longer interested. You just made a bad decision. You're probably never going to get a deal on anything ever again. That's sold to Gregory Roberts for $6. That is sold to Gregory for $6. Jim B, you just missed your opportunity. You have messed up for the rest of the week, probably the rest of the year. Hank Williams Jr., 5-0, shrink wrap and hop sticker, $26.99. That is another top copy. Eagles Desperado, $34.99. OG textured cover, phenomenal, $34.99. And Steely Dan Gaucho. This is $34.99. We're talking original inner sleeve, Hey 19, OG Bob Lugwood mastering, $34.99. What's the Destroyer at? Chris Martin has had it for 4 minutes at $35. Michael, we've all been trying to figure out what happened to you. It's a final call to him for $35. Ace Frehley is a final call for $30. I try to sell Jim B something where literally he could triple his money on it, and he tries to get it for less. Can y'all believe that? The Yes album, $19.99 in shrink wrap, $19.99. Phenomenal copy in shrink, $19.99 on that. So here's what just happened on Steely Dan. We had an offer, a claim, and then a higher offer. So McEwen Photo, if you want this, it will be for sticker price, okay? If not, then it's sold to Mark Weiss. And Destroyer has a new bid. Pink Floyd The Wall, OG pressing, $64.99. $64.99. Chad, if the lawsuit LP is available and Bob Nasniak is one for $20, I'll take it for $20. Bob Panozniak offered $20, and I said everything was sticker price, and he never did say sold or passed. So if you want it, it's $24.99. Also, Hank Williams Jr. Rowdy, that's in shrink wrap, $24.99. Pink Floyd Metal, a 75 Jacksonville press, $49.99. A really nice copy, $49.99. And Bill Withers Adjustments. Bill Withers, $34.99. Does have a little bit of a light crease right there. $34.99 for Bill Withers on the original Sussex label. Chris Martin, Your Island Destroyer. Nobody bid on Ace Frehley. That's a $30 buy it now. It's up to McEwen Photo. If he wants Steely Dan, it will be sticker price. And then if not, McEwen, like 15 other people now want it. Because I said the coveted words, Bob Lugwood Mastering. And now everybody has literally started screaming at the TV. 1981 U.S. reissue of AC/DC Dirty Deeds, Done Dirt Cheap. An Allied pressing with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, a $20 start. Okay, next thing is McEwen Photo says he will take it. Now Destroyer's at 37, and Michael Wood, if you're out there, we got to move fast on Destroyer, okay? I mean fast. Lawsuit is sold. That means that last metal crate we went through, there's only 3 records left. This is sold to Jackie Reynolds at sticker price. Bill Withers sold to Wolverine for $28. And then Ace Frehley is sold to Scott Dwallow for $25. Wow. Next is the Beatles, Past Masters, Volume 1, Volume 2, together in one, the original pressing for $79.99. Now, y'all probably have seen me sell these as a new remastered reissue, $49.99. This is the original time it came out on vinyl in 1988, and that is $79.99. Okay, still some insane stuff in here. Beatles, Pink Floyd, OG The Wall, yes, Eagles, ELO, Herbie Hancock and Quad, Sly and the Family Stone, Randy Travis, Danny passed on it, still available, Lou Reed, Stephen Stills, Tom Petty, Crosby, Stills and Nash, a third Hank Williams Jr., Whiskey Bent and Hellbound. Hank Williams Jr. is $24.99. Also, The Gossip. The Gossip is a 2001 Garage on red vinyl, $44.99. Larry Underhill on the Eagles for $30. Sold to Larry Underhill. Chris Martin, You've Been Outbid on Destroyer. Michael Wood did bid $38. AC/DC just has one bid for $20. Going once, going twice. Tonight, I've got more 45s. I've got more CDs. And we might even go through a new Christmas crate. I do have a Christmas crate. I know there's some Christmas buyers watching, and hopefully they don't go anywhere. I have a crate that's never been gone through before. Here is a metal compilation. Metal Treasures and Vinyl Heavies with Judas Priest, Michael Schenker, Thor, Wasted, G-Force, Tigers of Pantang, Accept, Exciter, Samson Girl, some band called Metallica, don't know them, and Mama's Boys. The cover does have a wavy effect to it. The vinyl, though, is nice. That metal comp is a $20 start. Susie Wants Hank. I'm assuming Whiskey Bent and Hellbound. Sell that to Susie Breedlove. AC/DC has a new bid for $22. The Flying Burrito Brothers. OG's very desirable. This is a 1976 pressing that is beautiful. $49.99 in shrink wrap. The Flying Burrito Brothers. Nice. King Crimson. And the Court of the Crimson King. 1978 Presswell press, $59.99 in the Court of the Crimson King. That originally came out in '69. That's another really nice 78 Presswell, $59.99. Destroyer is sold to Michael Wood for $38. AC/DC's at $25, and the metal comp is at $20.21. Pink Floyd. 75 Jacksonville with both posters, $74.99. Breathe in the air. Both posters, no stickers. A 75 press, $74.99. We also have Led Zeppelin. The Song Remains the Same. An original PR Richmond press, $64.99. Some pricey records in here. Don't hesitate to make offers. Next Kiss auction going up right now. That is Destroyer. Destroyer is Destroyer Resurrected. Okay. And actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and just, because we got 3 and they're pretty much all sealed. I got 3 copies of Destroyer Resurrected, $25. $25. Kiss Destroyer Resurrected. Buy it now for $25. 3 copies if anybody wants them. The metal comps at 24 with Danny. That means Brian Call, you're out. Matt Nichols wants the Soundgarden box. Let's go pull that for him right now. Black Hole Sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black Hole Sun. Well, I have one more left if anybody else wants one. One more left if anybody else wants one. That officially fills up this crate. And we have a Pink Floyd bundle. Let me see what I can do for you there. I'll tell you my best price on those. And let's go ahead and grab another crate to fill up. I've got one more Soundgarden box if someone so chooses to buy, or someone so chooses to get another one, or want another one, or wants one, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, and then all 3 of these kits are sold for $25. Grumpy gets one for $25, Scott Smith gets one for $25, and Michael Hamburger gets one for $25. The Soundgarden box was $59.99. Metal Comp, $26. And then we're about to sell that AC/DC for $25, okay? Led Zeppelin sold to Sean Miller for $55. Nice pickup there. The Fabulous Johnny Cash, $24.99. The Fabulous Johnny Cash. Nice and shrink. It is a later press. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits, also really nice and shrink. The shrink's a little torn, but that just goes to show you how well it's been taken care of. $24.99 on that. Van Morrison, A Period of Transition, $34.99 for Van Morrison. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. This is an early 80s pressing. Super clean. $34.99. And now we're ready for new auctions. AC/DC is sold to Robbie Woods for $25. The Metal Comp is at $27. Jerry Rock, I hadn't forgot about you. But first, let me go ahead and introduce these auctions. Vinnie Vincent Invasion. This is a 86 USOG EDP pressing with the original lyric inner sleeve, VG Plus condition, Vinnie Vincent Invasion, self-titled, a $20 start. That's now up for bid. And then we have Steely Dan, Katie Lied, $34.99. Black Friday's on this one. Daddy Don't Live in That New York City No More. That's a good one. Steely Dan, super clean copy, $34.99 on that. Also, we got Jimi Hendrix, Smash Hits, $34.99 on this. Original reprise inner sleeve. Beautiful. Foxy, Lady, Rant Down, and then Fleetwood Mac Tusk. Last crate, we had a new Rocktober Blue vinyl. How about an OG copy? 2 LP with the complete with inner sleeves, $34.99. Wow. Great stuff. We'll just do a quick title read through there in just a second. First thing is I hear Laura's price gun, so I know she's not done. But we're going to try a random kid single here, an old one, a 78 RPM Deputy Dog from the TV cartoon show Peter Pan, 1962, featuring Dayton Allen and original TV soundtrack voices. Deputy Dog, a $7 start. Okay? Mark V's first on Katie Lied. He's going to go ahead and grab that for $29. So do you. All right. And we got Jimmy for $29. So to Michael Jacob. And the wind cried Mary. So I see about 7 in here. At the conclusion of this crate, like if they don't get sold so they don't get accidentally mixed up, probably some I'm just going to leave on Laura's desk. I do this sometimes. She retags them. She gets them ready in auction format, new inner sleeves, cleans them, does the exact matrix search, and put them up for auction. There's at least 7 in here, okay? Now, the Pink Floyds are pending. We had somebody want to know my best price. So first, Tusk, I'll do this for $28. That'd be $7 off. And then we had a pending offer for Pink Floyd if he bought both of them. So we had The Wall, which would be definitely the ones I retag for auction, and then Dark Side of the Moon. So I know earlier tonight we did an OG copy for the same price, no condition notes. I'll say 60 on this and 50 on this. Now that's a pretty considerable discount, but if they did get tagged for auction, that could be the possibly minimum bid. $110, so 60 and 50. I mean, we're talking nice OG and then the repress, essentially. 110 on those. That's $30 off, but they're marked pretty much top right now. And Brian Call got Tusk for 28. The metal comp is at 28 with Danny Thomason. I haven't heard back from Oso, and that's the last person. Vinnie Vincent is a $25 start, no bid yet. Deputy Dog, a $7 start. Dark Side is a 75 press, 75 Jacksonville. So that would be the 2 years from the OG date, okay? Michael Jacob needs to put back Jimi Hendrix. If anybody wants this, it's still available. I will still sell it for $29. Purple Haze, Fire, Wind Cries Mary, Can You See Me, Hey Joe, Stone Free, Manic Depression, Foxy Lady, Crosstown Traffic, All Along the Watchtower, Red House, and Remember. Great one there. 29. I've went ahead and reduced that one to 29. So it was 34, okay? Tom Petty, Hard Promises, 34. Cross Steals and Ash Live, 34. Steven Stills Manassas, 19. Lou Reed, Sally Can't Dance, 29. Randy Travis, 29. Shrink It Hop. One of my favorite comps here, $14.99. Sly and the Family Stone. I Want to Take You Higher. Everyday People, dance to the music, sing a simple song. Just $14.99 on that. We have I'll Take Jimi Hendrix for $29. That is so to Mark Weiss. And Vinnie Vincent has a bid for $25. 90 for those two. I don't think I can do that. The Wall usually sells every bit of 65 and more, especially when we put it up for auction. Everybody knows it's an OG copy that's clean. So I think I've already said I would do 50 on that. And then Dark Side of the Moon. Now, I know it's not OG, but still, these 70s pressings that aren't trashed, these are usually like trashed. Like we have gobs that are just destroyed. Not bad whatsoever. Is this the, which is Jacksonville? I don't know. There's so many different versions of these. I know it's a Jacksonville, but I don't know the mastering. So, and then I said 60 on that. I'll get that down to feet. We'll say 105, but that's probably my best price right now. That'd be 50 and 55 if somebody buys both of them. 50 and 55 if somebody takes both of them, okay? Sly is sold to Brian Call. That's a good pickup. Grumpy Moose was second. Herbie Hancock was quad. Definitely getting recycled for the auction lot if no one buys it right now. Quad, $74.99. And then ELO out of the blue. No 3D Space Center, but it does a double LP, $39.99. Okay, Danny, I got to go ahead and sell this to you. No, my bad. Oso bid $30 way up here. Oso bid $30 on the metal comp. Danny, you were outbid. Oso bid on this $30. I missed that. $30, Oso Adventure. Danny, you've been outbid. So we'll sell Deputy Dog to Stephen A. Young for $7. Let's put that away for him. And sorry I didn't call out that bid sooner. He's had that for $30 for a quite long time. And then Vinnie Vincent is sold to Chris Martin, one bid, $25, okay? Both of the OG, or we'll say both of the Pink Floyds are sold. We'll sell The Wall for $50, and we'll sell Dark Side of the Moon for $55. Those are sold to Jerry Rock. And then Hank Williams Jr., 5-0, Shrink It Hop, 26. The Yes Album Shrink, Nice, 19. Hank Williams Jr. Rowdy was 24. Pink Floyd Metal. Now, this one's still available, $49.99. I didn't know if you wanted that in the bundle either, but that is a 75 Jacksonville. That originally came out in 71. $49.99 for Metal. Past Master, $79. The Gossip was $44.99. Flying Burrito, $49. And Shrink. King Crimson, $59. Crazy what's still left in here. Johnny Cash, Waylon Greatest Hits, Van Morrison, and Bob Dylan. Stephen A. Young picking up, yes, Sister Bluebird, Flying High Above. Wow, so good. Oso, you're out on the metal comp. Danny has it for $31. Danny has it for $31. Here is another color variant of Origins Volume 2. Oso may need this. He's bought a lot of them for me. Red and green. Red and green split colored vinyl. Christmas colors. Origins Volume 2, $20 start on Ace Frehley. Anybody else? If not, I'm going to roll into another crate. And it might be one just as good as that one. I think Laura's still marking some stuff. Holy crap, we got a lot still to go through. If she's still marking some stuff back there, oh my goodness. Whoa. Okay, I'm going to take this one off. And that still got some crazy stuff in it. Oh, there went my knees. That felt pretty good, though. All right, this is another great crate. Ace has a bid for 20. Oso, it's up to you on the metal comp. Oso's got a pretty bad lag out there. He's got a pretty bad lag out there in California. Always been pretty delayed to get comments in for him. The songs: Wasted, Women in Chains, Samson, Losing My Grip, Exciter, Violence and Force, Except, I'm a Rebel, Tigers of Pantang, Love Potion number 9, Judas Priest, The Ripper, For Anger, G-Force featuring Gary Moore, White Knuckle, Rockin' and Rollin', Michael Schenker Group, Attack of the Mad Axeman, Metallica, Whiplash, Mama's Boy, Straightforward, and Girl, Hollywood Tees. The cover has a little bit of waviness in the bottom of it, but the vinyl's nice. EX are better. Danny has that at $31. Ace is at 20 with Jeff Church, and J.D. Conklin also bid 20. More auctions going up in just a moment. Okay, just a moment. And the first thing we have is this. Sammy Hagar, Standing Hampton. Sammy Hagar is $24.99. Another great crate. Buy it now, best offer. Also, Fleetwood Mac Live, a double LP, $34.99. The Beach Boys, Endless Summer. Great compilation. Gatefold 2 LP with the airplane poster. The Beach Boys, $29.99. And Deep Purple, Made in Japan. Also a cover known for a lot of ring wear. This is a later label, still a 70s press, and it's near mint minus. Really nice Deep Purple at $39. So Deep Purple, Beach Boys, Fleetwood Mac, Sammy Hagar, and Bo Diddley, Big Bad Bo. Bo Diddley, $34.99. Orange and blue chest label, $34.99. Let's sell Danny then the metal comp at $31. Thank you. Ace Frehley's now at 30. Ace Frehley is now at 30 with Jeff Church. That's going to go right there. And now let's put up Paul Stanley. And Paul Stanley is a 2016 Russian picture disc. So it does come with a sleeve. In 2006, they did a pressing of these over in Russia. I've had them before. I know that's kind of bizarre sounding, but it's a Russian press of the Paul Stanley picture disc. $20 start on that. Also, we have Neil Young, Comes a Time. Neil Young is $34.99. I love the original version of Lotta Love. You may know the version by Nicolette Larson. Neil Young did that first, wrote it first, of course. $34.99 for Neil Young. And Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees. Now, Rhino Reserve just reissued this all analog. That's one of those last albums with Danny Kerwin. Christine McVie's on here. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, $24.99, and it's nice. This album's also notorious for being a cutout record, meaning it didn't originally sell that well. Hey, there's the thumbs up button. Hadn't seen that in a while. Didn't we have some balloons earlier? Do we have some balloon action going on? A lot of people's never seen the balloons anymore, have they? Oh, hold on a minute. Let me stick it out here. No, that's not going to work. Yep, there we go. There's the balloons. Yep. For some reason, every time I throw up the peace sign, it sends out balloons. We figured that out one night. I have no idea. And then if I stick up the thumbs up, it does some kind of, yeah, I don't know. It's some kind of motion detector in this Apple software. We have Who's Greatest Hits, Substitute, The Seeker, My Generation, Pinball Wizard, We Won't Get Fooled Again, Love, Reign Over Me, $19.99 on that. Sinatra, For the Collector, Volume 2, the V-Disc Years. Some kind of Sinatra comp that I still don't know what it is. $14.99. Paul Stanley's at 20. Ace Frehley's at 36. And how about we grab another auction? And that next auction is going to be, dong, It's Been a Hard Day's Night. Pretty cool pressing here. I like this label. It's not the first label, but I've always liked that label, the pink and orange. Hard Day's Night, a very clean VG Plus stereo press, amazing music on here. $25 start for the Beatles, Hard Day's Night. That's now up for bid, okay? We got an offer for 14 on the Who and 12 on the Who. Mark Weiss was first, sold to Mark Weiss for $14. Next thing is Bob Seger 7. Bob Seger Contrast. Bob Seger is $29.99. Orange Capitol label, $29.99 for Bob Seger. Greg Kihn Band, Rock and Roll. Greg Kihn Band is $24.99. And Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. Southern Man, won't you? $34.99 for Neil Young. And Grumpy Moose Gaming was going to pay full price for the Who. So I just shot myself in the foot over $6. If that would have came in a little bit sooner, I could have earned $6 more. I just shot myself in the foot. I'm glad Danny wasn't first. I might have said yes to his 12, and I would have shot myself in the foot over $8. Clifford Umstead on Bob Seger, sold to Clifford. All right, are we done over here on Ace? I think we are. J.D. Conklin got that for $36. The Russian Paul Stanley sold for $20 to Jerry Rock, and the Beatles has a bid for $25. Can't buy me love. I have been listening to Paul McCartney's entire discography. I am currently through Wings at the Speed of Sound. I started with the Beatles' Love Me Do. I've listened to the entire Beatles discography in order, and then I've listened to Paul starting with his first solo album. Holy crap, Laura just delivered a whole crate of metal, or a whole crate of records. The first record's metal. I bet there's a lot of metal in there. And then Beatles is at 25 with Mark Weiss. And so I listened to the Beatles through Love Me Do. I just listened to the studio albums. I didn't listen to like past masters and singles. So I listened to Love Me Do all the way through, UK album releases. And then I started with Paul McCartney. I did self-titled. I jumped over to the Wings stuff, and I'm down through Wings at the Speed of Sound. So when I was on my way to work, I was listening to like silly love songs. And then I'm going to finish, of course, through Wings and then his solo career. Now, he has a lot of stuff. He has classical music, he has soundtracks, and he even has some electronic music. A lot of people don't know about Paul McCartney's electronic music. I'm going to try to listen to everything. I think at some point or another I have. Yeah, the last song I was listening to was Time to Hide. Yeah, that's the song I'm on right now. I don't need to forget my spot. But a quick side diversion here. A lot of people don't know Paul McCartney's solo. He's got some, and they're really rare on vinyl. I finally got copies when we got Dale's Pittsburgh collection, but he's got these albums here that are electronic music. Rushes. It's under The Fireman. So that's Paul McCartney. The Fireman. Those are electronic albums. Liverpool Sound Collage. No, Twin Freaks is another one. I think that's like kind of bizarro type stuff. But yeah, and then his classical stuff too. This one I have yet to get on vinyl. It's rare. It's working classical. Where is it? Is it even on here? It should be on here. I don't see it. Off the Ground, Standing Stone. That's a good one. Classical stuff. So I'm going to try to listen to everything. I think at some point or another I have, but I've just started this challenge, and I'm in the 70s right now. So I'm going to listen, obviously, to everything in chronological order. Everything in chronological order. And then I'll go back and try to fill in the gaps. So I've definitely listened to Wings Over America. Oh, yeah. Okay, we got a great Laura crate coming up, so let's go ahead and finish this one. George Thorogood Maverick, 1999. Jerry Rock wants to pay for the Paul Stanley, and he wants to send it to Larry Gonzalez for free. No charge. Larry Gonzalez for free, no charge. Okay? So charge that to right here to Jerry Rock and send it to Larry Gonzalez. Okay? There's that. And then Three Dog Night Cyan, $14.99. Dolly's Greatest Hits, $24.99, $9.25. And then the Beatles, $51.50, $44.99. That has the original on her sleeve. Also, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $34.99. Johnny Van Zant, $19.99. And then the Rolling Stones, It's Only Rock and Roll, and I Like It. This has the original inner sleeve. It's a beautiful copy, $34.99. Mark Weiss gets the Beatles for $25. Do y'all know about, and shout out to our customer and my friend Landon, who I met up at the Paul McCartney concert with. I just by happen chance ran into him Thursday morning, and we ended up hanging out all day together. He told me about something. I think I had heard about it before, but I had forgot about it. It's been so long ago. So do y'all know there is a Beatles song that McCartney has that has never been released? It's called Carnival of Light. I had forgot about this. Carnival of Light. It's an unreleased 14-minute Beatles song. Paul McCartney has it, and it's never been released. No one's ever heard it. I mean, it's evidently locked down. It's never been bootlegged. I mean, it's not like something that they just hadn't officially released. No one has ever heard it before. That has got my curiosity up. It was supposed to come out. It was supposed to come out on the Anthology 4 set, and it talks about that. They thought it was going to be released for Anthology 4, and he still hadn't put it out. So, an unreleased Beatles song, and McCartney has the tape. Only a few people have ever heard it. The Beatles, George Martin, and I guess the people who mixed it, but since then, probably not many. Mark Dolly, I'll sell to you for $18. It was marked $24.99. My bad. Yeah, I got Beatles on my mind. Sorry. I've listened to so much Beatles stuff in the last, 5 days? I am Beatle overloaded. I'm calling everything Beatles. Van Halen, 5150, an 86 club copy, $44.99. I think before I start this lore crate, I'm going to crack open a Monster, eat some more jalapeno bread, and get my brain reset, because she has priced, looks like a whole crate of insane stuff. Anybody else? Van Halen, Dolly, Rolling Stones, Johnny Van Zant, Fleetwood Mac, Three Dog Night, George Thorogood, Neil Young, Greg Kihn, Sinatra, Fleetwood Mac, Neil Young, Bo Diddley, Deep Purple, Beach Boys, Fleetwood Mac, Sammy Hagar. So the discussion came up about that Beatles song. McCartney could auction that off, like, for charity. There is no telling what that would sell for. Like, McCartney's like, all right, high bidder, I will give you this unreleased Beatles song to do whatever you want to with it. So they actually recorded it for a light show and sound rave event. So they were commissioned to do it for like a light show. It was going to be, music composed by Paul McCartney, and it just never did happen. So it just never did it was for a light show. So it's very avant-garde. It was recorded around Penny Lane. So they recorded it right around when they did Penny Lane. So you can imagine, it sounds probably like something, it probably sounds like something off would have been on Sgt. Pepper's. I'm kind of thinking kind of avant-garde, kind of psychedelia. So it evidently has vocals, though. It definitely has lyrics. It's not just instrumental. So can you imagine? The day that actually comes out, gosh, that's going to be incredible. It might not be the greatest song ever, but just knowing that there's an unreleased Beatles song out there, that is pretty sick. I forgot that till Landon told me about it, and then I've been reading about it. There's people even on YouTube that have tried to, like, make what they think it sounds like. You know, they've tried to, like, maybe think what they think it could possibly sound like, you know, like fan tributes, but no one knows. Paul McCartney has the master, so it's never been heard. It's not been bootlegged or anything, so. Okay, next is pass on Dolly. That's okay. I just remembered I have to pay my invoice if you have to get 2 more vinyl cleaning cloths. Okay, so you need to add 2 more cleaning cloths, or do you want Ed to add those to your invoice? Okay, let me know specifically there. And then we have Herbie Hancock, Wolverine. Let's see, it was $75.50. I'll do it for $55. I like that number, $55. Let's put up new auctions. I'm just going to go ahead and let you know, this crate right here that Laura just marked, it's one of those straight priced, modern type pressings. great deals, insane top crates that she does, okay? Probably she's the best at it than anybody. Just insane stuff here. Let's get these knocked out. She can mark these fast. They're barcoded. They're all near mint. We can knock these kind of records out fast. I love it when we buy collections like this. I'm sure she does too. We can put out some stuff in a hurry. Okay, first thing we have is Van Halen 2. This is OG, but it's VG. It's got a worn cover a little bit, VG vinyl, $15 star. And Ozzy is a Walmart blue vinyl. It is sealed, but it does have a little bit of a crease right here. $25 start on that. What year? That song would have been recorded, the Beatles song would have been recorded around 1967. That's when Penny Lane was recorded. 67 on that. 68, 67, somewhere right in there. Herbie Hancock, let's pull that for Boxel. So that one won't be ever hitting the auction block. That probably would have been the starting bid on it whenever we had that retagged. So that's sold to Wolverine for 55. So here's the agenda. We still got auctions, including Kiss stuff I can put up. I meant to put something Kiss up right there. Some Kiss stuff still coming. All the advertised stuff sold, but I still have plenty. This crate, I'm probably going to go ahead and do another new arrivals crate, which is Christmas. While we're doing that, I'll still be having auctions, and we'll do some discount. We need half off, no more, no less as well. I'm going to go up here and get something to drink. I'm going to need it probably for this crate. And let's do it. All right. I got me a monster. Second of the night. I don't get to meet many of my customers, and a lot of y'all I do meet. I'm always amazed at the knowledge everybody has, and got to hang out with some, met some people at the McCartney show, and I'm always amazed at everybody's knowledge. Like I told you, I was in line with these guys, or this one guy, and then he found another one of his old buddies. And they were major White Stripes fans. Like, they actually laid over in Nashville to see Paul McCartney. They was on their way to California or wherever. Not California. Where was the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Wherever. They was on their way to that. And they were just serious. I mean, like, they're White Stripe fans like I am for, like, Zeppelin, you know, or Beatles. So it's amazing the fandom and the knowledge they had. They were telling me about records I didn't know that existed, and hidden tracks and rare pressings and stuff that's maybe not even on Discogs. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. So, all right, I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Don't blink. New York City. Okay. Sorry, I'm grabbing a snack right quick. It's 11 o'clock. This is the time I usually take a snack break. And it happens to be a bad time because we got a brand new crate here. I thought he was from he told me he's from California. He stopped in Nashville to see McCartney, and then he was heading to New York to see the show. I think that broadcast, the concert and stuff, is in New York City. I don't think it's actually at the Hall of Fame, but I could be wrong. All right, I'm back. It's also amazing what these artists sit on that's unreleased. So, like, what did Bruce Springsteen just put out? He just put out all that unreleased music. literally McCartney still has Beatles stuff that people have never heard. All these bands are sitting on all this unreleased stuff. Of course, it's not like polished full music or anything, but still, it's amazing what they sit on that they don't like to release. And I know Zeppelin, there's no telling what Jimmy Page has. Live, boots, or demos and stuff. Probably won't see it for years. All right, here we go. This is Evil, Possessed by Evil, black metal from Japan. $29.99. Very bizarre. We're going through new metal stuff at 11:10 on a Monday night. This is Blood Incarnation, Absolute Elsewhere. This is red vinyl, death prog metal, sealed, $29.99. Rivers of Neil, Where Owls Know My Name, green and clear. 2023 reissue, green and clear vinyl, $44.99. One more, then we're updating these auctions. Prestige, Parasites in Paradise. That is sealed, $14.99. $14.99. So that concert was in California. Okay, that's what I could have swore. I could have swore he said he's from California, Nashville, or he's from New York. He's definitely sounded like it. He's definitely from New York. And then he's going out there. So, yeah, it was in California. All right, Ozzy sold one bid, $25 to Michael Jacob. And then Van Halen can be bought for just $15. Van Halen 2, a $15 buy it now. All righty, let me shift some stuff around. Don't forget, I still got Elvis Presley singles over here. I still got Elvis over here. Don't forget, it's still got some other Kiss stuff to run. Let's see. Here we go. I've got Ace and Peter. Ace and Peter. First thing I have is Peter Criss, Let Me Rock You. This is the 2021 they did on blue vinyl. The hype sticker reads, remastered from the original analog tape. First ever U.S. pressing on vinyl. Limited edition. This is Shrinking Hype, near mint. And when Seth tagged this, none for sale in the U.S. on Discogs. $75 start. This is a 2010 UK Ace Frehley picture disc. It appears sealed, never opened. Okay? Appears sealed, never opened. And here's what's interesting. This hadn't sold on Discogs in almost 2 years. And none were listed for sale. A $95 start for Ace Frehley, 2010 UK. So $75 and $95 on those. The first claim out of here was Hessen Session. And he got HIBL. He got BI, Blood Incarnation. Blood Incarnation, sold to Hessen Session. Danny Thomason on P for Prestige. And then Larry Gonzalez got Van Halen at 15. Okay? Knocked Loose. Clear with mint splatter. Knocked Loose is clear with mint splatter. And there's a note from Laura. Laura loves Knocked Loose. $29.99. That's available. So is Demolition Hammer. Epidemic of Violence. A thrash album. Yellow vinyl. Sealed, unopened. Demolition Hammer. $19.99. Our next single is a $10 start. Patch It Up, and You Don't Have to Say You Love Me. The King, Elvis Presley, nice picture sleeve, cool picture sleeve, $10 start. Master Ma on Demolition Hammer, sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Next is Havoc, Conformicide. Havoc is a thrash album, double LP, $24.99 on Havoc. Final call to get a bid on Peter for $75. Final call to get a bid on Ace for $95. Claymore's in on Peter at $75. Quick view, right quick on the top cam. Also, Clifford Umstead, did he answer my question about the cleaning cloths? Clifford, did you need cleaning cloths now for next invoice or the invoice you currently got? Let me know on that. Before I officially tag it. Hopefully you're still watching. New straight price metal crate here. By the time we're done with this, there's not going to be much left. I'm sure people's looking stuff up. Scott Dwallow got Havoc. We also have Witch's Hammer, Stretching into Infinity. Witch's Hammer is speed metal, a 2018, $19.99. This Elvis is, by the way, patch it up and you don't have to say you love me. Very nice, cool picture sleeve there. $10 start on Elvis. We have Exhumer, Possessed by Fire. Exhumer is a 2018 thrash. Of course, this is an older album for sure, but it's a 2018 reissue. Just a quick note, $24.99. The year is the year it was made, and if we ever say a year, that's always the year it was made. Obviously, this is a, I think, late 80s, early 90s album. And, of course, thrash, that's always the genre, 24. I know that's not cheap whatsoever new. Like, those are like $50 from our main distributor. Alonzo gets Exhumer, and then Danny Thomason. Moving right along. Wow, that's a wild cover. Thank you, Laura. She knew I couldn't read that. Tankard. Tankard is Seal, $29.99. Thrash, heavy metal. One Foot in the Grave, Tankard, $29.99. That's pretty interesting. And then we have Infernal Majesty, None Shall Defy. That is on red vinyl, $24.99 for that thrash album. All right, Jay Neutral on Tankard. Elvis Presley has two $10 bids. Peter Criss sold to Clay Moore, one bid $75. And this Ace Frehley picture disc, a $95 buy it now. 2010, and this is a bizarre pressing, appears sealed, and it's been a couple years since one's come through Discogs sold. Danny Thomason next on Tankard. There's Elvis at 10. Still got all kinds of cool Elvis picture sleeves over here we're running. And then we got... oh, man. Okay, here's another Peter Criss, just like that same label. Peter Criss, Out of Control. The first ever vinyl pressing in over 40 years. 2021, green vinyl. And when we tag this, none were listed for sale. Green vinyl Peter Criss, $35 start on that. Robin, you're out on Elvis. And then next in the metal bin is Crypt Sermon. Crypt as in C-R-Y-P-T. That is Heavy Metal Doom, $29.99. And Volbeat. Volbeat is a double LP, $27.99. Beyond Hell, Above Heaven. That is $27.99. Empty Mat on Crypt Sermon. That's sold to Empty Mat. And we have Deftones covers. Deftones is a 2017. The note from Laura says, Laura loves Deftones, a 4-heart rating, $29.99. Another bid on Elvis for $11, and another bid on Elvis for $11. Elvis is rolling, folks. A little something different here. One of my favorites, and this is a real OG pressing. Nice. George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. It is an OG 3LP with inner sleeves, no poster, and it's VG++ at minimum. So this is a nice box, and there's no rips or tears. $75 start. What is Life? My Sweet Lord. If Not For You, the amazing Bob Dylan cover. $75 start on that. Scott Dwallow got Volbeat and Deftones. Those are both sold to Scott Dwallow. Records are flying out of here as soon as I can just get done reading them. Never seen this before. Blink-182, California. Sealed, $39.99. That one, I missed that one. $39.99 for Blink-182. Looks like Chuck's going to get Elvis for $12. Chuck, I don't know if your rivals, Biddlecombe and Boxer, are watching right now. They might be outbidding you if so. But you have it for $12, and it's a final call. Jet, not the Paul McCartney song. Jet, Get Born. And this is a 2016, $19.99 for Jet. Ooh, 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 Jet. I can almost remember their funny faces. That time. Okay. We have Foreseen, Untamed Force, Yellow Vinyl, Thrash, $22.99. Ron Duffield on Jet. And just to clarify, Jet is not Paul McCartney. I was singing a different thing there. Okay, Elvis is sold then for $12 to Chuck Haley. Thank you, Chuck. That's sold to you. Peter Criss is a no bid on green vinyl for $35. Peter Criss and George Harrison, $75 start. We also have Z-Car. That's what it looks like. It's Z-Tar. I was close. Just $9.99. Thrash black metal. What a cover. Looks like somebody that's like in a post-doomsday satanic world. $9.99 on that. And then we have a Jet, Are You Gonna Be My Girl? It's already sold to Ron Duffield, but I can get that album if anybody wants me to order you one. This is called Blink-182 California. It's a 2 LP sealed, $39.99. Clay Moore gets Peter Criss for $30, and let's put up some other stuff. The next thing I have is Elvis Presley. This is Teddy Bear and Loving You. RCA 4700, 7000. Not bad at all. Actually, really nice. $10 start for Elvis. Okay, Danny got Zitar. By the way, there is a seam crackle on the top of that one. Just $9.99. So to Danny Thomason. Which release year? I don't know for sure. So there's no year given. Laura Mike can remember. I mean, down here it says 2017, but I can't say for sure. And then let's see what we got in the Kiss department. It looks like we got Paul Stanley coming up. It's a 2010 UK remastered picture disc, back to black, Paul Stanley, a $30 start. Okay? $30 start on Paul Stanley. I'm about to make George Harrison a buy it now. And if somebody wants to make a fair offer on Ace, sounds kind of like one of those like a Bizarro type thing on Discogs where this actual entry just doesn't get to see a lot of postings, maybe because of the high price. I'd sell it for a fair price if somebody wants to make an offer. It was $95. Ooh, great neck adjustment. Okay. Lowest Creature, Witch Supreme. $22.99 crossover between thrash and hardcore. Lowest Creature, Witch Supreme, $22.99. Power Trip, Manifest Decimation. Laura loves Power Trip, a 2-heart rating. Wow. Coming on the board in Laura's loves, $19.99. Elvis Presley, 12, 15, 18. Master Mall on Power Trip, sold, and now Elvis is at 20. Soul Grinder, The Prophecy of Blight. That's a heavy metal album, $19.99. And then we have Epidemic, Artificial Peace. Epidemic is $14.99. Sorry, last question, black vinyl according to Hype Sticker. Blink-182 is double 180 gram black vinyl, $39.99. If you don't want it, Oh So Adventure does. Jim B has checked off all the boxes. He's typing. He's doing research. He's making his final calculations to see if he can buy that and flip it for a cool $150. Kelly Gabney on Power. That was Power Trip. You were second. Scott Dwallow third. One more before I pause. Bullet for My Valentine. Venom. Deluxe Edition. Sealed, $19.99. Okay, so Elvis Presley's at 20. Chuck Haley and Don, y'all been outbid. George Harrison, OG box set, $75 buy it now for George Harrison. Nice. And then Blink-182 is sold to Oh So Adventure. And then Paul Stanley, if you want to lock in a bid, this is a final chance, $30 start on that. And now Elvis is at 20. 30. What's it at? It's at 20 with Wolverine. We have Rampage, Veil of Morn, a thrash album. Rampage, $19.99. BB, Bullet for My Valentine, is sold to Scott Dwallow. Clay Moore was next. We need a new auction. You've been outbid. We need a new auction. And this is Ace Frehley. You may have heard of him. It's his solo album from '78. It's a 78 USOG PRC Richmond. It has the inner sleeve and the poster. Vinyl's VG and so is the cover, but it does have the poster. A $15 start. Okay? Tyson said he would do 75 on this Ace picture disc, the 2010 UK. Sold to Tyson for $75. Elvis is sold for $20, the Wolverine. And Paul Stanley is sold, or it's available for a $30 buy it now. A $30 buy it now. Laura just sent me the hot pictures for tomorrow. That could be exciting. Probably why I have a lot of people's attention. We probably need to grab this hot picture she just sent me and see what's coming up for tomorrow. Oh, man. Prong, Shuggy Otis, Tom Petty, NXS, Hank Williams, Tracy Chapman, Willie, Talking Heads, Clash, Bon Jovi, Smashing Pumpkins, AC/DC, Cult, Runaways, REM, Black Flag, Cinderella, Velvet Underground, Beatles, Lou Reed, Metal Machine Music. Hey, there's another Herbie Hancock. Weird Al, Keith Whitley, Warriors, David Allan Coe, John Lee Hooker, Townes Van Zandt, Depeche Mode, Bob Marley. And I have the hot pictures that Paul sent me for tomorrow's new arrival collection. He said small sample of what we purchased yesterday. Alice in Chains, Smiths, David Allan Coe's, Boston, Townes Van Zandt, Replacements, Tom Petty, Warriors, Keith Whitley, Etta James, Lou Reed, Herbie Hancock, Black Flag, Poison, Motley Crue, Trick or Treat, Man of War, Mortal Sin, Firehouse. And then over here we had Metallica's galore, Megadeth, King Diamond, Merciful Fate, Savatage, Les Rocket. Look at all this stuff. Testament, Wasp, Halloween, Warrant, Rat, Nuclear Assault, Overkill, Cinderella's, Metal Church, Britney Fox, Destruction. Holy crap. Look at all that stuff. That's from a small sample of some of the stuff they just got back from Minnesota. Oh my gosh. And then Paul Stanley is sold to Chad Anderson for $30, and Ace has a bid for $15. Let's keep going. We have Pig Destroyer Terrifier, Grindcore Death Metal, 1999. And we have Knuckle Puck. Knuckle Puck is a pop punk on pink and yellow, $24.99. Pig Destroyer sold to Master Ma, $666. And then over here, Ace Frehley, Final Call, one bid, $15. It's a VG original with the inner sleeve and the really cool Ace Frehley, what they call the jigsaw puzzle. I mean, we're only at $15. If I could, let's just say I put this poster up for auction. Wouldn't it got a $15 start? If I just said we're putting up the Ace Frehley poster, I would feel like it did. I don't have the details on the Etta James, but I bet it is an OG pressing. Some really sweet stuff. This guy collected a lot of metal, high-end 90s stuff that's super collectible, and a couple other like Grail records. Mark Stanley, you were next. Grumpy, you were next on Pig. Knuckle Puck is at sold to Mark Stanley. Okay, let's keep going. A Day to Remember, What Separates Me From You, Hardcore Punk, sealed, $19.99. Mark Stanley Knuckle Puck was $24.99. I've got your name on it. Hatchet, not Ed, just Hatchet, Fear Beyond Lunacy. The top seam has a pretty bad split, $14.99. Mark Stanley on A Day to Remember. Larry Gonzalez, you've been outbid on Ace. It's at $17. Draconian Darkness, Wolfheart, sealed on Oxblood colored vinyl. It's melodic death metal, $29.99. Let's put up another auction. If you're just joining us, Laura marked 2 crates of metal out of this new collection tonight. Insane. Great stuff. They're up for grabs right now. So is Crocus, School's Out. This is a 1986 promo 12-inch single from Crocus. Near mint, a $10 start. A Day to Remember, so to Mark. Scott Dwallow second. Ace has a new bid for $20, but Larry, you tied Andy. So now Tyson's out and Larry. James Allen said he would do 65 on the Harrison. I hope you enjoy that. That's an amazing album there. And then Danny Thomason on H for Hatchet. Okay? That's so to Danny Thomason. Next in here is Excel, Seeking Refuge. $19.99 sealed, unopened. A 2024 Record Store Day exclusive. It's a crossover album between thrash and funk metal. Crocus is a $10 start. Thank you for the Elvis reminder. Next is, I'm all shook up. And that's where your heartaches begin. Elvis is going to go up for a $10 start, probably around VG Plus. All shook up, $10 start. Thank you for the reminder. Blink 182, all the small things. 2016, $24.99. Blink 182. I've never really understood what's going on this cover. Probably don't want to, especially if there's any children around. And then we have Septic Tank Remains. Gross. What a cover. Septic Tank Remains. It's 200 stab wounds, of course. 200 stab wounds. That sounds painful. Swamp Green and Black. $29.99. 200 stab wounds. Imagine having to tell your parents that's what you named your band. So, Johnny, have you and your friends figured out what you're going to name your band? Yeah, Mom, we're called 200 Stab Wounds, okay? Jeez. Scott Dwallow on Excel. Josh Brown on Blink 182. Scott Dwallow was second. And Alonzo on 200 Stab Wounds. Okay, so Ace Frehley's at 25. Crocus is a $10 start. All Shook Up's a $10 start. We have Iron Reagan. This is a hardcore thrash album. $19.99 for Iron Reagan. And there it is. Cattle Decapitation. I knew this would happen eventually. Cattle Decapitation. Sealed, $29.99. Blue and green colored vinyl. With this guy who's rotting after consuming a bunch of plastics or something. Looks like it's the end of the world. They can't find water. It's end times. And then over here we have Expound and Extort. Viogression. Viogression is death metal, $19.99. Elvis 10, Elvis 10, Ace 26. And then Iron Reagan, so to Danny Thomason. And then we have Down Nola, just $29.99. That's about $15 more than new retail. And the Black Dahlia Murder, this is Servitude. It's Blue Smoke, melodic death metal, $24.99. Kelly Gabney on Cattle Decapitation. Okay, Crocus is a $10 buy it now, a 12-inch promo. It literally says on the cover, promotion copy not for sale. The last bit on Ace Frehley that came in was 26 with Larry. Samuel, you're out on Elvis. Chuck Haley's bid of 10 came in first. And then we went Ivan R on Down. Mark Stanley on B, I'm assuming for Black Dahlia. And now Elvis is at 12. And Scott next on Black Delilah. Exactly. And then Danny, and then Elvis is at 12. Now, this crate is definitely worthy of a recap. I'll try to give as much information. Shout out to Laura for putting genres. Lord knows I don't know what most of this is, other than when I look at it, I can tell you, that's metal, folks. It literally has somebody's head being chopped off by an axe. You know it's going to be pretty hardcore. Black Dahlia Murder. You were still second. Mark Stanley was still first. Quick recap. Evil. Possessed by Evil. And this is $29.99. So the band's Evil, and it's Possessed by Evil, and it's on reddish, blackish colored vinyl, and evidently they're based out of Japan. $29.99. Rivers of Neil, or it looks like this, some kind of like alternative world, scary goblin monster type creature that's made out of like trees and birds. It looks like birds are living in his head. Rivers of Neil, Where Owls Know My Name. Green and clear sealed, $44.99. Ace Frehley is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $26. And then Chuck Haley, you're out on Elvis. Samuel Kopich has it for $12. We need new LPs. Chad needs some Oreo espresso bread and more Monster. coming up one more time. Let's go ahead and put this away. We've almost filled up our 6th crate tonight, and we hadn't done a new vinyl recap, which there really isn't anything to recap, but we hadn't done a single nonsense bin yet. We still got to do a half-off nonsense bin, so don't go anywhere for that. Knocked loose, you won't go before you're supposed to. That's a weird title. Tough for me to get that out in one sentence. $29.99. That's on colored vinyl. And then this is Witch's Hammer, Searching into Infinity. It's speed metal. That means they're going to be picking their guitars really fast. It's going to be like dun, 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 dun. It's going to be like really, really fast. Their wrists are like broken at the end of the concerts. Over here we got, going up for bid, Crocus Headhunter. Crocus is an 83 USOG Indianapolis. VG++, a $15 start. All Shook Up is at 12. I'm going to make sure Chuck Haley... No, wait a minute. Chuck Haley bid 12 first. Samuel, you're out. You tied Chuck Haley. He already had it for 12. That's been tied for... I've been mispronouncing the bid, or whatever. Infernal Majesty. None Shall Defy. Thrash. Red Vinyl, $24.99. Foreseen, Untamed Force. Thrash, Yellow Vinyl, $22.99. Lowest Creature, Witch Supreme. Did I show this earlier? I think I skipped over this one. Maybe not. 22, the color looks familiar now. Thrash Hardcore, $22.99. Ivan on I Am, Eternal Majesty. Okay? That is sold. And then Danny E13. Oh, that's a bid on Elvis. Elvis 13, Elvis 15. Soul Grinder, The Prophecy of Blight, Heavy Metal, $19.99. Epidemic, Artificial Peace, Thrash, $14.99. Veil of Morn, Rampage. Technical yet to the point, speed thrash from Australia, originally released in 1988. $19.99. I think some of these are older albums that are just reissues, because you can tell by the artwork that's got some age on it. I mean, I can look at a cover and be like, yeah, this is modern. That's definitely from the 80s. Wolfheart, Draconian Darkness, Oxblood colored vinyl, melodic death metal, $29.99. And Viogression, Expound and Extort. This hop sticker says, Viogression's debut is one of the greatest early 90s death metal albums you might have never heard. Expound and Extort is full of great death metal that brings Obituary and earlier Death to mind, as in the band Death. So if you like those bands, Death and Obituary, you might like Viogression. $19.99. Danny on E. I think that's an Elvis bid he's about to place. Or it could be for Epidemic. Danny, are you trying to claim Epidemic? He might be trying to claim Epidemic. Okay, and then let's see what we got in our Kiss department. I might have to bring the other Kiss crate up. Well, there's another Ace Frehley Origins, probably a different color. Yep, blue. 2020 Ace Frehley Origins Volume 2. Of course, he did this in what? 18 different colors? This is blue, $20 start. Okay, and then Danny, let me know if E was about to be an Elvis bid or for Epidemic. And then if you missed the first crate of metal Laura marked, here's all that was left. Life Sick, $19.99. Motor, $24.99. And Scrape, which was a sampler, $14.99. E was for Epidemic. Okay, thank you, Danny Thomason. Watching down there from the bayous of Louisiana. All right, so I hope we have Thursday left. I hope by Thursday there's metal stuff left. I mean, if she marks and her and Paul mark this kind of stuff tomorrow, we could go, as y'all know, we can go through this stuff fast. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's about 24 tubs over there of new records, but man, we can just knock this stuff evaporates. This stuff evaporates. All this is sticker price. It's all sticker price. It's going to sell at sticker price. No reason for me to discount these. And a lot of it is comped at Discogs. So she's already got it at very fair prices. I can promise you that. That Down album sealed for $30 that somebody grabbed. I mean, y'all know if I have to order that new, it costs $45. So, yeah, she's got this stuff marked A-OK. And it's only been shown once to these 200 people watching. So, I'm going to say it's sticker price. But if you want to claim something later, there's your chance. I'm going to grab a piece of Oreo espresso bread up here from Addison. I am pretty dang hungry. I had a half of a sub and 2 pieces of bread. My other sub is sitting right up here. And I look forward to eating it later. Are these speakers still on up here? Dang, they are. My clip speakers have been on for like 48 hours. That probably drains some power. That's going to make the power a little bit more expensive. I don't know. The speakers only drain as much power after it's being used. Whew. Sorry, I was chewing fast. That bread is... I was trying to get down that bread, sourdough bread. All right, Elvis is sold to Samuel Kopich for $20. Crocus can be picked up for a $15 buy it now. And Ace Frehley can be picked up for a $20 buy it now. All right, a lot of buy it now type stuff. Anybody else on the metal? So yeah, let's do nonsense and then the Christmas crate, because I don't want to lose too many people showing the Christmas records that might want to buy out of the half off, because I think the people for Christmas aren't going anywhere, and the half off will go by pretty fast. And I have a brand new crate of Christmas stuff that's never been shown after the half off. I know it's getting late, so here's the lineup. Here's the lineup. Half off nonsense, Christmas. We'll check the time, and then we'll start CDs. I'll be here till at least 1:30 or 2 a.m., depending on how many CD buyers stay up. Nonsense half off, Christmas, which is buy it now best offer, never shown before. Then CDs as much as we can get in. I'll continue with auctions as long as it's okay. The death metal band Reminiscence of Obituary. Danny, you're talking about Vio Aggression. All right, that's sold to you. And then Jeff Church gets Ace Frehley for $20. And then Grumpy wants Lowest Creature. All right, let me just start a new crate before I pull Grumpy's. And this crate is full. That's our 7th full crate tonight, plus miscellaneous we've sold. That means we've had a heck of a start to the week. I mean, a heck of a start to the week. So, awesome. And we're going to sell even more. And we have Lowest Creature from the metal crate. Right here. Danny, I don't want to discount any of these, even if you buy them all, just because I know they're going to sell. The metal crowd's not even watching right now. Thursday night, these are going to get obliterated. These will get obliterated. I mean, we'll keep adding to them every night. So I'm just going to keep them at sticker price right now, okay? So let me pick out a half off crate. And then Christmas, and we're going to keep Elvis going. Let's go ahead and put up another Elvis right now. One of my favorites, Return to Sender. Address unknown. Elvis Presley, $10 start. Let me check it right quick. It's got a name catalog or name label on it. VG Plus, not bad. Higher to mid-grade for an Elvis single. Picture sleeve. Return to sender. I'm going to keep all these at sticker price. Okay, so that's officially it with new stuff. And let's do a half-off crate. I'll try to find the best one I can get over here. It probably will literally be pretty recent. And we might even do another vintage crate after Christmas before, maybe one more short before CDs. But I have a feeling we can sell a lot more CDs than vinyl after that point. A nonsense crate is one that's been recently shown and or has only been gone through once, like this one with great titles. I'm looking at it right now. There's some bizarro stuff in here, like a little bit more deeper cuts, and then there's some, like, it will sell as soon as I can flash it. So let's knock this out. Half off, no more, no less. Okay, let's try to fill up 8 or 9 crates tonight. We might can do it. All right, no bids. The only no bids tonight are the following. Crocus Headhunters, an 83 OG, VG++ vinyl, VG Plus jacket, $15. Crocus again, School's Out, an 86 promo, 12-inch single. School's Out, and the flip is Change of Address. No, that's for the album. Oh, it's double-sided promo, okay? And then the only Kiss auction, it's kind of pricey though, Creatures of the Night, $295. The 1995 Glow in the Dark, or best offer. Hopefully somebody needs that. The only new vinyl left from tonight is Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy, $114.99. And Let's Play Chess, that new blues anthology compilation that comes out Friday. I've got 3 left. That's it. Everything else literally sold. Grumpy wants Headhunters for $15. Okay, still got the promo and Kiss. And our next auction is The Beatles, second album. The Beatles is a 67 US repress. But what's good about this one is it's nice. EX or better, and it has the correct capital inner sleeve. This would have originally came out in 64. This is a 67 press, $35 start on the Beatles, just because of the grade. Beatles and Elvis, the two of the biggest names there. Okay? Man, sorry. I chewed that bread down too fast. And I think I'd come up with more Kiss stuff over here in the bonus bin. I've got Metallica stuff for Thursday night over here. I can't run it. I can't run that. I mean, I could, but it's not the right time. I got some pretty pricey metal stuff in here. Oh, here we go. Paul Stanley solo album. Paul Stanley is a 78 USOG. It has got a slight warp to it. How about, yeah, it's kind of bold, kind of dished. So buyer beware on this one. We hadn't test played it. That's why we're going to put it up for just a $10 start, okay? It does have a light warp. Paul Stanley, $10 start. This is a half-off crate. First is Mylan. VG Plus, $6.50. These are half off. It's called Holy Smoke. I say that a lot. Holy crap. Holy smoke. Holy. $6.50 for Mylan. Cockney Rebel. VG Plus, $6.50. It is in loose shrink wrap. It has an inner sleeve. VG Plus, $6.50. Cockney Rebel. T-Rex, great album, has a huge song on it called Bang a Gong, Get It On. Electric Warrior is now just $12.50. EX Condition, $12.50. Electric Warrior, $12.50. Dog Soldier. Dog Soldier is VG Condition, $5. Dog Soldier, VG Condition, $5. And I think every time I see that, I want to say it's Roger Dean artwork, but I don't think it is. It kind of looks like something he would do, but it's not quite in his hand. No, it's not. VG, but it kind of looks like his. Kelly Gabney on T-Rex. Chuck, you get return to sender for $10. The Beatles, a $35 start. 67 repress, nice. No bid, final call. Paul Stanley, light warp, $10. If it doesn't get a bid, we might try to fix it, okay? We have a warp machine here. We got playing for keeps and too much. Playing for keeps and too much. That one is not bad whatsoever, and I don't think we've had that one yet, maybe. We sold so many Saturday night, I can't remember. Playing for keeps and too much, $10 start. Dog Soldier sold to Matt Nichols, Danny Thomason next. This crate's pretty simple. It's half off, no more, no less. The Fix, big group from the 80s. The Shrink is a little loose up here. VG Plus on the vinyl, $7.50. 1982. $7.50. We got Ian Lloyd in shrink wrap, EX edition, $5 for Ian Lloyd. $5 on that. Okay. Patrick C. Smith on the Fix. That's sold to Patrick C. Smith. Matt Nichols second. Underworld, Underneath the Radar. VG Plus, $6.50. Sire Records, 1980, it's gotta be 80 something, 88. Underworld, VG Plus, $6.50. Alpha Band, the Statue Makers of Hollywood, EX condition, $5. Alpha Band, white label promo with the original inner sleeve. Chuck is in on Elvis at 10. On a Clear Day, the Tapes, EX condition, $5. 1981, $5. The Tapes. Zooter Z, that's got to be pretty far up in the alphabet. Zooter Z, white label promo, shrink and promo sticker, $10. White Heart, Vital Signs, EX 650, featuring Follow the King, We Are His Hand Carried Away. Is this Christian? This is like Christian rock. Yeah, this is on Myrrh. This is like Christian rock. $6.50 on White Heart. Deco Disco with Camp Galore. This is some kind of disco comp type deal. VG Plus, $5 on that. And then we have The Rings Gold Stamp Promo. The Rings, MCA Records, 1981, VG Plus, $5. The Beatles can be bought for $35. The Beatles is a 67 repress, but it's nice. EX, $35 buy now on that. And then Paul Stanley has a warp, so buyer beware. Could be fixable, still could be playable. $10 on Paul Stanley. Chuck Haley, you've been outbid on Elvis. It's at $12 with Biddlecombe. Also, we have Wild Angel, Nelson Slater. Nelson Slater's EX 750 on that. And Phil Manzara, Diamond Head. Cool train cover. Phil Manzara, Diamond Head. Brian Eno also plays on this album. A lot of people play on here. This is EX $7.50. Eno does vocals, treatments, and rhythm guitar. $7.50 on that. That is Phil Manzara. The Cars, that is VG $6.50. The Cars, that's their self-titled. It's a non-barcoded press. Let the Good Times Roll, $6.50. Tony Freeman getting the Paul Stanley for $10. Scott Dwallow on the Cars, VG $6.50. Moving in Stereo. Hey, first Christmas record. Manaheim Steamroller Christmas. Manaheim Steamroller is an 85 reissue, VG $7.50. And we have The Truth Playground. The Truth is VG Plus, $5. IRS Records, 1985. Okay, and then Samuel Kopech on Manzara. Greg Beddinger put Condition. Is there going to be more metal crates? Laura is gone for the night. No. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. We're doing a Christmas crate, buy it now, best offer. That's never been shown next. I still got a few auctions. And might even do some 45 buy it nows, but we got stuff for all night. Good thing about this week is I'm here every night. We actually are probably not even going to use our tickets this week for the Tennessee game. They're playing a kind of a shoe-in game. It's going to be cold, and I'm not going up there. So no Tennessee for me this week. No Vols for me this week. So I'll be here every night, and I have a lot of stuff planned. So we have Zebra going up. Zebra is an 83 US OG. This is a real OG pressing, VG Plus condition, a $10 start on Zebra. Tony Freeman on Mannheim Steamroller. And then we're doing CDs. Yep, we're doing, after the Christmas crate, we're going to get into CDs. Mark V's Beatles 25. Let's do a little bit more. It was, what, a $35? Let's do 27, okay? 27. Steve Miller Band, a classic album, Fly Like an Eagle, just $6.50, half off of $12.99. One of my favorite artists, Jim Croce, You Don't Mess Around with Jim, VG, $5. One of the greatest songs ever. Operator, That's Not the Way It Feels. Whoa. Scott Dwallow on Steve Miller. Matt Nichols second, then Sully. Are we done on Elvis? Elvis was Chuck Haley's at 14. I got to make sure Biddlecombe said out. Chuck at 14. And then over here, Mark Veese gets the Beatles for 27. Is Come Up and Make Me Smile on the Cockney Rebel. No, if that's the title, it's not on here. Okay, and there's Jim Croce. And then we got Ted Nugent, Weekend Warrior, with his guitar that's blasting like a machine gun. Ted Nugent, VG, $5. And we also have Wetton and Manzera. So that's $7.50. That's John Wetton. You may know him from the lead singer that was in the supergroup Asia. And then there's Manzera again. That's no condition note, $7.50. Scott Dwallow on Ted Nugent for $5. And we have Paradise Lost, not the contemporary metal band. This is $7.50. These guys were around in the late 80s. $7.50 gold stamp promo. Elvis has a new bid for 15. Chuck Haley's out. Zebra has bids for 10 and 12. Matt Nichols, you're outbid on Zebra. Greg Bedinger has it for 12. Okay, I also have Michael Schenker Group live at Budokan. This is a 1982 Italian OG 2LP gatefold. EX and VG++, a.k.a. not a bad copy whatsoever. $20 start on MSG. Wet and Manzera sold to Sully Cuse. And then we have Ray Monday, Babalog. Ray Monday, $7.50. Chrysalis Records, gold stamp promo, 1987. Now Zebra's at 15. Elvis is also at 15. Chuck is the next bidder. Dolly's Greatest Hits, $17.50. Now earlier we had a reissue. This is the original with the gatefold jacket. There's Dolly looking very sweet. Very, very nice. Boy, that's the Dolly I like. Holy moly. I would say, yes, ma'am. What can I do for you? Dolly is $17.50. Gatefold jacket, that is available. And then we have Artful Dodger, Babes on Broadway, $7.50 on that. No condition notes on Dolly. It should be a black RCA label. Yeah, it's beautiful. And it's the gatefold edition. $17.50 on that one. There is no Wishbone Ash in here. No. No Wishbone Ash in here. Also, we have Straps, STRAPPS. Straps is $10. Straps is $10. And Walkin' Wounded. Walkin' Wounded is $5, 1989 Chameleon Records. The jacket, also nice. Glossy. Very little signs of wear. A little bit of that, but it's nice. Yeah. No rotting, no rips, no tears, nothing like that. There's another back. Chad loves Dolly. Chad does love Dolly, especially the 1973 version of Dolly when she's the same age as what I am right now. Dolly at age 29 and Chad at age 29, I would have dated her. I would have been like, what do you want to do tonight? Movie, show, concert? Walking Wounded, sold to Scott Dwallow. Over here, Elvis is sold to Steve Biddlecombe for $15. That's sold to Biddlecombe for $15. Zebra is at $15. Now, Greg Bendiger had it for 12. James Hicks bid 15. He's out. This is sold to James Hicks for $15. Okay. And then we got Francois Brandt, B-R-E-A-N-T, $7.50. And Tony Kosnick, Bad Girl Songs, $5. Tony K-O-S-I-N-E-C, Bad Girl Songs. The Kids, Anvil Chorus, $5, 1975, Atco Records. And TV Smith Explorers, The Last Words of the Great Explorer, Gold Stamp Promo, $7.50. Dwight Twilley Jungle, Gold Stamp Promo, Dwight Twilley, $5. And Casino, $6.50. MCA Records, 1976. Michael Schenker is a buy it now for $20 if anybody wants it. MSG, $20. Next Elvis single. Here we go. Let's go back to the 50s. I think when this came out, Eisenhower was in office. EPA 2, Volume 2, EPA 993. Elvis Presley in the cardboard sleeve, VG Plus, $10 start, 1956. 1956 Elvis, $10 start. Silver Cloud Kitaro. Kitaro, just $5. 1983, no condition notes. Wow, this should be a pretty big discount. I'm afraid to flip it over. Half off of $99.99. This is now $50. This was a 69 Terre Haute of Touch Coliseum. It's a psych record. $50 on that. Half off of 1969 Terre Haute, marked $99.99, so $50. Todd Rundgren, $10 for Todd. The Toll, T-O-L-L, The Price of Progression, $5 on The Toll. And John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic, an original gatefold jacket, Steve Winwood, great stuff, $10 start. Touch is sold to Patrick Lear, which is $50. Wayne Carr was second. Wow, I just shot myself in the foot over that one. I'm going to be hurting all night. Next auction is going to go up right now. Here's another album by Zebra. This is, I think, what was their second album. Zebra, No Telling Lies. Zebra is an 84 U.S. Allied original press with the original sleeve, and it's not bad. A $10 start. Traffic, sold to Sully. I know this Elvis 1956 EP isn't going to sell for $10. If not, then if it does, I'll have to fire Otis, and I'm sure y'all don't want that to happen. So one or two things: the dog is getting fired, or someone's got to bid more than $10. And I know y'all don't want to see Otis get fired. Then he'll be sad. He'll be living out in the streets. You know, we don't want that to happen to Otis. So, okay, next thing we have is Flesh and Blood, Dead, White, and Blue. $5 gold stamp promo. A lot of like 80s one-offs in here. I mean, this is like an 80s one-off fantasy land. If you want some 80s one-offs, you're in fantasy land right now for sure. And then there's Peter Frampton, a million seller. Peter Frampton. Frampton is $5. Free. There's Paul Rogers. Free live. Envelope style cover, $12.50. Zebra is EX Plus condition. It's already at $25. Elvis is at $10. Elvis is at $12. Elvis is at $15. Steelers Wheel. Steelers Wheel with Jerry Rafferty, $7.50. Danny on FB, Flesh and Blood. So to Danny Thomason. Status Quo, hello. Status Quo is $10. Status Quo, $10. Danny on free. All right now, baby. Awesome. And then Matt on... Wow, what a sneeze. Steelers Wheel sold to Matt Nichols. And then Jackie Reynolds on Toll Info. Okay? I can figure that out for you. That was right back here. That was spelled like, dang, we got to stop and pay this toll. This is T-O-L-L, featuring Jonathan Toledo, The Price of Progression. That's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $5. Geffen Records, 1988. Like I said, this is a fantasy land for 80s one-offs in here. Matt Nichols on SW, that was Steelers Wheel. Elvis 16, Zebra, $36. The Free Willin' Bob Dylan, wow, $17.50. The free, it's a 70s press, but nice and shrink. Look at this. A 70s press, nice and shrink, $17.50 for Dylan. Jeff Beck, There and Back. Jeff Beck is $10. And John Fogerty, Center Field. John Fogerty is $10. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. Center Field. And this is sold to Jackie Reynolds, Toll. We have Runt, The Ballad of Todd Rundgren. We have a 71 ARP press, $13.50. Runt, The Ballad of Todd Rundgren. Whistle Rhymes, that's John Entwistle. He was the bass player for The Who, had that unique stage presence. Pete Townsend, Roger Daltrey, Keith Moon, they would be just losing their mind. They're jumping around. Keith Moon or Pete Townsend's jumping up and down. And then you got, John Entwistle just standing there so stoic, ripping the bass lines for those Who songs. Didn't move a muscle. $7.50 for John Entwistle, Whistle Rhymes. One of his better solo albums. John Fogerty is sold to Scott Dwallow. Grumpy second, then Mark Weiss. John Mayall, legendary blues guitarist. And this is pretty amazing. If you look down here, all the people who play on this, $17.50. Mick Taylor, John Mayall, Eric Clapton, $17.50. It's a 2 LP, no condition notes, nice. John Entwistle sold to Gary Wellman. And then this is, I don't know, Crazy Head, Desert Orchid. And that is $5. Are we done on Zebra? The last bid was Matt Nichols at 36, final call. Elvis is at 20 with Samuel Kopech, and I hadn't said that in a while. Chuck Haley, okay? Jay Nutra, sold at $17 minus 5 bid buy now. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. This is $17.50. What if you said $34.99 minus $17.50? I'll take it. Patrick, next on John Entwistle. We have Chavez, Gone Glimmering. Chavez is a 2015 indie rock, $12.50 on that. Jay Nutra on John Mayall. Nick Bargeron is at 37 on Zebra. 37 on Zebra. Matt Nichols, you've been outbid. CH genre, Crazy Head. No genre given. I don't know. They look pretty rockish to me, but it doesn't say. Okay. He's out on Elvis. Darren Johnson gets Chavez. We also have Todd Rundgren's Utopia, $7.50 in shrink wrap. Seal Johnson, Stuck in Chicago, 89 UK, $10. John Mayall was $17.50. Zebra is sold to Nick Bargeron for $37. Elvis is sold for $20 to Samuel Kopech. We're ready for new auctions. And one more half-off record. We're not done with the crate. The Deluxe Blues Band. This is $10, the Deluxe Blues Band. And one more, Deep Purple Powerhouse. Deep Purple is just $15. Next auction. Come together right now. Over me, shoot me, boom, boom, boom. Shoot me, boom, boom, boom. 1974, U.S. repress of Abbey Road. This originally came out in '69. This is a 74 repress from Los Angeles, and it's not bad. It's in partial shrink, and the vinyl is VG++. A $30 start on that. Deep Purple, just $15. Grumpy wants that Dolly's Greatest Hits. That's sold to Grumpy Moose for $17.50. Walkin' Wild, New England, $5. And Wishbone Ash, Number the Brave. Wishbone Ash is $10. All right, next auction. Boom, boom, boom. That's the awesome Paul McCartney bass line on that one. Boom, 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 boom. Haven't had this one, I don't think. Wear my ring around your neck. Don't you think it's me, or don't you think it's time? That's the king, Elvis. I would pay a lot of money if I could have hair like that. Holy crap. I wish. I don't know what that would cost me. I guess you could have it done. Was it about $10,000? Mine is slowly receding. I might pay that one day to have hair like that. Holy crap. $10 start on that. Next thing is Gary Wellman on Wishbone Ash. Danny was second, and Elvis is at 15. Okay. Now, the Beatles is up for bid, and Elvis again. And I'm going to add one more. I can't go through this crate. The first time I went through this, I was really detailed. I usually do that the second time. This time, I was a little bit more thorough the first time. Here's Judas Priest Rock-A-Rolla, a 78 U.S. reissue. It is in VG Plus condition, a $15 start. A 78 U.S. reissue, $15 start. It is a VG cover, quite a bit of wear, but the vinyl's VG. Judas Priest going up after midnight, okay? Judas Priest going up after midnight. So first thing we got is Elvis, and Elvis Presley is at 15 with Wolverine, and final call on the Beatles. Let's go through this one more time. I'm just going to probably read some of the titles, and if you need a price, let me know. If not, we need to get into another crate. First thing, Mylan, Ian Lloyd, Underworld, Under the Radar. We might do a bundle deal. If somebody wants a one-off 80s crate, experimental listening, this might be your bundle opportunity. Alpha Band, On a Clear Day, the tapes, Zooter Z, White Heart, Vital Signs, Deco Disco, The Rings, Wild Angel, Nelson Slater, The Truth, Playground, Jim Croce for $5. I hope everybody has this. If not, I mean, for an Abraham Lincoln, you can own this for $5, okay? $5. Photographs and Memories, Operator, Rapid Roy, that stock car boy. You don't mess around with Jim. It's only $5. Soda Topographic, thank you. Also, we have Cockney Rebel, Paradise Lost, Raymondi, Artful Dodger, Straps, Francois Brandt, Tony Konsnick, The Kids, Anvil Chorus, Sully next on Croce, then Grumpy, Topographic, already got it, TV Smith's Explorer, Dwight Twilley, Casino, Silver Cloud, Todd Rundgren, Peter Frampton. Todd Rundgren was 10, Peter Frampton was 5. Status Quo was just 10. Dylan and Shrink, 1750. Blowing in the Wind, The Girl from North Country is a good one. Corinna, I Shall Be Free, which also the band covered. What's that one? Is it on here? Girl from North Country. What's the one? Boy, there's one on here I really like. Don't think twice, it's all right. He says something about Richard Burton, Elizabeth Taylor. Oh, man, I can't remember. Bob Dylan's Dream. Girl from North Country. Corinna. I'm not for sure. It's on this album, though. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Okay, Rick Perrine got Dylan, Great Decision. Sully got Status Quo. Also, we have Jeff Beck, There and Back. $10 for that legendary guitarist album. The Ballad of Todd Rundgren. So this is a gatefold jacket. Ampex Records, $13.50. So Rundgren stuff is a hybrid. It's either on Bearsville or Ampex. Yeah, Ampex. So this one's Bearsville, and I think the true first pressings are on Ampex. Not on everything, but some of his earlier albums are on Ampex. Crazy Head is $5. Desert Orchid. Another Todd Rundgren, a lot of Rundgren there, $17.50. Seal Johnson was $10, and then we had the Deluxe Blues Band. Deep Purple still available, and I think this is beautiful. It is. a spanking copy, as I like to say. $15, that's from Seinfeld, a spanking button. A collection of previously unreleased live and studio tracks from the Halcyon days of Deep Purple, featuring Blackmore, Gillan, Glover, Lord, and Pace. That original lineup, the original classic lineup, we should say. $15 on Deep Purple, and New England, Walking Wild, $5. So I think the no-brainer left is Deep Purple at $15, a beautiful UK copy. Nobody bid on the Beatles. Y'all broke my heart. It's a $30 buy now. 74 repress and partial shrink VG++. And Elvis is at 25. Chuck Haley, you're out. And definitely it's late because a Judas Priest just went for a $15 buy now. Rockarola, just a $15 buy now. Okay, probably just down to a few more auctions. I said I'd keep them rolling, though, to keep things interesting while we go through this next crate. Anybody else, before we do anything else, before I offer these as a bundle? And I hope we can bundle them for somebody. Scott Dwallow got Deep Purple. Elvis is about to be sold for $25. This would be, like I said, a great 80s one-off crate for somebody, and I'm probably about to let them go pretty cheap. All right, Judas Priest sold to Greg for $15. Mark Weiss gets the Beatles for $25. Awesome there. And I'm going to make sure everybody's done. They might be doing some last-minute searching, thanking, submitting offers. How about we grab a quick handful of 45s and do some stuff right quick for Buy It Now? We're about to go through another crate, Buy It Now Best Offer. It could be called probably a holiday crate, but we'll see. $6.99 for these. We got We Are the World, USA for Africa. Xanadu, what is this one actually? This is Full Country and Magic from Xanadu. So We Are the World, Xanadu, pass. Paul Hampton, I'm in Love of a Bunny. Paul Hampton. Whitney Houston, Greatest Love of All. Hall & Oates, Maneater. And then pass. And then Human League, Red. David Lee Roth, Just Like Paradise. And Styx, Fooling Yourself. Those are all $6.99, okay? Elvis is sold to Wolverine for $25, and all these are $6.99. We have Styx, David Lee Roth, Human League, Hall & Oates, Whitney Houston, Paul Hampton, Xanadu, and USA We Are the World. And, of course, they wanted Simon & Garfunkel, and y'all should know better than that. This is really cool. This is going to go up for a quick auction. Boy, take a look at this. Whoops. Simon & Garfunkel, Homeward Bound. It's an EP from the UK. German pressed. Hold on a minute. It might actually be from France. That's really cool. $7 start. Flip back. I'm pretty sure this is French. Le Marquis. This is definitely French. Simon & Garfunkel. #1 in the USA. Homeward Bound, The Sound Silent. Richard Corey and I'm a Rock. That's worthy of a quick auction, okay? 7. If not, I'll keep it. I love Simon & Garfunkel, stuff like that. This has got to be Prince related. Jerk Out, The Time. Oh, it's The Time, the band. My bad. The Time, the band. Jerk Out and Mo Jerk Out. That is $7 start on that, okay? And then we're going to put up Elvis. As soon as I tag Chuck Oratano on We Are the World, $6.99. John LaBadie on David Lee Roth for $6.99. And Simon & Garfunkel has a bid for $10. Looks like we might have a battle. And then Larry Gonzalez wants New England. He says he wants to pay for this, but send it to Jerry Rock. Okay? Bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. There are 31 records left in here, okay? And we're about to offer these as a bundle deal. I counted 31 quickly. That should be pretty accurate. My price is $115. 115 divided by 31 is $370 a piece. Bundle deal, let's get these sold. And if we get these sold, after we do the Christmas crate, we might can do one half. I got one down here below me. A short but sweet half off crate. Okay, just a little quick half one. And then we got to get into CDs quickly. I think there's some people waiting for those. Darren Johnson and Hall & Oates Maneater. So did Darren, $6.99. So I'll leave Styx, Human League, Whitney Houston, Paul Hampton, and Xanadu there, okay? Simon & Garfunkel, $17. The Time is a $7 start. And we have Elvis. Don't, and I beg of you, boy, look at the hair. Holy crap, am I jealous. Can you imagine? $10 start on Elvis. I guess at one time mine was that thick, but I always wore mine long. I had a ponytail in high school. Probably a lot of y'all did too. Now, having a ponytail when I had one in 2012 wasn't probably as cool as it was when y'all had them. Some of y'all. I don't want to age anybody. I don't want to age too many people, okay? Some of y'all are pretty youngsters. Some of y'all are just in like your 60s and 70s. That's pretty young. All right, here we go. This is all buy it now, best offer. Deck the halls with bells of jolly, fa la 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 la, wa ra ra ra. Merry Christmas, Bing Crosby, in shrink wrap, deck of color bars, a classic, $9.99. The Beach Boys, a classic. Little Saint Nick, ooh, Merry Christmas, baby. St. Nick, I mean, $14.99. Air Supply, holy crap, I've never seen the Air Supply Christmas album. The Air Supply Christmas album, $14.99, never seen that. Phil Spector's Christmas album, a classic, $19.99. Phil Spector, $19.99, and the Four Seasons, $19.99, early 80s pressing, and then Frosty the Snowman, $14.99. Simon and Garfunkel's at $17 with Samuel Kopich. Wolverine, You're Out. Now Chuck's at $19. The Time is a $7 buy now. It's a no bid, and Elvis Presley just has one bid for $15. So Simon and Garfunkel, $19, Elvis, $15. That's our high bids right now. Next is Gary Wellman on Beach Boys for $13. Sell that to Gary Wellman for $13. Next is the 12 Days of Christmas with the Chipmunks, $9.99, Pickwick Press. The Sound of Christmas, the Melatrino Strings, $9.99. Songs for the Holidays, Hallmark, $9.99. Silver Bells. It's Christmas time at Coletco. A special reminder show and celebrity announcements for use January 67 for Christmas seals. $9.99. This is best offer, even though it shouldn't be. Topographic, you're first on Chipmunks, but you got outbought by Mark Weiss. Let me know if you want that as sticker. Bing is $9.99. These are best offer, even though they shouldn't be. Witcha Holiday Magic, $9.99 on that. Also, Barbara Streisand, sealed. No? Yeah, sealed Barbara, $14.99. Simon and Garfunkel, $19. So we have out from... dang, I need to plug up my phone. We have Topographic first getting the Chipmunks. The Elvis 45 is called Don't and I Beg You. RCA 47-7150, VG Plus condition. And the last bid on Elvis that came in was one bid for $15 to Chuck Haley. Simon and Garfunkel's at $19 with Chuck Haley. Okay? And Bing is sold for $7 to Jackie Reynolds. Hallmark is... $9.99. Song for the Holiday. Is this the second? We got two sealed Barbaras. And then a Christmas record, 1982. I think this has got like some 80s artists. Yeah. Sealed, $19.99. Was Not Was makes an appearance on here. The Waitress's Suicide. That is sealed for $19.99. True Value, Happy Holidays. That is sealed, $19.99. And the Sinatra Family, Wish You a Merry Christmas. That is sealed. That is Frank, his daughter Nancy, and a couple other Sinatras. I guess that's his son. If not, it looks just like him. Holy crap. $24.99 on that. And then True Value, Happy Holidays. That's sealed for $14.99. And the Christmas Songs, Volume 2, that is sealed $14.99. And Christmas Gift Wrapped is sealed Motown, $24.99. Santa Claus Coming to Town, Donna Ross, Smokey Robinson, Stevie Wonder, Temptations, those kind of artists, a.k.a. Motown artist. Jason, you got Elvis for $15, and Simon & Garfunkel. Chuck, you've been outbid. Samuel Kopich has that for $22, okay? Samuel Kopich has that for $22. Let's do some more quick buy it now singles right quick. And by the way, Some of these may be tagged for auction instead. No, I'll do all these buy it nows. Steve Perry, Oh Sherry, Rick Springfield, Love Somebody, Phil Collins, You Can't Hurry Love, The Police, King of Pain, Billy Joe Allentown, Till Tuesday Voices Carry, and Elvis, My Way. Those are all $6.99. Also, Simon & Garfunkel, Sold. That sold to Samuel Kopich for $22. That was a dang cool one there. That one sold. All those I just flashed right there are $6.99 buy it nows. We're in a new Christmas crate buy it now best offer, and here is Surrender and Lonely Man. It's got a little bit of a blip right there. RCA 4778.50. Lonely Man and Surrender. So a VG sleeve with some crinkling. And over here we got VG plus vinyl. Elvis is a $10 start. My Way is sold to Levi Hilton for $6.99. And that left Till Tuesday, Billy Joe, The Police, Phil Collins, Rick Springfield, and Steve Perry. All picture sleeves, $6.99. Where's the guy who buys all my picture sleeves? Is it Michael Ruttman? Michael Ruttman usually just says, I'll take all the picture sleeves. I like when that happens. John LeBeatty on Billy Joel for $6.99. Thank you on that. This is now up for auction, $10 start. Also, we got Elvis Christmas album. There he is, $9.99. This sold in the United States about 100 million copies. $9.99, Elvis Christmas album. We have, what the heck is this? Thistle Hair, the Christmas Bear from Alabama Christmas. $19.99 from Alabama. Like the band Alabama. Wow, never heard. Don't know what this is, but it's some kind of Christmas bear from Alabama. $19.99. Hallmark 5. Hallmark $7. If you want that, I'll do it for $6.99. We'll call it $6.99. Okay. Annie's Christmas. Annie is $19.99. And Do They Know It's Christmas? The 12-inch single, $14.99. A collection of rockin' stocking stuffers. So this is the rockin' Christmas songs, $19.99, like Chuck Berry, Ike and Tina, James Brown, The Safaris, $19.99 on that. We have, a classic, Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. Merry Christmas from Brenda Lee, just $9.99. John Griffin on Hallmark for $6.99. Sold to John Griffin. Merry Merry Michaelmas from Mickey Rooney. I was engaged to Mickey Rooney. He left me at the altar. That's from Seinfeld, $9.99. Chuck is in on Elvis Lonely Man for $10, going once, going twice. Chuck is in on that at $10, going once, going twice. Our next auction is Black and Blue. Yeah, the band Black and Blue, going up at 12:30 a.m. This is Black and Blue, self-titled, OG, VG cover, VG vinyl, $10 start on that. Brenda, we have a claim, an offer, and a claim. Chuck was first at $9.99. So did Chuck Haley, then Jackie Reynolds, then Kelly Gabney. Stan and Doug, Just Go Nuts at Christmas, featuring Christmas Goose. What a bizarro one there, $9.99. John LeBeatty on Do They Know It's Christmas? That's so to John LeBeatty. We have A Very Merry Christmas, Volume 7, Perry Como, Julie Andrews. That's $9.99. Great Songs of Christmas, Petula Clark, Lawrence Welk, Bing Crosby, $9.99. Amy Grant, A Christmas Album. Amy Grant, $9.99. And another Beach Boys Christmas album. This is Even Nicer, $19.99. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit earlier. I think that's an earlier label than the other one we had. $19.99. The Elvis is Lonely Man and Surrender. I graded the sleeve VG minus because of this little ding and because of that little blip, and the vinyl was VG plus, probably closer to VG. Let's call that one VG. One bid for $10. Kelly wants the one with Perry Como on it. That's this right here, A Very Merry Christmas. That's sold to Kelly. Barbra Streisand, we had sealed earlier. This is opened. Barbra Streisand, that is $9.99. The Little Drummer Boy, A Christmas Festival, Harry Simon Coracle. Little Drummer Boy is $9.99. And then Paul Revere and the Raiders, Christmas album, nice. A Christmas Present and Past, Paul Revere, $14.99. Original Columbia 2i label, that's pretty sweet, $14.99. Final chance to get a bid on Black and Blue for $10. And Christmas with the Imperials, $9.99 on that. Let me grab another handful of singles here. that we're going to do for $6.99. I'll do that for $6.99, that for $6.99, that for $6.99, that for $6.99. Same artist, let's skip that. Same artist, we'll skip that. And these. Okay, here's some more $6.99 buy it nows, okay? We have Journey, Who's Crying Now, Stevie Nicks, After the Glitter Fades, Whitney Houston, How Will I Know, Wham, I'm Your Man, Madonna, La Lisa Bonita, and Dolly and Kenny, Real Love, the duet with Kenny Rogers. Those are all $6.99, okay? Elvis is at 15. Chuck Haley, you're out. Dolly, Madonna, Wham, Whitney, Stevie, and Journey. Those are all $6.99. And then Black and Blue has a bid for 10. We also have Rotary Connection, Peace. Rotary Connection is $19.99. Cadet Concept. And then Christmas with Glenn Campbell. Glenn Campbell, $9.99. And who? Christmas Time, Evie. Evie, Christmas, A Happy Time, sealed for $9.99. Black and Blue 10, Black and Blue 10, Black and Blue 11, Black and Blue 11. Mark Weiss gets the Madonna, Los Lisa Bonita. And now Elvis has a new bid with Chuck Haley for 17. Manaheim Steamroller, Fresh Air Christmas by Chip Davis, $14.99. Elvis has took a big jump. Wolverine's in at 25. This is the 12 hits of Christmas. Nat King Cole, Bing Crosby's on here. Gene Autry doing the original classic Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, $12.99 on that. Michael Doucette, D-O-U-C-T, Christmas Bayou, sealed for $9.99. Christmas Bayou, sealed $9.99. Also, Placido Domingo and the Vienna Choir Boys. That's not $12.99. Jackie wants the 12 hits of Christmas. That's so to Jackie. Black and Blues at 13 with Jeff Church. Now it's at 15 with Danny. And Chuck, you're out on Elvis. Wolverine has it for 25. God Rest Ye Merry Jazz Men. That's a gold stamp promo. Jazz artists there like McCoy Tyner, Dexter Gordon. We have Joyful Bells featuring the Calvin Handbell Choir. Robert Ivy Director, sealed for $9.99. Black and Blues at 15. And the Rhodes Kids, R-H-O-D-E-S, Rockin' and Rhodes Christmas, sealed for $9.99. I don't know, but these people needed to see a dentist bad. Holy moly, these people have some, I mean, it's not like braces or anything. These people have some very bad teeth. I've never seen so much bad teeth on one album jacket. I mean, sorry, Marcia, but oh my gosh. Sealed for $9.99. And then Christmas with Richard and Patty. That is sealed for $9.99. And another Amy Grant Christmas, $9.99. And the Christmas Spirit with Johnny Cash. That's a good one. It is a 70s press, $16.99. Black and Blue has a new bid for 18. Adam Bernardi gets the Jazz Christmas album. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. Chuck Haley's out on Elvis. This is sold to Jason Wolverine for $25. And then I think we're done on Black and Blue. We're not. Jeff Church did bid 18. So, Danny, you got a bid. Now Danny's at 20. Now Kelly Gabney got Johnny Cash. And now Chad's going to put up another Elvis single. And now Chad about needs to finish off his monster over here. He needs to finish off his monster. His monster. I might have to mute my mic for a second, do some chugging. Hey, another promo copy. Uh-oh, this could be a good one, folks. Whoa, I've never seen this one before. Uh-oh, here's one I've never seen before. Full. Anybody ever seen this one? Full and Steamroller Blues. Wow, I've never seen that there. Full and Steamroller Blues. And I have had tens of thousands of Elvis records. Full and Steamroller Blues. $10 start on that. Kind of went under the radar for me, if so. Black and Blue is new at 22, and Levi on EP. Levi on EP. What was EP, Levi? You'll have to remind me on that one. Next is Emmylou Harris. I mean, it's probably for Elvis Presley, but I'm trying to figure out what you're claiming, unless you're claiming the one in the crate. Emmylou Harris is $14.99. Another Johnny Cash. This one's $19.99. Now, the reason this is a few dollars more, I bet it's on a different label. It is. It's on an earlier label. Same album, just a little bit earlier pressing. So, $19.99 on that Johnny Cash, and it has the original on the sleeve. And now Elvis is at 10. Henry Mancini selects Great Songs of Christmas. That is sealed for $14.99. And A Christmas Treasury Avon. So this was an Avon kind of giveaway record that was done through RCA. Dolly's on here. Elvis is on here. Perry Como's on here. $9.99. Patrick C. Smith on Emmy Lou. Now Samuel, he was next on that last cache. Now he's first on this cache. And we have the Christmas album by Bobby V. $9.99 on Bobby V. Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas in shrink wrap. And folks, I've got stacks of these. Whoever wants one for $14.99, I've got stacks of them. Jackie gets Avon for $7. The Motown Christmas album that was in here, that was called, what was that called? Wrap Your Presents? What was it called? Christmas Gift Wrap. Sealed, unopened, $24.99. This Elvis full has one bid for $10. Danny's out on Black and Blue. This is officially sold to Jeff Church for $22. Now Elvis is at $10. And now we have a WIBC Christmas, definitely a radio station comp. WIBC AM radio, $9.99. Kelly Gabney on this Elvis. I got plenty more where that came from. Adam Bernardi on Chris Motown for $17. The Stars of Christmas selected especially for Avon. Another Avon Records through RCA Special Products, sealed for $14.99. Also, Elvis, see, there's another one, $14.99. I've got about 10 more over here next to me. Oh my gosh, Snoop Doggy Dogg, $79.99. Where the heck did this come from? Snoop Dogg, produced by Dre, executive producer Suge Knight. I'm having trouble right now. Bathtub G-Funk intro, Gin and Juice, The Shiznit. I better stop reading these. Lodi Dodi, Murder Was the Case, and Serial Kill. Oh, I see what John did here. He censored the cover. Merry Christmas, Mother Effers. Let me try to peel these off before they stick on there too long. And then this is on Christmas green vinyl. It's like a full album. It is. I mean, it's a full album. Wow. That sold to Heston Sessions, $79.99. Chuck Haley on WIBC. And Suge, yeah, thank you. I couldn't get that out right. Suge Knight. So I was trying to say Surge. That was what was going through my head. Surge Knight. Samuel Kopich got Paul Revere. And there's another jazz. God Rest Ye Merry Jasmine, 1999. Phil Spector's Christmas album. Nice. I've never seen that cover before. That's the second one in the crate. The Phil Spector Christmas album is one of the greatest of all. That is an 83 UK edition, 1999. And then a Music Box Christmas, $9.99. Oh, Heston wasn't claiming. I could have swore that said Snoop. I thought you were claiming that. $79. If anybody wants this. So this is a Snoop Dogg, obviously, Christmas release. It's a full album. I don't think there's any Christmas music on here at all. It doesn't look like it. It's on green vinyl, $79.99. This Elvis is sold for $10 to Chuck Haley. Thank you, Chuck. That's sold to you. And then we have another Jazz Christmas. So, Adam, you already bought one of these. Do you want another one? You already bought one. That's the same thing you bought just a moment ago. Michael Ruttman says, I'll take Snoop. And then Christmas with Julie Andrews, $9.99 on that. Kenny Burrell, nice. Have yourself a soulful little Christmas. Kenny Burrell is $14.99. And Christmas Rock album with Elton John, The Kinks, The Beach Boys, Queen, Billy Squier, $19.99. Elton John, I was about to say, I hope it's Step Into Christmas. It is. Step into Christmas, step into Christmas. All right. Snoop is sold to Michael Ruttman. Danny, it's already sold. And Kenny Burrell, Adam Bernardi, sold to him for $10. Okay. Boom. All righty. Amazing. Let's see here. All the Phil Spector the same or just different press? I think they're, well, I know the one. Hold on one second. I know the one that has like all of them like on the cover, right? That is what I know to be, quote, the original one. Give me 1 second. I'll show it to you. Okay, so yeah, this Chuck Haley on Christmas Rock. This was one of the first reissues of it. This one right here. This should be on it. This one, the first reissue was on Apple. Okay, so the first time this was reissued, it was on Apple. This is a different label, nice price of 70s. Of course, I always know the Darlene Love song, Christmas, is the big one. I think it looks like some of them have different track listings. So yeah, I think a lot of these are different. Phil Spector. Let's see. So this one is like, let's start with side one. This one starts with Darlene Love, White Christmas, and the Ronettes, Frosty the Snowman. I don't know why John turned this one this way. It's bizarre for him to do that. Okay, this one starts off with White Christmas, Darlene Love, Frosty Snowman, Ronettes. Okay, this might be pretty similar track listings. It's hard to read this one because they've got it White Christmas, Frosty Snowman, The Bells, Santa Claus. Yeah, they're pretty similar, if not the exact same thing. I think this one has more tracks on it because it's UK. Typically, UK albums do have more tracks. Okay. All right. What I'm going to do is open the kind of table up for final call for vinyl. Anybody want me to show anything in there again? If not, we may go ahead and zip over to the CD collection because time is ticking. It's already 12:40. It is pretty dang late already. 12:40. Wow. But I'm going to at least try to knock out a box or maybe two. Do we still have CD buyers here? I hope so. CD buyers? Yes. I hope so. Hopefully. And we're going to try to knock out a box. Okay? You had a small half off crate? No, I didn't because no one bought the last bundle. It's CD time. We still have CD buyers here, right? I'm putting my chapstick on. I'm getting ready. Hopefully I'll have a little bit more Monster over here. And then Matt stayed up for CDs. Yep, it's time. There was one Beach Boys left. The Beach Boys Christmas album. This is a later pressing, like from the 70s. It's really nice, though. 1999. 1999. It's time. I got to move a few things around to get to them. Jim B., if you would have bought that bundle and could have come off a few of those pennies you're hoarding, you might have seen another half-off crate, but too bad, too sad, Jim. Now your kids are going to go hungry, and you're going to have a bad day at work tomorrow, all because you didn't buy a bundle. You could have fixed that with one word: I'll take the bundle. Yeah, I think we just let a $200 Snoop Dogg record go through for $80. That's okay. That's why people stay up till 1 a.m. watching Coletco. And typically, when we find something like Snoop Dogg, it is never an album. It's usually a single. I thought that's what that was. I thought it was a single. And when I realized it was a full album, I was like, yeah, that's unusual. Okay. The Night Snow Bids. Can we get these last couple sold? Michael Schenker, One Night at Budokan, and 82 Italian OG. 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 This is a $20 buy it now. Kiss, Creatures of the Night, $295. Crocus, Schools Out, $10. Crocus, Schools Out, $10. Okay? And then I got to get these CDs off the table. These are Japanese CDs. I sold a few foreigners. I got a couple left. These are sealed Japanese foreigner, The Definite Collection, $24.99. The Stone Singles 3 CD, sealed Japanese, $49.99. And I have one with a cracked jewel case for $45. And then Def Leppard Hysteria, sealed Japanese with Obi, $29.99. Okay? $29.99. So Hysteria, Foreigner, and the Rolling Stones. Those are all Japanese CDs available for buy it now. I sold at least a couple of some of those, except for the Stones. Okay, and then we had cleaning cloths, as y'all know, $5.99. And I'm going to put these 45s back in here. And it is time. We got some people that's been waiting and waiting and waiting, and it's time. Here we go. Melinda, I think you just got on at the wrong time. I have got some people that's been waiting for me to get done with that Christmas crate just so we could get to these CDs. I promise if you ask again on another night, those aren't going anywhere. We need to start with finishing up this box that I started the night before. The night before we said our goodbye. The night MS offer 12, MS offer 15, MS offer 15. Or Danny, you can watch it sell Thursday night on Metal Night for $27. It's going to sell for $27 on Thursday night, or you can buy it right now for $15. Creatures, $250. Sold. Matthew Sherrick, $250. Sold. Got that one gone. Been waiting for that offer to come in all night, Matthew. Thank you. All right, MSG and Crocus. Let's get started. I'm going to take these singles to the back that sold. Now my table's clear, and we're ready for CD Mania. CD Mania. All right. Get my towers lined up over here. 8 crates of vinyl, and hopefully a bunch of CDs are about to go to new homes. We said our goodbye. Michael Ruttman gets Crocus for $10. And Patrick Smith is going to start the CDs with the Def Leppard Japanese. Thank you. I have 2 left if anybody else wants one. These are $29.99. New and sealed Japanese with Obi. Okay. The Hysteria is a 2011 SHM CD sealed. We had 5 of them. There's 2 left, Clay. All right. And then let's get started. These are all $6.99. Here we go. Oh boy, right off the bat, Prince, Emancipation double pack. What did I say? This is Pink Floyd, Umaguma. What in the world? I've never seen that packaging before. And then Pink Floyd, The Wall, and Pink Floyd, The Wall. Wow, right off the bat, 4 double packs. That's crazy. $6.99 each on all those. And then let's go ahead and knock out some more. We have Santana, Supernatural, ZM, Ziggy Marley and the Melody Makers, Devo's Greatest Hits, The Waiting, self-titled, Warren Zevon, The Wind, War's Greatest Hits, The Who, Who's Better, Who's Best, and The Who, Who's Next. Or excuse me, The Who, Endless Wire. Okay? So I am going to, before I stack too much on top of his Def Leppard CD, whoever's watching, we'll do that one. I'm going to go ahead and start with showing Prince to Sig, Amanda Darby. Now, Michael Ruttman, you got dibs on Pink Floyd, and Pink Floyd. Umaguma, 2 different versions of The Wall. One says Anniversary Edition, and then one's like a standard. Your pick, Michael Ruttman, then Matt Nichols, and then Lonnie Jolly next on Prince, and then Chuck Haley. So this stack left The Who, War, Warren Zevon, The Waiting, Devo's Greatest Hit, Ziggy Marley and the Melody Makers, and Santana Supernatural. He wants all 3, so he's going to go ahead and just get all 3 of them, okay? There's that. Those are sold to him. I'm actually going to take the Def Leppard and go ahead and put it over here in the old pile. because that is a brand new $30 CD. I don't want any extra pressure on top of the case, especially with those double packs starting to stack. Those weigh probably combined a lot more than others do. Santana Soda Patrick C. Smith and CD Madness has officially commenced. Next, for $6.99 is Third Eye Blind, self-titled. Third Eye Blind, self-titled, different version. Van Morrison Tupelo Herney, Vertical Horizon, Everything You Want. That's a big one from the 90s. Speaking of the 90s, Gin Blossoms, Major Lodge Victory. Gin Blossoms, congratulations, I'm sorry. And this is Gin Blossoms Unwrapped. I don't think I've seen that one before. I don't know why. That one doesn't ring a bell. Gin Blossoms, Gin Blossoms, Gin Blossoms, Vertical Horizon, Van Morrison, Third Eye Blind, Third Eye Blind. 90s galore there. Okay, that box is empty. I'm going to go take that back here in the back. The Pink Floyds all got sold to Michael Ruttman. He got all 3. So if I show like 7 of the same artist, whoever's first can get dibs on all of them. So let's say I lay down 7 Led Zeppelins. Whoever's first to say Zeppelin gets dibs on the entire stack. That's the only non-chaotic yet fair way we can do it. Otherwise, it gets pretty out of hand. Okay, which crate should I do next? Let's grab, well, this one's on top, so let me make it easy on my back and my logistics over here to grab this tub. This is a huge banana-looking box of CDs. No filter unless I find one that's autographed. They're all $6.99, okay? Bill Keenum, I'll let you know on Kenny Burrell. Toad the Wet Sprocket, Dulcelina. This is Supertramp Classics, which is like a compilation, Goodbye Stranger. The Rembrandts, that's self-titled. The Beatles White Album, that's a steal for $6.99. Kings of Leon, Aha Shake Heartbreak. REO Speedwagon, The Second Decade of Rock and Roll, REO Speedwagon, The Hits, and REO Speedwagon's classic album, High Infidelity. These are all $6.99, okay? Topographic first on B for Beatles White Album. That leaves REO Speedwagon, REO Speedwagon, REO Speedwagon, Kings of Leon, The Rembrandt, Supertramp, and Toad the Wet Sprocket. Those are all $6.99. I'm out of breath for picking up this 50-pound box of CDs and moving it over here. Matt next on the Beatles, Lonnie next on the Beatles, Chuck Haley next on the Beatles. The best of Fuel, the best of Jimi Hendrix, Jimmy Eat World, Bleed American, Lita Ford, nice. The best of Lita Ford. Another Supertramp greatest hits. Supertramp's album, Breakfast in America, Toad the Wet Sprocket, Fear, another Toad the Wet Sprocket, Dulcelina. Topographic got REO High Infidelity. And then Chuck Haley, you're next on REO. There's 2 left. The Second Decade of Rock and Roll or REO Speedwagon Greatest Hits. Your dibs on those. Topographic also on ST. Now, I'm assuming since you passed on the first Supertramp, you want Breakfast in America. So sell that to Topographic, okay? We'll see which those Chuck Haley want from REO. Shannon wants Toad Dulcelina, right? It looks so. That's sold to Shannon, Toad the Wet Sprocket. We still have Toad the Wet Sprocket Fear and the best of Lita Ford. Kind of surprised that hadn't been claimed. She has nothing available on vinyl. She has nothing available on vinyl. Next handful of CDs right now. How much are these, Chad? They're all just $6.99. First thing we have is Bruce Springsteen, The Ghost of Tom Joad, The Best of Great White, Live Throwing Copper, Live Secret Samadhi. A lot of people want that pressed to vinyl. Supertramp, Brother, Where You Bound. We have Bruce Springsteen, Devils and Dust. That one has been copied. We have Beatles Past Masters Volume 1, The Best of the Beach Boys, and Fine Young Cannibals, The Finest. She drives me crazy. Chuck Haley wanted REO Speedwagon, The Hits, for $6.99. Topographic on Beatles Past Masters Volume 1. Love Me Do, Fine Young Cannibals, The Best of the Beach Boys, Bruce Springsteen, Supertramp, Live, Great White, and Bruce Springsteen. Lonnie Jolly, if your B is for Beatles, you're next. It could be for Bruce, though. If so, let me know, okay? And then Chuck Haley will be Beatlemania for Beatles CDs. Unfortunately, I only have 1 copies of these, unless a duplicate pops up. These are all $6.99. Goo Goo Dolls, A Boy Named Goo, Blue October foiled, Billy Joe Greatest Hits double pack, Doors Best Of double pack, Doobie Brothers Taking It to the Streets, Doobie Brothers extended versions, Doobie Brothers Greatest Hits Volume 2, Madonna Die Another Day from James Bond. I already have this. It's the theme title to Bond's Die Another Day. That's pretty dang cool. It's a pro. I don't think mine's a promo, though. And then Paul McCartney off the ground. That is pretty tough to get on vinyl, not in print. Paul McCartney off the ground. All right, so Chuck Haley wanted B for Beach Boys. So that's from the last stack. Chuck Haley, BB for Beach Boys. Scott Oman, you've got dibs on live. Do you want Throwing Copper or Secret Samadhi? I think that's how you say that. It does have cracks in the jewel case. Scott, your dibs on that. Lonnie on BJ for Bon Jovi. And Chuck Haley on D for Doors. And then Clay Moore on Blue for Blue October. And then Chuck Haley got Doors. And we have Paul McCartney off the ground still left. Madonna Die Another Day. Doobie's Verum 2. Extended versions, Doobie Brothers, and Goo Goo Dolls. I can't find that Gin Bloss anywhere online. Yeah, I had never seen that before. You know, when I see something, I'm like, I've never seen this before. That should pique everybody's interest. I mean, I literally go through music 8 hours a day every day. So when I say I've never seen something, it should catch your interest. It's got a punch hole. Is this the one you're talking about, Jim B? It's called Gin Blossoms Unwrapped. Yeah. No, it's not. This is not Gin Blossoms. Okay, that's why we couldn't find it. It's Gloria Estefan. That's why. I was like, is this some kind of unreleased promo CD that's like $500? It's Gloria Estefan. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now, right? Gloria Estefan, not Gin Blossoms. I still have never seen it, though. Blue October foiled. Blue October is going back. Clay Moore says he doesn't need that. He already has it. Okay. Next thing up here. I might have made a mistake. So Scott Oman wanted live. That was pending. And then Lonnie Jolly put BJ for Billy Joel. And then Chuck Haley Beach Boys. Chuck Haley Doors. Clay Moore Blue October, but he put it back. Chuck Haley did get the Doors. And then Lonnie Jolly got Billy Joel, not Bon Jovi. Yeah, I might have said Jovi. You definitely got Billy Joel. Billy Joel sold to Lana Jolie. Doors sold to him. And then Chuck Haley on the Doobie Brothers. And do you want Taking It to the Streets? Do you want extended versions or do you want volume 2? Okay, and then Scott Oman wanted Secret Samadhi. That's sold to Scott Oman. So live Throwing Copper still available. All right. What was the very best CD in the previous stack? The very best, that was probably the Beach Boys. No, the very best, well, there was the best of Great White. Maybe that's what you've seen. The best of Great White, 86 to 92. And then Chuck Haley, there's 3 doobies there. Okay, Gloria Estefan is not Goo Goo Dolls, okay? Oh, man, this is probably one of the most requested McCartney things to be put on vinyl. It's out of print. Paul McCartney, All the Best. That's a great comp if you just want one kind of disc kind of thing there. Very cool on that one. The Goo Goo Dolls, Dizzy Up the Girl. Another boy named Goo. Goo Goo Dolls, Something for the Rest of Us. McCartney, Memory Almost Full. Pink, Can't Take Me Home. Pink, Get the Party Started. Is that a single? Let's Get the Party Started. Pink, Misunderstood. Pink, The Truth About Love. And the Go-Go's, God Bless. Chuck Haley wants Doobies Volume 2. You got it. That's so to Chuck Haley. He put All. And was that for All the Best? That's McCartney. Yep. That's so to Chuck Haley. Something by Goo Goos. And that was Something Goo Goo. Something Goo. There's a boy named Goo. Goo Goo's Dizzy Up the Girl. Another boy named Goo, Shannon. And then Something for the Rest of Us. Okay, this one right here. She wants Something. Got it. I figured that out. All right. And then we have Go-Go's, God Bless. Pink, 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 Pink. Another McCartney. And all these are $6.99, okay? Moving right along. We're going to try to get through this whole box tonight if we can, and then they'll save us another box and a half for tomorrow night. So probably going to wrap up tonight when I say, okay, this box has been completely gone through, because I think you're going to buy a lot of these. Here is some more. That's Great White, I can tell you right here. Great White, that is Once Bitten, $6.99. That's Bob Seger, Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's also Bob Seger, Face the Promise. This is Boston's Greatest Hits. This is Duran Duran, Thank You. Also, we have Dylan, the movies, Feel the Pull. Dylan in the movies, Feel the Pull. The Essential, Bruce Springsteen, a double pack. Another Duran Duran, Thank You. Little Feat extended versions. The Best of Lightning Hopkins. Billy Joel, River of Dreams. The Essential Billy Joel. That looks like, no, it's Lifehouse. And then another Kings of Leon, Aha Shake Heartbreak. These are all $6.99. Matt, you're first on BS. That's probably for Bob Seger. Let me know if you want Face the Promise or Greatest Hits Volume 2. Chuck Haley also put BS, but he also put BO for Boston Greatest Hits. So that's so to Chuck Haley. And that leaves Kings of Leon, Lifehouse, Billy Joel, Lightning Hopkins, Little Feat, Duran Duran, Bruce Springsteen, Dylan in the movies, Duran Duran, and Great White. Okay? Matt Nichols wants both Bob Segers. Sold and sold. You got it. And let's grab this handful right here. About to start the bottom row of the box. That means we're at the halfway point. So if you know how much we've already shown, MIT Lab on Bruce, the Essential. If you know how much we've already shown, we have about twice that much more still to go through for the rest of this box. Bruce is so to MIT Lab. Okay, we got Nickelback, The Long Road, Jet, Shaka Rock, Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over, The Cream of Clapton, The Best of Clapton, The Best of Clapton, Clapton Chronicles, The Best of Clapton, Clapton Unplugged, and Clapton Unplugged. Wow. So there's The Best of Eric Clapton, The Best of Eric Clapton, The Best of Eric Clapton, and The Cream of Clapton. I guarantee you there's some crossover tracks, okay? So that's a lot of different Clapton. Mike Ospawn, Faster Pussycat. Thank you, Mike. And The Best of Great White. So does Scott Oman. Matt Nichols next on Faster Pussycat. So 4 Claptons, Jet, the band, Nickelback, and then Clapton's Unplugged with that iconic acoustic version of Layla. And Lonnie Jolly wants at least one of those. Clapton Unplugged. Let me make sure these aren't reprinted artwork. Okay, they're originals. That's so to Lonnie Jolly. And Chuck Haley wants timepieces. As I was walking down this garden path, hello, old friend. It's really good to see you once again. Hello, old friend. Chuck Haley got timepieces. The Best of Clapton. Once again. Okay, next handful is going up right now. We got for $6.99, Etta James, 7-Year Itch. We got Eurythmics, Greatest Hits. Peace, Eurythmics. CSNY, American Dreams. CSNY, Looking Forward. Jimmy Buffett, Florida Days. Jefferson Starship, Deep Space, Virgin Sky, recorded live on Earth at the House of Blues, Hollywood. Red Octopus, Jefferson Starship, and Jefferson Airplane, 2400 Fulton Street. So Jefferson Airplane, Jefferson Starship, Jimmy Buffett, CSNY, Eurythmics, and Etta James. Matt Nichols on Eurythmics. Do you want Peace or Greatest Hits? You got dibs on those two. And I actually got some strays laying on top of the box here. Let me get all these strays off. And here we go. Next handful. We have NXS Switch. We have Billy Joe 52nd Street. I have Little Feat, Shake Me Up. I have Rhino Charge. How about Crosby, Stills, and Nash Greatest Hits? John Mellencamp, that is self-titled. Nice. The Beatles, number ones. Edie Brickell, Picture Perfect Morning. Boston, Walk On. We got that on vinyl coming this week. That's very rare on vinyl. And then Boston's Debut. He wants Eurythmics Greatest Hits. You got it. That's so to Matt Nichols. And that stack left Boston, Edie Brickell, Beatles, John Mellencamp, CSN. This was Rhino Charged. And then we got Little Feat, Billy Joe, and NXS. So next is Matt Nichols on B. And I guarantee that was for Beatles. And then Topographic on BO for Boston. Has to be. Let me know if you want Walk On or Self-Titled Debut. Chuck Haley on C. And Chuck Haley, C was probably for Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Looks like you were second on Beatles. And Matt Nichols wants Beatles ones. Yeah, I got you for that one. And topographic on Boston Walk On. So only thing still left in there is Boston, Edie Brickell, Mellencamp, Rhino, Little Feat, Billy Joe, and NXS. All right, and we have our first pretty dangerously tall stack of CDs over here. So let me take these and put them on the table. Boston first, not Beatles. Okay, so Matt does not want the Beatles number ones. Let's redo that then. So his first B was for Boston's debut. Okay, then topographic on Boston Walk On. That's the next BO. Chuck Haley on C for Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And that means Chuck Haley, you do get the Beatles number ones. Okay, so a little couple redos there, but we got it all figured out. And now, I'm glad I did that before I took this entire stack in here. I'm laying this entire stack on the table, and now we are ready for more. Hello, old friend. It's good to see you once again. Hello, old friend. And we have another stack coming right now. Here we go. We have in the EJs, we got Elton John, Greatest Hits 76-86, ELO Classics, ELO El Dorado, ELO Discovery, ELO 2, ELO Part 2, ELO Time, ELO Out of the Blue, the best of ELO, and another Paul McCartney All the Best. Oh my gosh. Well, if somebody's looking for ELOs, if you're first, you just got really lucky. That was an ELO collection there. Holy moly. And then another McCartney All the Best. So we got McCartney, ELO, 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 and Elton John. First is Chuck Haley put EH and then ELOC. Levi Hilton first on Paul McCartney. And then Chuck, you're next on Paul McCartney. Actually, Lonnie Jolly was. So Chuck, I'll have to wait and see which either Elton John or ELOs he wants. And then we'll have to go down the line. The next in line is Matt Nichols on ELO and then Burt Jordan. But right now, it's Chuck Haley's dibs, okay? Right now, it's up to Chuck Haley. And we're going to go ahead and grab another handful out of here. Let me grab this, and I'm going to grab these. Hold on a second. Here we go. And these are all $6.99. Coming up right now, we have Lindsey Buckingham, Out of the Cradle. Little Fish, a tribute to Polly Jean Harvey. Life of Riley, Days Away from Life. Lifehouse, Stanley Klimball, I think. Lifehouse, No Name Face. Bob Seger, It's a Mystery. Bob Seger, Night Moves. Bob Seger, Live Bullet. And the Beatles Anthology 1. Nice. The Beatles Anthology 1. That's always fun to listen to. One of the best stories ever told. So Chuck, first on Elton. Okay. Well, I've got you down for EH, which he was trying to get EJ for Elton. And then he also put ELOC. Okay, so there's only one Elton, so we definitely can give that to Chuck Haley. And then you still got dibs on ELOs. If you want ELO Classics, El Dorado, Discovery, ELO 2, ELO Part 2, Time, Out of the Blue, or the best of, which is called Strange Magic. So we'll see what happens there. And then the next new comment is Shannon Mashaka on Lindsey Buckingham. So does Shannon. Next is Topographic on B for Beatles, right? If not, let me know. Then Lonnie Jolly, then Matt Nichols, and then Chuck Haley. And then Matt Nichols also got Night Moves, okay? So that stack left Live Bullet, Bob Seger, It's a Mystery, Lifehouse, No Name Face, Lifehouse again, Life of Riley, and Little Fish. And I'm going to move these back, right back here, so we can start a new little stack. All right. That was Volume 1 of Anthology. That was Volume 1 of Anthology. Okay. We still got to clean up the ELO. We'll do that in just a second. I'm sure Chuck's working overtime right now trying to get all these claims in. Hey, some of y'all are working harder than me right now trying to get all these claims in. I got the easy job. I can just read them off. Y'all got to type and correct, and hopefully you don't make a mistake. All right, here we go. Beatles at the BBC. That's another double pack. We got Minnesota Beatle Project Volume 2. What in the world? U2 Rattle and Hum. Toto Super Hits. Billy Joe Greatest Hits Volume 3. We got Billy Joe Stormfront. Billy Joe Nylon Curtain. Billy Joe The Bridge. Billy Joe River of Dreams. Bruce Springsteen Greatest Hits. Bruce Springsteen The Rising. Devils and Dust. And Born in the USA. Oh, man. All right, so he wants the very best of ELO. So that is so to Chuck Haley. That means Matt Nichols gets ELO out of the blue. And so if anybody else wants any more ELOs, that means all these are still available. ELO Time with bonus tracks, ELO Part 2, ELO 2, ELO Discovery, El Dorado, and Classics. So anybody else that was in line or wants to get in line, that's what's left in the ELO discography, okay? Next is Topographic, first on B. And I guarantee that was for Beatles. And then Lonnie Jolly, then Burt Jordan, then Robert Warner. Beatles live at the BBC. And that is sold. And that leaves Minnesota Beatle Project Volume 2. What is Minnesota Beatle Project Volume 2? Some kind of covers. It's got to be people covering the Beatles, I guess. Yeah. Some kind of covers. And then U2 and Toto. And then a bunch of Billy Joels and a bunch of Bruce Springsteens. That's all going to go right there. All right, there's about, well, there's a lot still left. There's quite a bit still left. Let's grab this little handful right in here. All right. Next is Tracy Chapman, New Beginning. Tracy Chapman telling stories. Tracy Chapman telling stories. Tracy Chapman, Crossroads. Toto, Past the Present, 77 to 90. U2, How to Dismantle Atomic Bomb. Van Halen, Self-Titled. Van Halen, OU812. Another OU812. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. And James Blunt, All the Lost Souls. Those are $6.99. $6.99. That was James Blunt, Janis Joplin, Van Halen, Van Halen, Van Halen, U2, Toto, Tracy, 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 Tracy. So Matt Nichols on Van Halen. Let me know if you want Self-Titled or OU812. Chuck Haley on Tot for Toto, which was this right here. That's so to Chuck Haley. Lonnie Jolly on Janis Joplin, which is right here. That is so to Lonnie Jolly. Chuck Haley was next. Matt, you got dibs on two different Van Halens, OU812 or Self-Titled. Next is going up right now. These are all $6.99. He wants Van Halen Self-Titled. So I still got two copies of OU812. There's the very popular Tracy Chapman Self-Titled with We've Got a Fast Car. And then we have the Turtles, Happy Together Again live. Train, My Private Nation. Train, Self-Titled. Train, Drops of Jupiter. Robert Johnson, The Complete Recordings, two copies. Another one, The Complete Collection. The Best of U2, Joshua Tree, and U2 Pop. All right, Shannon Mashake on Tracy Chapman, Self-Titled. We Got a Fast Car. And then that leaves U2, Robert Johnson, Train, and Turtles. And Matt Nichols first on U2. Do you want the best of U2? Do you want Joshua Tree? Or do you want Pop? Pop. All right, Robert Johnson's a 2-disc set. So you're saying these go together? Oh, those do go together. Okay. That's a disc 1, disc 2. So yeah, 2 discs on those if anybody wants them. And then Matt's first on U2. He wants Joshua Tree and Greatest. He wants Joshua Tree and Greatest. Okay, next is Lonnie Jolly on JT for Joshua Tree. And then Burt Jordan wants a Van Halen OU812. That's so to Burt Jordan. Chuck Haley on the Turtles. And that leaves U2 Pop, the Robert Johnson 2-disc, the Complete Collection, and then those 3 trains. Okay, those are all still available. And then moving right along at $6.99. We have the following. James Taylor's Greatest Hits. Another James Taylor Greatest Hits. James Taylor, Sweet Baby James. James Taylor, That's Why I'm Here. Jackson Browne, I'm Alive. The Best of Jackson Browne. Eraser, not Erasure. Eraser, One Night in Bangkok. Jackson Brown, Looking East. Jackson Brown, Lawyers in Love. Jason Mraz, Waiting for My Rocket to Come. Another one, and James Blunt, Back to Bedlam. A lot of J's in that stack. You can tell this guy's stuff was in alphabetical order to a certain extent, for sure. Chuck first on James Taylor and Jackson Brown. Well, you can have Greatest Hits. There's two different options. Same thing. Sweet Baby James or That's Why I'm Here. You're also first to Jackson Brown. You can have Lawyers in Love, Looking East, or you could also have The Best Of or Jackson Brown, I'm Alive. So you got 4 Jackson Brown options and 3 James Taylor options. And that leaves James Blunt, Jason Mraz, and Eraser, or whatever that was. I'm going to stack these up here. Okay, and that means that he wants James Taylor's Greatest Hits. I'll give you that one for $6.99, and we'll see what's getting grabbed out of the other one. Next handful coming right now. First thing we have is Heart's Greatest Hits and Live. 2 LPs on 1 disc. Jimmy Buffett, Son of a Sailor. Jimmy Buffett, Last Mango in Paris. Jimmy Buffett, Don't Stop the Carnival. And then, what do we have here? Jimmy Buffett, A Salty Piece of Land. This CD single was produced exclusively for distribution with A Salty Piece of Land by Jimmy Buffett, some kind of promo. And then Jimmy Buffett, Fruitcakes. Billy Idol's Greatest Hits. Billy Idol, Rebel Yell. BOC, On Your Feet or On Your Knees. And Bruce Springsteen, The Promise. This is a copy. Well, it's copied artwork. It's the original disc. I'll put that over here. And then he wants Jackson Brown, the best of Jackson Brown, okay? So let's give, right here, the best of Jackson Brown to Chuck Haley. And then John Griffin first on Heart. So that stack left BOC, Billy Idol, Jimmy Buffett, Jimmy Buffett, Jimmy Buffett, Jimmy Buffett, Jimmy Buffett. Those are all $6.99. I just seen where a signed Jimmy Buffett Greatest Hits sold on eBay for $4,000. Yeah, Jimmy Buffett autographs are expensive. Signed Jimmy Buffett Greatest Hits, JSA authenticated, $4,000. And the reason I know that is because I had somebody ask, could one get obtained possibly for a Christmas gift? And I was like, man, I don't know if you will know this, but signed Jimmy Buffett albums are expensive. Holy moly. A nicely signed Jimmy Buffett album is about $4,000 to $5,000. Very expensive signature. Elvis Costello, Mighty Like a Rose. Elvis Costello, Brutal Truth. Elvis Costello, North. Elvis Costello, Spike. Elvis Costello, When I Was Cruel. Elton John's Greatest Hits, 70 to 2002. That's a good one. Elton John, Red Strikes Back. That's a good one. Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. And this is a disc 1, disc 2? No. Disc 1. What happened here? This is the full album. This is half of an album, so I only got 1 copy. Okay, and then Lonnie Jolly on Rebel. Rebel Yell, that's so to Lonnie Jolly. And then Matt Nichols on BIRY. Do you mean Billy Idol, Rebel Yell? That means you were second. The Jason Mraz was called Waiting for My Rocket. The Jason Mraz from earlier, Waiting for My Rocket to Come, Burt Jordan. I've got 2 copies. Waiting for My Rocket to Come. Elton John, 2002, 1970 is sold to Matt Nichols. Chuck Haley, you're next on Elton John. You can have Goodbye Yellow Brick Road or Red Strikes Back. The others are gone. Okay. Oh, one more handful. One more handful. Oh, there's disc 2. Okay, there we go. So we need to wrap a rubber band around that. So that's like a disc 1, disc 2. That probably went like in a slipcase. And then Elton John, The One. That's got a good song on it. The One, that's a good one. Elton John, England. What's this one called? England. Made in England. And then Greatest Hits Volume 2 and Sleeping with the Past. Okay. And that was the last handful. And I need to stop for a couple reasons. One, my bladder is about to explode. Number 2, I am dog hungry, even though I've ate like 4 slices of Addison's bread. And number 3, I have a lot of work to get ready for another show. It's probably one of the best shows I can remember for a Monday night in a while. We've ended up selling 8 full crates of vinyl. We have had a whole table of miscellaneous, including 45s and CDs. And we've had pretty much a steady, amazing attendance all night. So what we're going to do is give Chuck Haley the Elton John 2 disc. You want the one that's kind of split like this, right? Disc 1, disc 2. So let's wrap a rubber band around. That's only $6.99 for those two. That's a 2-disc separated like the Robert Johnson earlier. So, and thank y'all. I'm not going to do a recap or anything. On the scale of 1 to 10, how bad I've got to go PP is like a 9.5. Will the Robert Johnson set be? Yeah, both together. He wants Greatest Hits 2. Okay. So do you want the Elton John that's, Chuck, do you want it the one that's in just one case, or do you want the double CD? Yeah, the Robert Johnson that's split, this will be $6.99 for both here. This here, yeah. $6.99 for this, okay? Same thing. Let's sell this two together. Sell that together for $6.99, okay? And then Mike Ospaw wants Billy Idol's Greatest Hits. Thank y'all. There is about one more huge box to go through. So tomorrow night, same thing, and I'll try to come up with some more because I think there's more around here Tanner was telling me about they just found. This building, this warehouse we're in, it's about a 12,000 square foot building if you count the front. It is literally full of stuff, and we really don't know what's in here. So you never know what happens. And we had a whole crate of metal. And, yeah, and we still got those leftovers. I'm about to do the 6 a.m., the 9 a.m. I'm going to go ahead and knock that out. I'm going to try to clean up my area back here. It's honestly a mess. And I've got to order, okay? He wants the Elton that's together. Okay, so actually, let's put back this. He wants the Elton on one disc, okay. And Topographic got the Robert Johnson, yes. So this is the only split set. Both of those together are $6.99. And now give Robin Glenn this Elton John set. Robin, you're going to get the one that's split over 2 discs, okay? Sell those to Robin. If you just glanced at it, you wouldn't know, but yeah. So Robin, you're going to get the one that's split into 2 discs, okay? $6.99, so to Robin, if she wants it. Thank y'all for staying up late. I know it's a Monday night, and we went hot and heavy tonight. Let's try to do that every night this week. I'm going to be here all 6 nights, and don't forget, Sunday, Paul is doing a sock sale. Now, that will be a new week, new invoice. New week, new invoice on Sunday. Clay Moore is going to grab one of the last Japanese Hysterias, all right? And I have one left for $29.99 if anybody wants to try out this. And y'all remind me tomorrow, we'll go through our complete Japanese CD collection. It's all new and sealed. And let the man, yeah, I've got to, my bladder. When I got here, I didn't use the bathroom before the show like I normally do. And I had a Monster and a bottle of water before the show. I've had 2 Monsters during the show. So I've had 3 cans of Monsters, 2 bottles of waters. So 3 cans of Monsters and 3 bottles of water in the last 7 hours. 7.5 hours. How long have I been live? Let me reset my feed over here. I've had 3 bottles of waters and 3 Monsters in the last 7 hours and 20 minutes, and I have not peed. My bladder is killing me right now. It feels like I'm getting stabbed in my stomach. That's why I was going so fast. 3 Monsters, 3 Monster rehabs, and 3 bottles of water in the last 7 hours. And I have not moved from this little mat I've been standing on all night, except to go grab a couple crates back here behind me. I don't know how many ounces of fluid that is, but I'm max capacity, okay? I'm max capacity. Whew. So I've been trying to drink a bottle of water for every Monster, so I'm trying to cut back. 3 a night's not too good, though. I had 1 with my Subway, and I've drunk 2 during the sale. 3 bottles of water during the sale, or 2 during the sale, 1 after I got done eating my Subway. So, yeah, I am tapped out. And I'm going to stop talking before I accidentally, wet my pants like SpongeBob. No, he split his pants. My bad. Thank y'all. Let me remind you of how great of customers y'all are, okay? The greatest customers in the world. I got to have y'all T-shirts made. I am the greatest customer in the world. That's going to be my T-shirt I'm going to make for y'all come Christmas time. It's going to be the next monthly T-shirt. I am the greatest customer in the world. Because y'all are. Okay? Um, oh boy. Whew. Yeah. I never really have to go use the bathroom doing these sales. Occasionally I'm like, okay, I got to go, and I'll pause, but that's only happened like 5 or less times in 5 years. But I think as I get older, man, in the middle of the night, well, for me, it's in the middle of the day. Let's say I go to bed at like 8 or 9 a.m., which I normally do in the morning. I'll wake up at like 1, which for y'all, it would be like the middle of the night, I guess. And I used to never wake up. Now I wake up and my body's like, Chad, you got to go pee, man. I'm like, dang, I'm getting old. 30's about to hit me hard. 30's about to hit me hard. Okay, thanks everybody. Good night. I better stop talking. See y'all the next time.